Chapter 894. Randall murmured, Trainee Holy Knights only have one Level 0 Divine Art slot. Level 1 Holy Knights get a specialty Divine Art. After that, every Divine Art you get will be promoted by half a level. Every time you level up, you will get a specialty Divine Art. I have 6 Divine Arts, 3 of which are specialty Divine Arts, so I am a Level 3 Grand Knight. How do you classify the professions? John asked curiously. Hearing this question, Randall immediately found the answer in his mind. Piety, understanding of the doctrine, practice of the doctrine, and contributions to the world, he murmured. It seemed that the Holy Mother had sealed a memory that did not belong to him in a remote corner of his sea of memories. He needed to find it slowly, or the outside world would trigger one of the memories. Just like how the Holy Mother Dani taught the Big Sparrow and St. Matthew, the introduction of the Holy Knights was also stored in Randall's mind. Because she was worried that the extra information would confuse the believer's memories, she burned it in the blank edge of the hard disk. Well, it was far away from the normal memory area. This would not affect his original memory, but there was a side effect of not being able to notice the information at once. After digesting the memory in his mind, Randall said, Pious believers of the 7 gods, or one of the 7 gods. For example, I believe in the warriors. Not only do they have to understand the doctrine, but they also have to recognize the doctrine from the bottom of their hearts and use the doctrine as the standard of conduct. Contributing to the world is doing things that are beneficial to the people, society, and the world. Combining the above, this is the standard of the Holy Mother's grace. Beneficial to the people, society, and the world? Randall was embarrassed and said, I thought it was a contribution to the Church. The essence of the 7 gods doctrine is to let the human mind and soul evolve in a more perfect direction, making the world a better place. Randall repeated what St. Matthew taught him. Isn't killing the other ghosts good for the world? He continued. That makes sense. John nodded thoughtfully. I only know Holy Light and Holy Healing, but I have never heard of the others. Count Randall, can you tell me more about them? For example, the Holy Fire. Bronze John asked curiously. Randall frowned and was a little unwilling. But when he turned his head around, he saw all the newly promoted Holy Knights looking at him eagerly, so he couldn't refuse. The sacred flame technique is a blacksmith's flame. It can be attached to weapons and deal great damage to evil beings, he said. Is it the same as Melisandre's weapon enchanted with fire? Bronze John asked immediately. It should be slightly stronger than the red-robed woman's sorcery. The holy fire can burn away the enemy's weapons and armor, Randolph said. Ah! The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. John was very suspicious, Bronze Yon was skeptical, and even Blue Dow himself was uncertain. Why don't you demonstrate it for us, Count? John urged. Lon Dow's heart was restless. His hands were itching, but he still kept a straight face and refused. How can you show off your divine arts in public? Only by understanding every bit of your strength can you use it better. This is the basic knowledge in knight training, Bronze Yon said confidently. What you said makes sense. However, we can't do it here. Let's go to the Templar training grounds. Randolph said hesitantly. Thus, the group left the training grounds noisily. In the wide training grounds, Randolph held a sword in each hand. Blacksmith, please bless me. He chanted an incantation, and a golden flame rune flashed between his eyebrows. Then, boom! The sword in his left hand burned with a circle of white gold flames. Then, everyone was shocked. The sword quickly turned red. Before Lon Dow could swing it, the tip of the sword melted, dripping with dark red liquid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle! Wisps of steam rose from the ground due to the heat. The exhausted divine power also woke up the knight from his stupor. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Lon Dow dispelled the holy fire and threw away the burning sword. He was more excited than embarrassed. Blacksmith, the holy fire is so strong. Looks like I have to practice more in the future. Otherwise, I will destroy my sword before I hurt the enemy. Blacksmith, it can actually melt metal. Bronze Yon was shocked. Specialty divine arts, strength art, physical art, warrior's sword, I can't demonstrate them. I used up all my divine power just now. Landau frowned. Blacksmith, you used a lot of holy fire? John asked. I didn't control it well. I used up all my divine power and burned the sword, Landau said. Strength art increases strength, physical art increases stamina. What about warrior's sword? John asked curiously. Warrior's sword can provide a lot of sword experience and help me increase the level of my sword skills. At this point, Landau, who always had a serious expression, couldn't help but look regretful. If I could get the specialty warrior's sword when I was young, I might have reached Arthur Dane's level of swordsmanship. Soon, Landau Tully left. He had to go to the Holy Church to pray to the Holy Mother. After he left, the crowd dispersed. Count Yon, don't you think that the Church of the Seven Gods has changed a lot in the past 2 years? It's like a different church? On the way back, John asked hesitantly. There were no miracles before, but now miracles are appearing every day. It's said that it's because of the great guardian of light. The Megalosaurus is a magic conduit that connects the world of mortals and gods. Bronze Yon relayed the explanation he heard from the monks. It's not just miracles. The doctrine and system have changed a lot. There weren't priests, winged dragon knights, or demon hunting knights before. John's eyes flashed and said softly, It's like a different Church of the Seven Gods. Bronze Yon was like a dragon whose tail had been stepped on. He roared angrily, Blasphemy, John Stark, you're blaspheming the gods. I'm going to report you to the church. The people of King's Landing on both sides of the street looked over coldly. John was embarrassed and a little angry. He growled, Count, don't forget that you're wearing the skin of the blazing red heart. Bronze Yon looked at himself subconsciously. He sighed in relief when he saw that there was no sign of the blazing red heart on him. However, he regained his rationality and stopped yelling angrily. Sai, you're stabbing me in the heart. He lamented, I don't want to pledge my loyalty to Stannis either. If the warriors of the valley can return home safely, I'm willing to follow Randolph Tari's example. I'll leave the title to my son, wear the colorful cape, and serve the seven gods for the rest of my life. The Iron Throne, we found the Iron Throne. John was about to comfort the old knight when a loud knight shouted excitedly from the front. It was a real knight of the blazing red heart. No, when John walked up and saw the knight's face, he realized that it was the pockmarked knight, Richard. Your Majesty Stannis, we found the Iron Throne. It flew to the flea's nest. Sir Richard ran out of the slums that had been burned to the ground. He jumped on his horse and galloped towards the city gate. As he ran, he shouted Erlu's name. John stopped and looked around. The streets were a mess, filled with charred trash and smelly black water. The shops on both sides of the street were only charred ruins. Slums with numb expressions and tattered clothes were looking for valuables in the ruins. This was the King's Landing's famous place of slums, the Flea's Nest. Your Majesty! Erlu strode over with a group of people. John immediately saluted him. Erlu was very excited. His face, which had always been as pale as a corpse, was now glowing with the red light of a living person. He nodded casually at his two followers' greetings and said, Richard has found the missing Iron Throne. Come and take a look. John nodded nonchalantly and joined Erlu's group. After the Red Keep was blown away by hundreds of tons of wildfire, the blazing Red Heart Knights went to investigate the ruins. They found the throne room where the king held court, but they didn't find the iron chair that represented the supreme power of the Seven Kingdoms in the pile of broken tiles that once formed the throne room. When Aegon conquered the Westeros, he required every noble of the Seven Kingdoms to hand over their sword. There were more than 1,000 swords in total. Black Death Balerian's dragon flames first melted it into shape. Then, a blacksmith spent 59 days carving it before it was completed. The iron throne weighed 3 tons and was 5 meters tall. It was covered in spikes, sharp horns, and twisted blades. There were also many spikes on the back of the chair. Sitting on it would only make one feel uncomfortable. Even twisting one's butt could hurt one's body, much less the back. Aegon the Conqueror had deliberately designed it this way. He believed that the king shouldn't sit too comfortably. He had to be as wary of his throne as the chair. The Iron Throne was to Westeros what the jade annulus of he was to China. Erlu could give up the Red Keep, but if he still wanted to be the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, it was best for him to sit on the iron chair. 7 gods above, from the Red Keep to the Flea's Nest, it flew at least 5 kilometers. How heavy is that iron chair? How did you do it? Justin exclaimed. The short and stout knight Song Gu said disapprovingly, Last night, when I was defending against the ghouls at the Gate of All Gods in the west, I saw a twisted skull on the road. It was the skull of the Targaryen Megalosaurus. It flew out of the Red Keep and flew more than 10 kilometers. The explosion last night was too terrifying. The foundation of the Red Keep was lifted. No matter how heavy the Iron Throne is, can it be heavier than the Red Keep itself? Richard Pockmarked said in fear. Hey, King, do you want some brown soup? As soon as they turned into a narrow alley with flowing sewage, a rough and loud voice greeted them jokingly. Erlu turned his head and saw an open thatched shed at the intersection of unpaved slabs. In the shed, there was a large iron pot with a diameter of 2 meters. White steam and a strange sweet smell of meat came out of the pot. 2 big men stood on the wooden table next to the boiler, holding spades. They were shoveling the food in the pot while looking at them with a smile. The tall and thin man with a square face was an acquaintance of the Dragon Queen, Stryker. Around the intersection, the houses were close together like sardines. At this time, they were all burned black and broken. People with disheveled hair and dirty faces crowded in the broken houses with collapsed courtyard walls, snuggling together for warmth and waiting for the brown soup to cook. At this time, when they heard the sound of people outside, they looked over with their clear eyes. The resentment and fear in their eyes were almost as much. Hundreds of eyes, densely packed, seemed to grow on the body of a giant monster. He didn't know what Erlu felt, but Jon's scalp tingled and his palms were sweating. He couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Thanks to the king's blessing, the food has been particularly sumptuous in the past few days. Why don't you come and enjoy with the people? Stryker laughed. Chapter 895. The short and strong Sir Song Gu pulled out his long sword, pointed at Stryker and scolded, Bastard, do you want to die? How dare you insult His Majesty the King? His Majesty came to the door, and I was cooking. How can it be an insult to invite His Majesty into the house to drink hot soup? Stryker complained. Is brown soup for people to drink? Sir Song Gu said angrily. Are we all deviant ghosts? Stryker opened his eyes wide and stretched his head forward. Look at my eyes. Are they shining? Sir Song Gu was clumsy and had nothing to say. He just kept shouting, Unruly, unruly, big unruly. Song Gu, don't make a fool of yourself. Sir Richard glanced at Stryker coldly. Your weapon is a sword. Why are you arguing with a commoner? Sir Knight, are you hungry? Stryker turned to him with a smile. You are so bold. Richard pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Erlu. Erlu's face was gloomy, but he did not give him any instructions or hints. Ha! People like us who have no tomorrow and don't have to think about tomorrow have no courage. Because we were too hungry before, we threw our liver and gallbladder into the pot to cook brown soup. Stryker laughed boldly. He looked calm as if he was not afraid of death at all. Erlu looked at Stryker and said lightly, Starting from noon tomorrow, I will send someone to count the population of King's Landing and the food of each family. Those who have no food to eat can go to the Blackwater River Wharf to get relief food. After leaving this sentence, he gave Richard a look and walked away first. The others did not say a word and just followed the king. Looking at Erlu and the others who disappeared around the corner, Stryker was a little confused. The roads of the flea nest were as complicated as a maze, and the houses were built next to the narrow alleys. People walked in the alleys, and many times they couldn't see the sky when they looked up. The balconies or bedrooms on the second floor that extended out of the foundation blocked all sight. Occasionally, a woman poured a basin of dirty living water from upstairs and splashed it on the muddy road. It was dirty, crowded, and poor, like a moldy box of smelly caviar. If the previous flea net was a neat and tidy spot on King's Landing, it couldn't even be tidy now. Yesterday's fire had turned the flea's nest into a pile of psoriasis. Anyone who had not lived in King's Landing for a long time would definitely get lost here. Anyway, John started to feel dizzy 15 minutes after he entered the flea nest. One moment he was heading north, the next he was heading southwest, and after a while, he was having a hard time distinguishing between north and south. At this moment, John could not help but feel some respect for Sir Richard. Not only did he know the way, he even found the tiny iron throne in such a complicated city. "Here we are," Richard shouted excitedly, startling him out of his reverie. Then they turned a corner and, standing at the top of a narrow slope a little higher, looked down on a little pool close to the wall. It could also be a ditch. The ditch was blocked, and the water inside overflowed, forming a 40-square-meter pond around it. Due to the layers of twisted courtyard walls, it was easy for the people below to overlook the people on the slope. But looking down from the top of the slope, the view was wider. Erlu and the rest saw the Iron Throne at a glance. The Iron Throne that symbolized the highest authority of the 7 kingdoms was stabbed straight into the pond. At least 3 meters of the 5-meter-tall throne with stairs were still above the water. At this moment, a group of mischievous children occupied it. Erlu could not help but stop and stare blankly ahead. When he stopped, the people behind him stopped as well. "I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, and the protector of the realm, Aegon Targaryen." A 10-year-old boy with a dark and thin face was sitting on the throne, announcing to the children below with a serious expression. The chair was inserted into the pond, and a 20-centimeter-wide wooden plank was placed on the edge of the stairs closest to the water. The child stepped on the plank and crossed the pond, came to the chair, and climbed up to sit. "Eggface, are you trying to be a fake crown prince?" A little girl with a rotten face with frostbite pointed at the king on the throne and laughed. "Fake crown prince, fake crown prince." The other children all clapped and laughed. "I am not the fake crown prince Aegon. I am the master of the Black Death god Balerion, the conqueror Aegon I." Eggface's face was red as he refuted loudly. "Eggface, come down quickly, it's my turn." A yellow-haired boy who looked like a skinny monkey under the Iron Throne jumped up and shouted. Eggface stood up reluctantly. *rip*, the sound of cloth tearing came from his butt. Turning around, he saw a piece of gray sackcloth hanging from the woven sword seat. There was another tear in the patched cotton pants, and the old yellow and black cotton swayed in the wind. "Ouch, my pants are torn. Mother will definitely beat me if she knows," Eggface cried. "Ha ha, King Aegon with his buttocks exposed." The little girl with frostbite clapped her hands and laughed again. Eggface glared at the girl and walked down the stairs with a disheveled expression. As he walked, he cursed, "What kind of stupid chair is this? It's not for people to sit on." Soon, the skinny monkey child climbed up the Iron Throne after Eggface. That comical appearance made it seem like a macaque was placed on the throne. The skinny monkey child shouted in a high-pitched voice, "I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, as well as the protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon. Where is my hammer? Legger, eat my hammer." The child was too engrossed in his role. He mimicked the actors in the tavern, raising his right hand as if he was holding a sledgehammer and shaking his head as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, Robert, your Gigi was eaten by a wild boar." It was the little girl with frostbite again. She was laughing so hard that she bent over. Robert pointed at the little girl below and shouted, Hey, bitch Cersei, you dare to poison me, eat my hammer too? I'm not Cersei, I don't like you, I don't want to be your wife. The little girl shouted angrily. Monkey, you're still playing? A triangular-faced boy picked up a stone and threw it at Monkey on the Iron Throne. This is not your toy, it's my turn. Monkey reluctantly got down from the chair. This time, he did not cut his pants, but he looked back twice with every step. He was not careful and fell into the pool with a splash. His whole body was wet, and his clothes were covered in different colors. It was feces. A disgusting smell filled the air. Ha ha ha, Monkey fell into the cesspool. Robert ate feces in the cesspool. Amidst the laughter of his friends, Monkey was embarrassed and cold. After climbing out of the cesspool, he lowered his head and ran away. I am the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and Forerunners, as well as the protector of the realm. The triangular-faced boy was stuck. He frowned and thought hard. Who should I be? He asked his friends. The frostbite-faced girl rolled her eyes and suggested, Why don't you be the great Emperor Joffrey? No. Joffrey was crazy and stupid, and he died in such a stupid way. The triangular-faced boy shook his head. What about Tommen? A child said. That slug, he didn't even know his wife was cheating on him. If I have to be a cuckold to be king, I'd rather not be on the Iron Throne. Help me find someone more powerful. I remember there was a Targaryen king. In the play, he defeated the Dornishman? He was very young and promising, the triangular-faced boy said. The Mad King. Not the Mad King. How about Stannis? He has the mystic dragon and just took over the King's Landing. That's impressive. No, that's an evil heretic. My father and brother have been secretly cursing Stannis these days. If they know I'm Stannis, they'll beat me to death, the triangular-faced boy said fearfully. That's true. If people know you're Stannis, you'll be beaten as soon as you go out. Look at what he and you Luwin have done to us. Someone agreed. Hurry up, stop messing around. It's my turn. The triangular-faced boy sighed helplessly and said loudly, I'm the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk, and the protector of the realm, Renly Baratheon. Well, I'd rather be Renly. At least he's pretty, he explained to his companions. Be careful of your brother. His Red Witch wants to kill you. The little girl shouted in fear. What? The triangular-faced Renly was confused. Fool, don't you even know how Renly died? The children around him said in disdain. Oh, you mean the King of Hearts? The triangular-faced Renly understood and laughed. I'm not afraid. When I become king, I'll take St. Matthew with me every day. Then it was the little girl with the frostbitten face's turn. The people below cheered, Cersei, Cersei, Cersei. She pouted and thought for a while, then said, I want to be the Dragon Queen. Can you not spread it? I want to say it, I want to say it. I want to tell your mother that you blasphemed St. Danny. See if she doesn't whip your ass. The tanned and thin face, Aegon from before laughed. Fine, I won't be the Dragon Queen. I'm the king of the Undulls, Loiner, and the First Folk, and the protector of the realm, Barbara Canbell. She raised her head and announced, TSK, isn't that your name? You might as well be the whore Cersei. Her companions said in disdain. What do you know? Now that I'm sitting on the Iron Throne, of course I have to say my name. This means that the Iron Throne is mine, and the 7 kingdoms are mine. If Stannis came now, would he be like Eggface and say I'm Aegon? That's right. The children were surprised and doubtful. Then, the children began to say their names one by one. In a short while, the Iron Throne had more than a dozen previous owners. However, not all of the children successfully sat on the Iron Throne. When it was the turn of a 10-year-old girl with a flat nose, she carried her younger brother, who was not even 2 years old, and climbed onto the Iron Throne with difficulty. Fortunately, the Iron Throne was wide enough for her to put her brother to one side. But before she could shout her slogan, her brother squatted on the Iron Throne and pooped. I haven't even gone up yet. Why is Hammer pooping on the Iron Throne? The children below stomped their feet and wailed. Hammer is still young and doesn't know any better, Hammer's older sister said shyly. Wait a moment. After Hammer poops, I'll go home and get a basin to wash the Iron Throne. My house is behind the wall. This pit is even the public toilet of my hotel. She pointed at the wall with more than a dozen drains. No, I don't want to sit on a poop-stained chair. It's disgusting, the child said with a look of disdain. What did Hammer eat? Why is it so smelly? It smells even worse than this pit of feces. The little girl with frostbite pinched her nose and mumbled. Hammer's older sister was even more embarrassed. Yesterday, my father picked up a corpse ghost pig. I don't know which noble family it came from. It's so fat. Long night falls. Pork is expensive. I haven't eaten pork for many years, so Hammer ate a little more. Sister! After Hammer pooped, he stuck his white butt, which was covered in yellowish-brown feces, over. Hey, help me find a wooden stick. I want to scrape Hammer's butt, Hammer's older sister said anxiously. No need. The Iron Throne is big enough anyway. Use the Iron Throne. It's so cold here. I'm leaving. The little girl with frostbite pulled her clothes together and ran off first. The children seemed to have gotten tired of the game of fighting for the Iron Throne. They left one after another. Don't go. You don't want the Iron Throne anymore? You don't want to be kings anymore? Hammer's older sister said anxiously. Who wants a poop-stained Iron Throne? The children said in disgust. In just a short while, everyone had run away. Wah wah wah. Hammer rubbed his bare butt against the chair. The sharp blade cut open his soft skin and fresh blood flowed out. He was in so much pain that he started crying. Hammer? Is that Hammer crying? The sound of a woman holding her feces came from the other side of the wall. Mom, you're in the toilet. Hammer's older sister shivered and said, I'm sitting on the Iron Throne. Hammer pooped on the Iron Throne and cut his butt. Stupid girl, the feces pit is just beside. Why didn't you pull Hammer into the feces pit? The Iron Throne is cold and piercing. What's so good about sitting on it? Hammer's mother scolded from the toilet on the other side of the wall. I want to be a queen. Hammer's older sister said softly. Idiot, you think you're king just because you're sitting on the Iron Throne? Even an idiot wouldn't think that. Erlu's face was pale. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. In the end, she spat out a mouthful of black and smelly blood and fainted. Chapter 896. Casterly Rock City was a towering mountain by the sea. It was hollowed out with tunnels and halls. In fact, it was easy to understand the existence of Casterly Rock City if one had watched The Lord of the Rings. It was the lonely mountain of the Song of Ice and Fire world. The dwarves excavated gold and gems in the Lonely Mountain, and the early ancestors of the western region excavated gold and silver mines in Casterly Rock City. The dwarves built the hollowed-out Lonely Mountain into a city within the mountain, and the ancestors built Casterly Rock City, where the gold mines had dried up, into a main castle. Lonely Mountain was close to a huge freshwater lake, and there was a long lake town on the side. Casterly Rock City was close to the Sunset Sea, and there was a Lannister port built on the side. Lonely Mountain was occupied by the mystic dragon Smog, and the owner of Lonely Mountain was homeless. Casterly Rock City was occupied by ghouls, and the owners of Casterly Rock City were almost all dead. Now it was the mystic dragon's turn to save the city. However, the owners of Lonely Mountain and Casterly Rock City were different. The dwarves liked mines, and humans longed for sunlight. Therefore, Lonely Mountain had no windows, only a main road and a secret passage, while Casterly Rock City was full of skylights. If the layers of open-air windows were installed with floor-to-ceiling glass, Casterly Rock City could even be disguised as a modern city. Similar to the Pyramid Garden, there was also a stone garden at the top of Casterly Rock City. Danny was standing by the jujube tree in the center of the stone garden, and Bran's red-eyed crow perched on a dead branch. This is the distribution map of the tunnels and rooms in Casterly Rock City. The blue dots are the armory, the treasury, the granary, the wine cellar, and the furs, and the red dots are the ghouls. Bran's will connected with Danny's mental power and transmitted a three-dimensional topographic map of Casterly Rock City to her. "How many ghouls have you found in the western region?" Danny asked. "I can only find a few large-scale ghouls, and there should be ghouls among them," Bran said. After a pause, he hesitated and said, "We are in big trouble this time. There are no babies among the ghouls, and there are no baby corpses left in the city. Do you understand what this means? Tens of thousands of deviant ghosts?" Danny frowned and asked suspiciously, "Babies can be turned into deviant ghosts without any sacrifice. In the bedtime stories of the old nannies in the Northern Territory, there are often plots like this. Other ghosts ride ice spiders to hunt down women, eat babies, and reproduce with humans to give birth to terrifying half-human, half-ghost offspring. Of course, this plot was not entirely true, but it also contained three real secrets. First of all, deviant ghosts did not devour babies. Instead, they turned the babies into deviant ghosts. Secondly, deviant ghosts could mate with humans and reproduce. Finally, deviant ghosts were also divided into different levels. Deviant ghosts that reproduced naturally had a relatively independent will. With the death of the strange ghost king, all the strange ghosts that had been born from the babies had died as well. However, the half-human, half-ghost monsters that had been born naturally still lived on. This was also the reason why there was a second long night at the Great Wall in less than 100 years after the end of the previous long night. It was the time when the commander of the Night Watchers married the deviant ghost bride. Last long night, a strange ghost king and all the deviant ghost soldiers died. The remaining deviant ghosts retreated to the land of eternal winter and waited for the next world fall. The body temperature of deviant ghosts is lower than -50 dragon degrees. How can humans ensure that their bodies won't freeze during the process of reproduction? Danny's mouth twitched. "It's probably magic," Bran said awkwardly. When one was indecisive, quantum mechanics could not be explained. Traveling through time and space. It was very reasonable, very scientific, very magical. Danny complained in her heart and asked again, "You mean, the deviant ghosts that are reproduced are the strongest, the sacrificed babies are second, and the plundered babies are the weakest after being transformed into deviant ghosts? What about the effect of bloodline on deviant ghosts?" Bran said, "Generally speaking, the nobler the baby's bloodline, the stronger the magic power it possesses when it is transformed into a deviant ghost through sacrifice. After a sacrificed baby is transformed into a deviant ghost, the magic runes it possesses are more complete than those of a plundered baby. The willpower of a non-sacrificed baby will subconsciously resist the transformation. Thus, it is weaker than the deviant ghosts produced by the sacrifice. The sacrificed person with a noble bloodline can become a noble among the deviant ghosts. The sacrificed person with a normal bloodline can become a knight. The plundered baby is an ordinary soldier. The deviant ghost that you fought at the Great Wall was probably an earl among the deviant ghosts, and was very powerful. The deviant ghosts that appeared during the Battle of Winterfell were also of a high level. They were all sacrificed by the barbarians and the ancestors. Danny nodded slightly and had a plan in her heart. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Jurchens outside the Great Wall during the end of the Ming Dynasty. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Manchus who started to collect the Han army flag. The deviant ghosts that crossed the Great Wall were equivalent to the Manchus who built the Green Camp on a large scale. Bran continued, "The deviant ghosts that are transformed have higher limit. Once the transformation is complete, they possess ice magic and necromancy spells that can summon corpses into ghouls. Not only is natural reproduction difficult, but there are also many uncertainties about the offspring. Just like a human, a newborn can be strong, tall, short, weak, deformed, or even dwarfs. The deviant ghost's limits are very low. Many naturally born deviant ghosts don't have magic at all. Other than their bodies being colder, their strength is inferior to that of an ordinary human. What about the upper limit? Will there be a higher upper limit for naturally born deviant ghosts? Danny asked. After pondering for a while, Bran denied, if the deviant ghosts that reproduce are stronger, they can just choose one of their descendants to be the deviant ghost king. Why force Benjen Stark? 8,000 years have passed since the last long night. Even if the birth rate is low, a great king should have been born. The truth is not so. The true deviant ghost king has not appeared. It is as if the laws of the world are preventing him from appearing. Or rather, when the deviant ghosts completely exterminate the living, when the world enters eternal darkness and coldness, when the deviant ghosts become the main characters of the new era, the deviant ghost king will appear naturally. SSS 2 Megalosaurus, one green and one white, flew from the east, followed by 5 pterosaurs full of steel knights. Danny and Bran were not extremely bored, standing in the stone garden of Casterly Rock City to enjoy the breeze. They were waiting for Little White, Little Green, and the 5 pterosaurs that followed them. Let's begin. Danny closed her eyes and Blackie, who was lying on the side, jumped up and spat out dragon flames with his 2 younger brothers, burning the corpses on the walls of Casterly Rock City. The 3 dragons were all wearing steel armor and were not afraid of the javelins thrown by the Han army flag. In fact, there were only 3 deviant ghosts in Casterly Rock City. If the deviant ghosts dared to appear outside the city, they would have been discovered by Bran and then killed by the Dragon Queen. Well, although Bran was not a competent 3-eyed crow and was far less omniscient than Blynden, he was still a bug-level spy. Letting him help to scout the enemy was better than having a shape-shifting animal companion. In Westeros local wars, because of Bran's existence, the humans actually had an information advantage. Danny liked asymmetrical wars where she had an absolute information advantage. Well, she often fought in Slaver's Bay and was used to it, so she called Bran over as a scout. Gugugugu, a series of crow shadows flew out from Danny's eyes, turning into a line of fire that surrounded her body. Gradually, a golden-red fire cocoon appeared on her body. A total of 300 fire crows. Prepare to cover me with your will, Danny said. I'm afraid the effect won't be too good. Others might not be able to sense it, but Deviant Ghost King will definitely know. Bran hesitated. Don't you know my situation? Am I hiding it from Deviant Ghost King? Danny said indifferently. Alright. The big crow jumped into the sky. The huge 3-eyed crows will cover the entire Casterly Rock City, isolating the area within a 2-kilometer radius in a terrifying wall of will. Well, it was like using the will to create a golden bell that covered Casterly Rock City, thus blocking the senses of the gods and fate. Don't doubt, in Westeros, as long as the 3-eyed crow was willing, they could hide it from any existence, even if the other party was a true god. For example, when Blynden invited Danny to work together to deal with Lalo, Lalo didn't even notice it before he fell into the trap. Wind come. Danny's eyes suddenly turned green. Gradually, a gentle wind blew around her, and the clouds began to gather. The wind swept away the clouds, and a tornado began to form. Finally, in the stone garden of Casterly Rock City, a huge tornado with a diameter of 100 meters stood tall. It was obvious that as the wind pillar above Casterly Rock City took shape, the howling northern wind within a 10-kilometer radius of Casterly Rock City weakened. Like the god of frost extracting the cold air of the north to cast white frost, Dragon Queen extracted the power of the surrounding northern wind and turned it into a tornado controlled by her. Power couldn't be created out of thin air. The true essence of magic was to take away what was lacking and make up for what was surplus. If the surplus was too much, it would become a forbidden spell. Domain. Bran said bitterly. How is this possible? You comprehended the wind domain in a month's time? It's just a prototype. Danny floated in the center of the tornado, her blue cloak fluttering in the wind like a banner. I thought you would comprehend the fire domain first, Bran said. I thought so before, but soaking in the wind of a world every day, I can't help but think. Danny seemed helpless, but she was very proud of herself. She had only comprehended the prototype of the wind domain the day before yesterday, and had never truly tested its power. Now that she had tried it out, the effect was too shocking. Previously, she only knew fire witchcraft and didn't know any proper wind witchcraft, but once she comprehended the domain, the first thing she did was to cast a forbidden spell. No wonder when she chased after the door god to ask for wind witchcraft, the door god said he didn't know any witchcraft. When pressed, he impatiently warned her, "Focus on the song of wind. With the song of wind, witchcraft is completely useless." Now Danny finally understood. Compared to Tao, witchcraft was really just a side branch. The tornado gradually expanded, and like a condom, it wrapped itself around Casterly Rock City, the Lannisters' second son. Hiss! Big Black, Little White, and Little Green stood in a triangle on the city wall, surrounding Casterly Rock City. At this time, they all spat dragon flames at the tornado wall. It was like sprinkling a strand of red dye in the milky white vortex. The dragon flames kept spitting, and the fiery red in the tornado gradually deepened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, the fire cocoon around Danny's body also expanded and fell to the bottom of Casterly Rock City, mixing with the dragon flames. Wind and fire complemented each other, and the wind carried the fire, pouring into the city gate at the bottom of Casterly Rock City. It was as if the tornado had turned into a cloud of red smoke, and Casterly Rock City was a vacuum cleaner, sucking the fire and wind into its stomach. As it inhaled, it spewed out. Casterly Rock City was divided into many levels, and each level had an open-air window. At this time, the wind carried black smoke and fire, spewing out from the window, occasionally bringing out corpses and ghost limbs that burned like torches. Other than the warehouse of supplies, Casterly Rock City was completely exposed. Chapter 897. There were many islands in the Westeros near the Sunset Sea, such as the Iron Islands, the Shield Islands, and the Bear Islands. Among the islands in the western region, the largest and most famous was the Fairy Island. The Fairy Island was more than 200 kilometers long and had an average width of 50 kilometers. It was close to the mainland in the east and the Sunset Sea in the west. Not only was there a rich estate on the island, but there was also a thriving fishing industry. In fact, the two largest fishing grounds in the western region were on the Fairy Island and the port of Lannister. The Fairy Island was also very close to the capital of the western region, Casterly Rock City. The straight line of the Messenger Crow was only about 100 kilometers. However, the Fairy Island and Casterly Rock City were separated by a peninsula that looked like a bull's horn. The sea route was more than 300 to 400 kilometers long. Even so, the fleeing ships still sailed to the Fairy City on the Fairy Island. During the fall of Casterly Rock City, the neighboring port of Lannister was on alert for more than 2 hours. Even if they couldn't form a strong defense line, they could at least let the ships leave the port and transport tens of thousands of people. Most of the ships went to the Fairy Island. Because of this, Targaryen and the Megalosaurus once again came to the Harmon family's Fairy City. The best friend who stole the 3 dragon eggs of the social princess, Rhaenyra, came from the Farman family in the Fairy City. More than 200 years ago, during the time of Meg, Rhaenyra lived on the Fairy Island with her Megalosaurus for many years. Until Count Farman could no longer afford the huge social expenses of the princess, he didn't hesitate to ask them to leave. "Megalosaurus, it's the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen is here. The Dragon Queen received the news and came to save us." Blackie howled in the air. The crowd crowded on the dock cheered excitedly, some even had tears in their eyes. They were all refugees who had escaped from Port of Lannister. They had drifted on the sea for 2 to 3 days and had just arrived at the dock. They were still in shock and couldn't help but lose their composure when they saw the Megalosaurus in the sky. Soon, a melodious horn sounded from the sentry tower of the Farman family castle. The castle gate opened, and the mayor and his knights came to the square in front of the castle with torches. "Your servant Sebastian Farman greets Her Majesty," the well-maintained middle-aged count with a mustache, who knew what he was thinking. He directly saluted Danny in front of Blackie like a vassal meeting the king. Behind him were several knights, a dozen knights, a number of women, and a great crowd of a score of children. Just like Count Farman, everyone bowed respectfully before sneaking curious glances at the Dragon Queen and her dragon. Although Danny was a little surprised by the mustached count's behavior, she did not show it on her face. She lightly jumped off the dragon and smiled faintly. "Count Farman, please get up." After that, Farman introduced Farman, Count Farman. Other than that, there was his family, his wife, sister, and children. Farman man, Farman, the first generation of men who broke off their engagement, Duncan the Short, and the third generation of men who broke off their engagement, Rob, both married Jenny. Other than her name, there were also her children. 13 children. Jenny Farman was only in her early 30s. She had given birth to 13 children, but she was still elegant and decent. Her skin was white and tender, and her figure was plump but not fat. She looked like a 30-year-old woman who had not given birth to children. Her face was also very kind and gentle, with a kind of motherly beauty. "Mrs. Jenny is really a lucky person." Danny couldn't help but sigh. He thanked the Holy Mother for her blessings. Jenny's gentle smile carried a hint of shyness. "You are more like the Virgin than I am," Danny complained in her heart. In the doctrine of the 7 gods, the Holy Mother was merciful, but the more practical meaning was fertility, which meant more children and more blessings. Jenny was so good at giving birth, and she even looked like she was blessed by the Virgin Mary. Count Harmon could see that the Dragon Queen had a good impression of his sister, so he wanted to use this topic to get closer. "Actually, my sister suffered a lot when she was young." As he walked into the hall, he said, "Back then, because Duke Tywin had some misunderstandings with my father, Casterly Rock City almost sent troops to Fairy Island. My sister was sent to Casterly Rock City as a hostage to Queen Mother Cersei. Yes, to be Lady Cersei's maid. You know, with Lady Cersei's temper, my sister suffered a lot. There was no misunderstanding at all. The truth was that the mustached old man had a funny brain. After Tywin destroyed the entire Castlemaine family, and when Tywin was the Prime Minister, he actually prepared to send troops to Casterly Rock City to rebel against Lannister? Then, Tywin sent a singer to Fairy City to play the song Castlemaine's Reign in the castle hall. Old Harmon woke up from his dream and sweated profusely. He quickly sent his daughter to Casterly Rock City as a hostage. "Brother, Lady Cersei did not mistreat me." Jenny smiled and shook her head. Danny smiled and revealed a big piece of news. "Cersei is dead." "Dead? How did she die?" Everyone was shocked. Danny's smile disappeared and she sighed. "She was tortured to death by Yu Luan. Very tragic." After that, she added a simple sentence. In fact, the dwarf did not even need to give Cersei a string of atonement scrolls. The seal of redemption that Danny blessed her before had the function of caller ID. Cersei's death, Blackie was alerted, and the stranger guaranteed that her soul would not fall into the hands of demons. When Cersei met the Great Sparrow, it was not hard to imagine how big of a commotion it would cause. The lawsuit would even reach the mother. Cersei loved Prince Rhaegar all those years ago. If she had married him as she wished, so many unfortunate things would not have happened, Jane said sadly, her eyes red. "She said the same thing," Danny said with a strange expression. Cersei? What did she say?" The mustached man was confused. "Cersei is now repenting to the stranger in hell. She has been repenting for a day and a night." As soon as she said this, the surrounding people felt as if a gust of cold wind blew past their necks, and their hair stood on end. "Are you kidding?" The mustached man forced a smile. I can send you to see how Circe repent. How about it? Danny was eager to try. No, I don't want to go to the seven hells. The mustached man's face was pale as he waved his hand. His sister, Jenny, asked hesitantly, can visiting her pacify her soul? Danny looked at her in surprise and nodded. If she is willing to listen, yes. Jenny, are you stupid? Why would a living person want to go to hell? The mustached man shouted. Danny smiled at Jenny, whose expression was constantly changing, and said, You all know about the tragedy that happened in the western region. I will try my best to clean up the ghouls into a large army. During this time, I will stay in your Andromeda city. You can think about it and come to me when you have made up your mind. Is it okay for me to stay in your house for a while? Then, Danny turned her gaze to the mustached count. When cleaning up the ghouls in the western region, Danny had to have a place to stay. The strait between the fairy island and the Westeros was only 30 to 40 kilometers, and it was very close to the castles in the western region. There was no safer and more convenient place to stay than the fairy city. The mustached man said excitedly, This is the honor of the fairy city. You can stay as long as you want. I will let the servants tidy up the West Garden. It was built for the West Empress Renee. Well, the West Empress Dowager and the East Empress Dowager were the same person. They were both social queens, Renee, the one whose daughter was taken by the dragon worm. When she lived on the fairy island in the west, Renee was called the West Empress Dowager. When she lived on the Dragonstone Island in the east, she was called the East Empress Dowager. Not long after, the 5 pterosaurs brought Ursa, Garth, and 50 other steel knights to the fairy city. After another round of greetings, the woman left with the children. The knights and knights stayed to listen to the Dragon Queen's arrangements. First of all, I have good news for everyone. 2 days after the fall of Casterly Rock City, it has been successfully recovered. So fast. Casterly Rock City is so deep. It won't be easy to clean it up, right? The mustached man and his followers were skeptical. We went to investigate. There were no other ghouls, but there was a warehouse full of gold left. Ursa said strangely. Gold? The mustached man was shocked. Greed flashed in his eyes. Garth Hightower said faintly, Prince Tyrion Zeon has taken the position of acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. Oh, where is Sir Jaime? The mustached man's eyes flashed and asked tentatively. He was too sad and is recuperating on Dragonstone Island. Danny said casually and began to assign tasks to the knights on the fairy island. There were 2 things. First, send a fleet to the neighboring continent to receive refugees. Second, arrange for the knights to go ashore and form a volunteer group to follow the Dragon Queen to fight the other ghouls. The terrain of the western region is very special. Many cities are built along the coast, so a rescue fleet is necessary. In addition to fishing boats, I hope that Count Farman can mobilize the entire island and call for all ships to form multiple formations. Send a fleet to support wherever there is a request for help. Danny said. This should not be a problem. The mustached count said. But will it be too dangerous to take the initiative to challenge the other ghouls? Winterfell is defending the city and has suffered heavy casualties. How can we fight outside? He said worriedly. Don't worry, it's different this time. Without the Frost God and the King of Ghouls, ordinary ghouls are no threat to humans. Danny smiled confidently, hoping to bring her confidence to the people around her. The effect was not good. The nobles on the fairy island looked at each other with hesitation. How could this Dragon Queen lie through her teeth? The other ghouls had already bathed Casterly Rock City and Port Lannister in blood, slaughtering a total of 1.5 million people in the western region. How could she say that ordinary ghouls were no threat? Before the 1.5 million ghouls, they had already destroyed cities and countries. Now that there were a few million more ghouls, did the Westeros still have any hope? To be honest, they were in despair. Seeing their reaction, Big Bear snorted and said, More than 50,000 ghouls in Casterly Rock City were wiped out by Her Majesty the Queen in one afternoon. How did she do it? The mustached man was shocked. Forbidden spell, Danny said calmly. Forbidden spell? The Muggle nobles on the fairy island were confused and shocked. They were confused because they did not have a specific understanding of forbidden spells. They were shocked because they knew that the frost god had frozen Winterfell with a forbidden spell. Even if they did not know much about forbidden spells, they knew that they were very powerful. So, they quickly handed over their teams. That night, they formed a 2,000-strong Western Region volunteer corps for the Dragon Queen. Before dawn, another group of pterosaurs flew over from Dragonstone Island. In addition to bringing a large number of dragon crystal weapons, there was also a fire wizard and a Lannister. "Why is it you? Where's Jaime?" Danny asked curiously. Chapter 898. Andromeda City, West Park. The tower overlooking the sea where the social queen Rhaenyra once lived. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard, and the fireplace crackled. At the dining table, the Dragon Queen was having breakfast with the help of the centaur maid Eerie, while the exhausted Tyrion sat beside her. "Why are you the only one here? Where's Jaime?" Danny asked. "Cersei is dead. She died a horrible death," he said bitterly. Danny swallowed a bacon roll and nodded. "I know. She's being tortured in hell." "Hell?" Tyrion was shocked. "Is there a hell?" "Of course there is. There are 7 levels of hell." Tyrion's lips twitched. He looked at the pretty maid who was peeling the eggshells for the queen and asked tactfully, "There are 7 levels of hell now?" "There has always been." Danny spouted nonsense. The dwarf was silent for a moment before asking, "I hung a bunch of atonement scrolls for Cersei. If anyone can go to heaven, then what's the attraction of heaven?" After pausing for a moment, Danny said meaningfully, "When I saw Cersei in heaven, the Great Sparrow's faith almost collapsed. So, do you understand? The Holy Mother had to make a choice. In order to give Cersei a place to stay, the Holy Mother had specially built a fantasy hell for her. If the atonement scrolls can't help people go to heaven, what's the attraction?" The dwarf said. "The atonement scrolls, as the name suggests, only redeem some of the sins. For example, if a person has 30 points of sin, only by cleansing his sins, which means that his sin value is 0, can he go to heaven. He originally couldn't go to heaven, but fortunately, he obtained an atonement scroll, and the atonement scroll can redeem 50 points of sin. After using the atonement scroll, his sin value was cleansed, and he successfully went to heaven. But your sister Cersei has more than 150 points of sin. After redeeming 50 points of sin, she still has 100 points of sin left. At most, she should have gone to the 7th level of hell, but now that she's redeemed, she can only go to the 5th level. For ordinary people, the atonement scrolls were enough. After all, those sinners who had committed countless crimes were in the minority. Speaking of which, hell can't be empty. She has at least 5 atonement scrolls on her, the dwarf emphasized. Do you think the Holy Mother will allow such a bug to exist? 100 atonement scrolls will only increase Stranger's godly power, it won't increase his authority at all, Danny said calmly. Can you make an exception? The dwarf pleaded. Make an exception? Do you think heaven belongs to your family? Danny said coldly. The dwarf choked and rubbed his nose, saying, There must be some remedy, right? Danny nodded and said, Of course, the Holy Mother will not cut off all paths. For example, the angels of heaven could redeem the demons of hell. If you have 200 merit points, you can offset 100 of her sin points, making it 2 against 1. Or perhaps, Cersei would have an epiphany while looking up at heaven from hell. Her soul would be refined, and she would be reborn. She would obtain a pair of angel wings and fly up to heaven. Forget about self-redemption. My bitch of a sister is still a bitch when she goes to hell. You don't even know that the wildfire buried in Red Castle was her handiwork. She was going to blow up Aegon or you, and you Luwin was just a guide. Tyrion sighed helplessly and asked, How do I get merit points? Kill deviant ghosts, save the common people, understand the laws, understand the teachings. As long as you are a person who benefits the people and society, you will receive the praise of the 7 gods. Look at me, how many merit points do I have now? Tyrion patted his chest and asked nervously. Dany did not look at him, and said casually, at least 120 sin points, only 1 level higher than Cersei? Impossible! What big mistake did I make? The dwarf cried out excitedly. Just patricide alone, you have 80 points. He's not my biological father, Tyrion said weakly. The Dragon Queen decided to enlighten him with a story of wisdom, so she said, thousands of years ago, there was an undull king named Oedipus in Hegion. Before he was born, his father seduced the son of another king. It should be the daughter of the king. Tyrion interrupted her. It was the son, a beautiful boy. Fuck. Tyrion was disgusted. Dany continued. His father seduced the prince of another kingdom. The king was furious and cursed that his father would be killed by his own son, and that his son would marry his wife. Ah, patricide and marrying the mother, that's too shocking, the dwarf said in shock. His father abandoned the newborn Oedipus in the wilderness to avoid the prophecy. You should be able to guess what happened next, right? Oedipus was adopted by others, and when he grew up, he did not know who his biological parents were. Of course, his parents did not know that he was their son either. Under a strange combination of circumstances, the prophecy that he had been avoiding became a reality. But Oedipus went to heaven in the end, and he did not commit any sins. Do you know why? I don't know why, but I'm sure you're lying, the dwarf said disdainfully. Even the 7 gods and heaven are fake, and you're telling me the story of heaven? You're an idiot who thinks you're smart. You don't listen to the teachings of the Holy Mother and still want to go to heaven, Dany sneered. I'm the Holy Mother. If you want to go to heaven, you have to listen to me. The dwarf immediately understood her unspoken words and sighed helplessly. You're right, in Slave Bay, you have to follow the rules of Slave Bay. Continue, I'm listening. If you do evil without intention, you won't be punished unless you're stupid. If you do good with intention, you'll be rewarded for your kindness. Then she explained, if you don't commit an unintentional mistake without being stupid, it's not considered a sin. Even if you do good with a purpose, it's still considered a merit. Doing good with a utilitarian heart is also considered a merit? The dwarf frowned. If you're really kind without a utilitarian heart, you'll cultivate your heart and morality, your soul will be sublimated, and you'll be promoted to an angel, which is a high grade. If you're kind with a utilitarian heart, you won't cultivate your heart but morality, your soul will be immortal, but your body will have merit, which is a middle grade. If you don't do good, you'll be mediocre and won't benefit society, which is a low grade. If you do evil with intention, you'll be a low grade. High grade, you'll be an angel and help the Holy Mother manage heaven. Middle grade, you'll go to heaven and be an ordinary saint. Low grade, you'll be reincarnated. Low grade, you'll go to hell. In the end, Dany concluded, kindness is the same as cultivation, it also depends on talent. Some people can't be pure by nature, like you. If I say to you, if you do good with intention, you won't be rewarded, then why do you do good? But if you don't do good, the world will have less beauty and more mediocrity. Why won't you be punished unless you're stupid? The dwarf asked again. Mortals are mediocre, many of their mistakes are unintentional, but some mistakes are beyond their abilities. For example, Oedipus killed his father and married his mother. That kind and brave person was actually a victim, his fate played by a group of evil gods from the Olympian pantheon. But some mistakes, even if they're unintentional, are still unforgivable. For example, 1,000 years ago the dwarf raised his hand to interrupt her, advising her tactfully, just tell me what you want to say, there's no need to add a time, place, or person's name to prove that you're telling the truth. Your vision is too narrow, you can't understand the profoundness of the multiverse. The vision of the seven gods has already surpassed this world, past, present, and future. One day, you'll kneel before the Holy Mother and repent for your ignorance." The Dragon Queen's expression was serious, and there seemed to be stars and the universe flickering in her eyes. The sacred and dignified aura made the dwarf doubt himself. Could it be that my sister's true talent is to be a charlatan? Her talent to be a charlatan is even stronger than the Queen's. I almost believed her. Since I'm destined to repent in the future, then allow me to make a mistake now," the dwarf said. The Dragon Queen glanced at him indifferently and said, "1,000 years ago, a village woman was bathing her son on the stove. Halfway through, her brain went haywire and she was called to gamble. She forgot about her son, who was waiting for the water to heat up in the pot." "Ah, then wouldn't her son be boiled to mush?" the dwarf exclaimed. "There was also a mother who accidentally warmed her infant to death. They didn't want to do evil, but stupidity is also a sin." "All right, what you said makes sense." The dwarf sighed and said, "According to your calculation, I have the intention to kill my father. Even if he's not my biological father, the sin is the same. But I don't get along with Circe. Even if I have merit points, I won't use them to save her. In the end, it's still up to my brother. How many merit points does Jaime have? He committed adultery with Circe, is that a sin? Jaime has only done one good deed in his life, saving the King's Landing, which is about 50 merit points. It's very likely that his adultery isn't a sin, but Circe's adultery is definitely a sin." "Likely?" The dwarf frowned. "How can we conclude that a person isn't dead and a coffin isn't closed? When he dies and his soul is exposed to strangers, we'll know what's real and what's fake. In this world, it's not uncommon for siblings to be together. If it's out of sincere and irrepressible love or social customs, the seven gods won't condemn them. But if it's out of desire, then it's a sin," Danny said faintly. The dwarf muttered, "Circe doesn't love Jaime? Love, but it's not true love." How does it count as true love? Why didn't Jaime come?" "Circe died too tragically, and with all the recent events, he fell ill from grief. Actually, I can't hold on any longer." The dwarf sighed. Danny didn't comment. "Did you see how Circe looked before she died? Being disfigured and humiliated is almost the most embarrassing thing for a woman, but your brother only loved her more. If the two of them were switched, what would Circe do?" The dwarf shook his head hesitantly. "I don't know. This is also one of the seven hells, the purgatory of heart. It's a hell full of illusions, mainly created to understand the sins of one's past life. In the purgatory of heart, Circe was so frightened by the disfigured Jaime that she hesitated. She couldn't bear the ugly reality of him. She did love Jaime, but external factors such as appearance, power, wealth, and so on affected her too much. After that, she was reborn to 15 years old with her memories. When Liga and Jaime confessed their love to her at the same time, she only hesitated for less than 30 seconds before saying to Jaime, "I'm sorry, but this is the best choice for both of us." The purgatory of heart, interesting? Tyrion thought for a moment with great interest, then smiled bitterly. "We can't let Jaime know about this." Danny raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. "Maybe Jaime is an honest person and doesn't care about these things? After all, your sister's behavior in this life, seducing a beautiful boy, Lancel, and keeping multiple mistresses, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like she only loves him." "Circe loves herself the most," Tyrion said helplessly. After chatting with the dwarf and having breakfast, the Dragon Queen rode on her dragon and under Bran's guidance, entered the mountains of the western region to wipe out the Ghoul army. Chapter 899. There was a national highway between Hudgien and the western region, the Hudgien Avenue. It ran from King's Landing to Rapid Flow City, through Golden Tooth City, Sarsfield, and finally to Casterly Rock City. When Luo Bai broke into the western region from Hudgien, he took the Hudgien Avenue. Of course, Luo Bai was very cunning. He only took the Hejian Avenue to Golden Tooth City for the first half of the journey, making Tywin think that he was going to attack Golden Tooth City. When Lannister's forces were concentrated in Golden Tooth City, he took a shortcut and quietly entered the defenseless northern region of the western region. But generally speaking, the Hejian Avenue was a pass between the western region and Hejian. If hundreds of thousands of ghouls wanted to leave the western region and enter Hejian, they could only take the Hejian Avenue. There were many mountain ranges in the western region, and there were only 3 main roads from Casterly Rock City to the outside world. Casterly Rock City, Rapid Flow City, Hejian Avenue, Casterly Rock City, King's Landing, Royal Territory, Golden Avenue, Casterly Rock City High Court, River Bend, Coastal Avenue. If Dany wanted to stop the ghouls from spreading from Casterly Rock City to the southern continent like a plague, and then to destroy the overall situation, she had to block off the 3 main roads. Right now, her target was the Hejian Avenue. Near Sarsfield, Bran discovered a massive army of the dead, numbering as many as 300,000. Tyrion brought his men ashore from the opposite shore of Fairy Island and chased after them along the Hejian Avenue. Meanwhile, Dragon Queen was in Golden Tooth City, sweeping toward the west. A 2-pronged attack. Tyrion only had 3,000 soldiers, facing 300,000 ghouls in a pincer attack. It sounded a little scary. At least, the soldiers of the western region, who were facing an army of ghouls for the first time, were terrified. This was a valley with steep mountains on both sides. The mountain rocks were covered in snow, and the birch and beech trees were not completely buried in the snow. Half of their bodies were exposed, and they waved at the soldiers of the western region below with their bare branches that looked like the fingers of a dead person. The soldiers used the materials on the ground to build a simple wooden fence in the valley that was more than 40 meters wide. In front of the fence was a fire path made of branches and freshly cut wood. "Your Highness, can this stop the ghouls?" Behind the fence, a 15-year-old with a freckled face asked the dwarf, who was looking ahead with rapt attention. This was Tyrion's new squire, Jaime Clafton. He was the 2nd son and 5th child of the productive knight Gareth Clafton and Jenny Farman. In addition to Jaime Clayton, there was also a young man as fat as a pig, Leon Farman, the 2nd son of the Count of Fairy Island. It was obvious that Lannister needed to rope in the Farman family, the most powerful family in the western region, after the destruction of Casterly Rock. The dwarf even publicly promised that when the long night was over, he would arrange a fief for them that matched their merits. After all, of the 3,000 people who followed the dwarf to attack the deviant ghosts, 2,000 came from Fairy Island. The other 700 were mercenaries, ruffians, and refugees that the dwarf had recruited from Fairy Island's pier. The last 300 were Dawn warriors in full tile armor. Can it stop them? The dwarf wasn't sure, so he turned his gaze to the big bear beside him. Definitely not, just like a wooden door can't stop a flood from breaking through a dam, the big bear said calmly. Then aren't we dead? Fatty Leon said in fear. What are you afraid of? We have the Dragon Queen. The dwarf was the first to shout, stabilizing the morale of the troops. The Dragon Queen has always been invincible. If we follow her tactics, we won't lose. The freckled Jaime said in a firm tone. The dwarf gave him an admiring look. We are here to fight in the wild, not to build a camp to stop deviant ghosts. They're here. The big bear pulled down his helmet and said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent, listening carefully, but they didn't hear anything. Tyrion was about to ask again, but suddenly, he felt the wind blowing along the mountain path become colder. Cora also explained in a timely manner, deviant ghosts and corpses run without making a sound, but they bring cold air and freezing fog. Then, he shouted, "Long live the Maiden of Light!" Tyrion and the others also shouted, "Long live the Maiden of Light!" Caw caw caw. The big crow, which had been resting on a treetop and taking a nap with its eyes closed, flapped its wings and took off, expanding into a small sun above everyone's heads. Rustle in the distance, there was a sound like a group of snakes crawling in the grass from the snow. The sound came from a dense group of figures. The living dead were like rabbits being chased by a dog, running wildly, leaving the cold fog behind them. 7 layers of hell. This is the army of corpses. There was a cry of surprise from the knights of the western region. Fuck. Tyrion's hands, which were holding the axe, felt sore and weak. He felt like a female celebrity who was recognized by her fans on the street. The point was, the female celebrity was naked, and tens of thousands of male fans were drooling, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced on him. He wanted to turn around and run away. But he couldn't run away. If he ran away today, Lannister would be completely finished and lose the hearts of the people. For the Holy Mother, for justice, for humanity, for honor. He could only relieve the pressure in his heart by shouting slogans. For the Queen. For the 7 gods, for humanity. The rest of the people also began to shout in a mess. Compared to the noisy Western Region volunteer army, the flood of corpses was terrifyingly quiet. Squeak! The sound of Megalosaurus came from further away, and the faint light of the fire dyed the eastern sky red. Boom! The army of corpses crashed into the bonfire and the wooden fence. Then, Tyrion threw a bottle of wildfire, causing a green flame among the corpses. The corpses avoided the green wildfire, and began to rush to the hillside on both sides of the wooden fence. The living dead began to fight with the soldiers in close quarters. Kill! Cora roared and swung his sword. The head of the corpses, together with the lion helmet, flew into the sky. Kill! Tyrion was chopping open a corpse's chest with his axe. Suddenly, a hole seemed to break in the sky above his head, and a tragic roar sounded. Looking up, he saw a silver-armored general with a blue cape floating above the small sun. It was the Dragon Queen. What surprised the dwarf was that the Dragon Queen seemed to have grown more than 20 light green tentacles, and the end of each tentacle was connected to a strange sword. A hiltless willow leaf sword. He saw with his own eyes that she forged a long and wide willow leaf-shaped strange sword with steel in the fairy city. It was 2 meters long and half a meter wide in the middle. The 2 ends were tapered, and except for the sword ridge in the middle, the blade was as thin as paper. The tragic roar came from the willow leaf sword. They irregularly revolved around the Dragon Queen, and the sound became louder and louder, spinning faster and faster. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the Dragon Queen's figure became blurry, because there was a twisting tornado around her. It had a diameter of more than 10 meters. The tail of the tornado was like the slender legs of a girl who woke up in the middle of the night. It carefully probed down from the air, and finally landed on the slippers in front of the wooden fence. The next moment, something that shocked the dwarf happened. The tornado was like a whale sucking in water. Everything it touched, whether it was the wooden fence or the corpse, was sucked into it. Then, he heard the chee-chee-chee-chee sound of flesh being cut. Broken limbs and wooden stakes that were half a person's height were thrown out of the air. The tornado moved forward at the speed of a normal person, like a harvester in a paddy field. The neatly arranged corpse was sucked in, and broken limbs flew out. Fuck, so this is how the willow leaf sword is used. It should be considered a forbidden spell, right? The dwarf muttered with his eyes wide open. He was stunned for a moment, then he swung his axe and split open the corpse's lower abdomen, and the cold and slippery internal organs flowed out. His face didn't have the excitement from before, and he only looked at the axe and muttered, "This is a god shouldn't appear in the human world, otherwise we ordinary people wouldn't be able to live. Long live the Queen." Cora and the Dawn Warrior were very excited. Long live the Dragon Queen. The Western region's morale was high. The tornado was controlled by the Dragon Queen, and it gradually shortened and thickened. When it reached a diameter of 30 meters, it was only 40 meters high. The wind wall also became thinner, and the people around could vaguely see that there were dozens of giant leaves in the tornado, layer by layer, crushing every corpse that was sucked into the tornado. The Dragon Queen drove the tornado to wash the ground, and a group of soldiers rushed out of the fence, following behind and killing the corpses that were caught in the net. 5 kilometers away they met the 3 megalosaurus. Dahe, Little White, and Little Green flew side by side in the air, and a group of soldiers followed behind them. They were the soldiers of the Western region in the Golden Tooth City fortress. The Golden Tooth City was guarded by the Raffles, but it wasn't their fief. The Golden Tooth City guarded the only road from Hejian land to the Western region through the mountains, and it was rich in gold, otherwise it wouldn't be called the Golden Tooth City, so Lannister didn't give it out at all. After the 2 armies met, the dwarf finally had a group of troops loyal to Lannister. Ho-ho-ho, the tornado gradually dissipated, revealing the Dragon Queen, who was surrounded by willow swords. Chi-chi-chi. The 27 wide-leaf swords lost their momentum and fell from the sky, but they were pulled by a breeze, and neatly inserted into the leather sheath tied to Dahe's back. Then, the Dragon Queen slowly landed on the dragon's saddle. The people around had personally experienced this magical journey, and they all looked at her in awe, not even daring to come over and greet her. Only Tyrion didn't notice, and curiously walked to Dahe's side, asking, "What kind of witchcraft is this? Is it a forbidden spell?" The Dragon Queen didn't answer, and only ordered, "Carry the wounded to my side, and the rest of the soldiers collect the corpses on the ground. Pile the human corpses together and prepare to be cremated. Pickle and smoke the animal corpses, and prepare to use them as rations." The freckled attendant looked around and asked doubtfully, "How do we distinguish between human and beast corpses? There are only pieces of meat left, and they're all mixed together." Tyrion immediately said, "Those with hard fur are beasts, those without fur, or those with so little fur that you can see the skin, are humans." The soldiers responded, and scattered under the leadership of the knight. Tyrion didn't leave, and while waiting for the wounded, he asked about the previous topic, "You've become a god? Why can an iron sword fly?" "You've seen a kite, so why can a kite fly?" Dany asked back. "I saw green tentacles on your body, and they were holding swords." The dwarf said, "That's also wind." Dany smiled and opened her palm, and the invisible wind whistled and gathered in the center of the iron glove. The colorless wind condensed into green, and the formless wind turned into a streamer-like existence. It was almost like the tentacles that the dwarf had seen before, curled into a ball. "What is this thing?" the dwarf asked curiously. "You're the thing. I'm a beat." A female voice that sounded like the howling wind said, Who's talking?" The dwarf looked around in horror. Seeing this, Dany laughed. "What kind of demon dares to show off in front of an expert? Quickly show yourself." Caw caw caw. The demon was indeed obedient, and turned into a big crow with green eyes in her palm. Chapter 900. Dany had obtained a little over 2,000 children of the forest crows from Bran, and they were divided equally between wind and fire. Previously, she had been transforming the fire crows, so the burning process of the wind spirits was relatively slow. In other words, the cycle of transforming the wind spirits was very long. Burning once a day, it often took more than half a month to burn the fire crows into a pure life mark. More than a month after the Battle of Winterfell, the 1,000 fire crows had not been completely transformed, and only 50 wind spirits had been transformed in the past few days. Elemental spirits had 3 forms: crow, human form, and elemental body. The elemental form of a fire spirit was a fireball, and the elemental form of a wind spirit was a gust of wind. They gathered into a green ribbon, and were invisible and intangible when scattered. So strange, if there is an elemental spirit to assist in casting witchcraft, it will be twice the result with half the effort, right? The dwarf looked at the crow enviously. There are some things that you can't get by being envious. Be an honest person and do things steadily. Go set up the tent first, we will spend the night here and go to Branded City tomorrow morning. The dwarf didn't leave, and only gave a few instructions to the attendant. Then, he leaned over to Blackie. pointed at the crow that was looking left and right, and asked curiously, "Why is she called Beet? I remember that your crows are all named after fruit." Fire spirits are fruits, wind spirits are vegetables. As she spoke, Danny's hand shook, and Beet turned into a gust of wind again, singing a cheerful song in the sky that only the wind god could hear. Similar to how fire spirits hated ice and liked to stay in high-temperature bonfires, wind spirits hated confined and narrow spaces, liked the open sky, and liked to swim in the wind. Now, the north wind whistled day and night. Humans hated this kind of weather, but wind spirits absorbed power from the raging wind and thrived, and were not affected by the cold at all. The dwarf said shamelessly, "Can you give me 2 wind crows? I also want to fly." "You want to fly?" Danny glanced at him strangely and nodded. "All right, now I have given you a pair of invisible wings. Wherever there is wind, you can fly as far as you can. Fly past despair and towards hope." Tyrion actually jumped up and down a few times. "Where are they? Where are the invisible wings? Why can't I see or feel them? Is there some spell? Since they are invisible wings, of course you can't see them now. You can ride Tessa to an altitude of 3,000 meters, then jump down and shout, 'I am a big idiot,' Sichuan dialect. After jumping down, and then activate the invisible wings." Danny said seriously. The dwarf was stunned and said angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Danny nodded. "Only a fool would think that I would give you a wind spirit." The dwarf was speechless. After tossing and turning until nightfall, thousands of Western Region volunteers finally piled up the remains of 100,000 ghouls on the side of the road. Well, they weren't transported together. They were just placed on the side of the road. Then, the 2 dragons went from east to west and from west to east to burn the corpses. In addition to human corpses, they found nearly 10,000 animal corpses. There were cattle, sheep, and other domestic animals, as well as tigers, leopards, wolves, bears, and other wild beasts. "If we don't use the dragon flame to burn them, I'm afraid there will be more of them." The dwarf picked up a piece of meat covered in black hair and sniffed it. "This is wild boar meat. It doesn't have any stench, so it should have been killed by deviant ghosts when it was still alive. Fighting deviant ghosts, it seems that you can make a fortune?" Big Bear said strangely, "The night is long and cold. It's almost impossible to find prey in the forest. But when the ghouls sweep the forest, they can lure out all the wild beasts that are hibernating in the winter. The wild beasts are also hungry. The wild beasts can eat the flesh of the ghouls, and then the living people can eat the flesh of the wild beasts and ghouls. In this way, both humans and wild beasts can live through the long night." The corner of Danny's mouth twitched. "Isn't this the human-beast version of swapping children for food?" "How are the casualties?" she asked. "Almost half of them are injured. Including the ones in Golden Tooth City, more than 300 people died." Tyrion sighed. "It's the first time, and it's a field battle. It's already very good. Even 5 Dawn warriors died." Big Bear said, "Gather them together, I will personally send them to heaven," Danny said. She first treated the wounded, then gathered the living warriors together to bury the dead. With the recitation of the 7 Stars Bible, the fire burned fiercely, and finally, the ashes were buried in one place. Dragon Queen also slashed the mountain with her sword and flattened one side of a huge boulder. Then, using the sword as a pen, she engraved the general process and results of the war, as well as the name and title of each warrior, if there was a title. Sensing the uncontrollable fanatical admiration of the surrounding soldiers for Dragon Queen, the dwarf said sourly, "I think this monument should be erected by me." Danny glanced at him and said lightly, "Can you do it? There is no swordsman in the 7 kingdoms who can use a sword to carve on granite so smoothly. I can find a stonemason to carve slowly. Anyway, I just need to buy people's hearts." The dwarf said, "Do you think I need the hearts of the people in the Western region? If you need it, I won't say anything. But you obviously don't need it, and such a good opportunity to buy people's hearts has been wasted." the dwarf sighed. If you perform well in the war to clean up the deviant ghosts, every time you charge at the front, enjoy at the back, and work hard to feed the remaining people, it's better than any method to buy people's hearts. In the following battle, the dwarf really fought at the front, bravely and fiercely. In the next half a month, Bran opened the map, Dragon Queen used Bladestorm, and with more and more Western Region volunteers, they killed more than 1 million corpses. Almost all the fallen castles were subdued, including the largest city in the Western Region, Port Lannister. Well, when passing through some fallen villages and cities, they often met some refugees who had escaped disaster by hiding in cellars, caves, woods, and other places. Without exception, regardless of gender, they all joined the volunteers. When they first left the fairy city, they still needed the pterosaur to transport food. After the first wave of deviant ghosts, the volunteers suddenly found that there was more bacon than they could eat. This was true. In the first wave, during the Battle of the River, Dragon Queen used the Megalosaurus to burn the army of corpses. After that, she simply used the Megalosaurus to cooperate with the soldiers to block the path of the corpses, and then used Bladestorm to serve them. Not only did she have more food and spiritual substance, but her understanding of the Song of Wind and the Domain of Wind also improved rapidly. Actual combat was the best way to increase experience and combat power. When Dany used Bladestorm now, she was more and more proficient. Almost with a thought, she could borrow the wind within a radius of 10 kilometers. And with the increase of her strength, Dany's mentality also gradually changed. Her control and understanding of high-end power made her more confident. Now that she used Bladestorm, she no longer needed Bran to use the will barrier to help her hide her influence on the River of Fate. The frequency of using the Domain of Wind was too high, and there was no way to hide it. This was one reason, and another reason was that she had a new trump card. Well, using the Domain of Wind to drive Bladestorm every day also made her have some understanding of the Domain of Fire and Domain of Light. More than 1,000 fire crows were completely transformed, and more than 300 wind crows were transformed. The Song of Fire had increased to 45%, and the Song of Light had reached an astonishing 53%. The more Songs of Law she obtained, the less sheep eggs and Lalo. Now, Lalo didn't have the face to call himself the King of Light in front of Dany. Moreover, the Space of Faith also stored a part of the Song of Light that was snatched from Lalo when he helped Jon resurrect. Through comparing the two, Dany had a new understanding of the structure of the sun. Perhaps, in the near future, she would be able to make the fire spirit evolve into a real sun? All of these were the sources of her increase in confidence. Another change brought about by the increase in strength was the transportation method and efficiency of the Western Region's volunteer corps. Today, when night fell, riding a horse was far less practical and efficient than riding a sleigh. But how could ordinary soldiers be qualified to ride a sleigh? In fact, the fairy city had the ability to equip each of the 3,000 soldiers with a horse, but not all dogs and horses could pull a sleigh. In the northern region, it was very easy to gather enough sled dogs and long-haired ponies, but the war horses of the western region couldn't withstand the cold, and their legs were thin and long, suitable for galloping on the plains, so they couldn't pull sleighs. The dogs were the same. The dogs of the western region were hunting dogs, not sled dogs. The only sled that could be pulled by horses and dogs were the noble knight. At most, the ordinary soldiers were allowed to put their weapons and leather armor on the sleigh, while they followed behind the sleigh and used poles to ski. Every time Dragon Queen made a quick turn, the soldiers would be as tired as dogs. Later, the Dragon Queen's wind domain gradually matured from its embryonic form, and she began to give the volunteer corps benefits. The wind sleigh bus. It was a giant sleigh built from solid iron trees, with a huge sail on it, and could seat 30 to 40 people. Except for climbing slopes and turning corners, people needed to push it down. When placed on flat ground, the Dragon Queen's wind domain could make it run as fast as a galloping horse. If it ran 24 hours a day, it could easily travel 1,000 miles a day. It was also by relying on the sleigh bus to transfer troops, and by relying on the pterosaur to transport food, wheat, vegetables, and fruits, that the Dragon Queen could travel 1,000 miles. Every time she conquered a city, every time she won a battle, the Dragon Queen would broadcast the news through the magic net hub and the messenger crows. Now the people of the Seven Kingdoms knew that the Dragon Queen was killing in the western region. Well, she didn't do this just to show off. 2 or 3 million corpses suddenly appeared in the western region. Although she and the volunteer corps of the western region had a great harvest, killing more than 1 million enemies, 1 million was not even half of the total number of corpses. Where did the rest go? Some of them were trapped in the mountains of the western region, and some of them infiltrated into Hejian, the royal territory, and River Bend. Therefore, recently, the deviant ghosts once again nibbled at the northern region in the same way as that day. 1 or 2 deviant ghosts led 40 to 50,000 corpses, and dozens of troops scattered all over the place, attacking the local villages and small castles. Well, the deviant ghosts adopted the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside. They wretchedly farmed in the graveyard and gathered to steal chickens from the small cities. After a wave, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they immediately scattered and ran away, not letting the Dragon Queen catch them. To be honest, Danny would rather have 1 million corpses gathered together to besiege the capital cities of the Seven Kingdoms. She was not afraid of the enemy's concentrated attack on the city. But once the deviant ghosts scattered and acted, the Dawn warriors she formed began to lose focus. Sometimes there were frequent crises, and even she had to stay up late riding the dragon to rush to the scene. Because of the incident in Casterly Rock City, the entire Westeros was now in a state of decay. The half-year period predicted at the end of the Battle of Winterfell was actually less than 2 months. Recently, she had conquered the Lost Land in the western region. The 3 kingdoms in the central and southern Westeros Hejian, the royal territory, and River Bend kept losing their castles, or the nobles in the castles sacrificed deviant ghosts to ensure their safety. The Dragon Queen had to use the frequent news of victory to strengthen the confidence of the people of the Seven Kingdoms and establish the determination to win against the deviant ghosts. Chapter 901. The Tungsha River originated from the western region and flowed towards Hejian before finally converging into the Trident River. Rapid Flow City was located at the delta where the Tungsha River and the Trident River's tributary, the Red Fork River, converged. As the night fell, the surface of the Tungsha River began to freeze. The river water dried up, the flow rate almost stagnated, and the river became narrow. In this way, the deviant ghosts had a way to leave the western region through the Tungsha River and enter Hejian. In fact, there were more than 200,000 corpses gathered there. In the end, they were discovered by the Bran who had opened up the map. Danny led the western region's volunteers to rush over and fought a not-so-great but very fierce battle of the Tungsha River. Without waiting for them to recover, the Bran sent news that there were corpses gathering around Calamity Bastion. Calamity Bastion was located at the northernmost tip of the western region and was only separated from the Iron Islands by a 100-kilometer-wide strait. The deviant ghosts could attack Calamity Bastion that had not yet fallen, or they could sneak into Hejian along the coastline. Regardless of the situation, it was a fact that the corpses were gathering on a large scale. Danny had to go there. Therefore, after they cleaned up the battlefield at the Tungsha River, they did not rest and immediately broke camp. In the end, they went to the Tarbeck Hall 100 kilometers away to spend the night. Castme's reign involved 2 major families. One was the Tarbeck family and the other was the Reyes family. The 2 families joined forces to rebel against the Lannister. Tywin captured the Tarbeck Hall and killed the entire Tarbeck family. The Castme Castle of the Reyes family was similar to Casterly Rock. It was built in a mine and was easy to defend. Tywin poured the river into the mine and drowned hundreds of the Reyes family members. At this time, 150 sleigh buses surrounded the collapsed castle. The main hall of the castle was cleaned of debris on the ground and spiderwebs on the walls. The Dragon Queen's tent was set up inside. In the tent, the usual dinner had already ended. Well, every time it was dinner, the noble knights of the volunteers would come to eat at the same table with the Dragon Queen. They did not necessarily eat well, but it was a Westeros tradition for the king and his subjects to eat together. If Dany wasn't here, Tyrion would be the one to entertain the knights. At this moment dinner had just ended. The centaur maid was instructing the knight squires to clear the plates and clean up the place. The Dragon Queen and the dwarf sat on the other side, staring at the lit glass candles together. "Your Majesty, please come back quickly. The people of the royal territory need you," Old Crab said earnestly from the other end of the candle. "The people of the western region need the Queen more. There are still millions of ghouls waiting for the Queen to clean up." The dwarf laughed. "Sigh. The royal nobles are the true roots of the Targaryens." Now, there were frequent reports of victories in the western region, where they could easily kill 100,000 or even 200,000 enemies. This was in stark contrast to the difficulties in other regions. The nobles of the royal domain wrote letters one after another, expressing their willingness to form a royal domain volunteer regiment, and that they would wholeheartedly obey the Queen's command. They are fearful of the increasingly frequent otherworldly assaults and are hoping for the Queen to come and suppress them. The old crab said helplessly. "The castle in the royal territory hasn't fallen yet, right?" Dany asked. Without waiting for the old crab to speak, Tyrion said first, "Not a single one. The royal territory is very close to Heron Castle and Dragonstone Island. Reinforcements can arrive in 2 or 3 hours. In fact, they don't need reinforcements at all. Last time, when Staghorn Castle was besieged by 30,000 ghouls, Sir Berkwell led 800 clan soldiers and held on for a day and a night. He killed more than 10,000 enemies and forced the ghouls to retreat without much loss. That was a special case. Sir Berkwell's family happened to have 2 bishop-level priests. The big crab shook his head and said with an amazed expression, "They saved up divine spell slots for more than a year. In just one day they used more than 2,000 divine spells. How terrifying!" Generally speaking, there were 3 things that every noble family in the Westeros was well equipped with: scholars and their matching crow's nest, monks and their matching Templars, and Godswood Forest. Scholars, crow's nest, and Godswood Forest were things that almost every family had. Monks and Templars rarely appeared in the northern region. In fact, only White Harbor and Mandalay believed in the 7 gods. Staghorn Castle also had a Templar, and there was only an old monk surnamed Berkwell and an apprentice in the Templar. He was the granduncle of the current Earl Berkwell. Because the second son did not have the right to inherit, the granduncle went to the King's Landing Cathedral to study when he was young. After becoming a monk, he went home to preside over the business of the Templar. Half a century passed in a flash. Then Sir Berkwell's younger brother did not have the right to inherit, so he followed the granduncle to study the teachings of the 7 gods. After more than 10 years, he also became an apprentice monk, not registered in the church headquarters. However, the 2 second sons of Berkwell had a special root of wisdom and were very devout. They became priests more than a year ago. They belonged to the family's lineage, and did not go to the Cathedral of Baelor to become archbishops. In fact, many regional archbishops did not go to King's Landing after becoming priests. Instead, there were bishops of King's Landing who were appointed by the Holy See to preside over affairs after becoming priests. The 2 Berkwell monks stayed at home to study the 7 Stars Bible and did not have a reputation. Earl Berkwell knew that they had become priests, but he did not pay too much attention to it. The 2 devout monks prayed in the family's Templar every day and did not have many opportunities to use divine spells. However, the Holy Mother Dany allowed the infinite accumulation of spell slots. The 2 of them held back for more than a year, and each of them accumulated more than 20,000 spell slots. 20,000, they could be called human-shaped divine cannons. One could imagine how much shock they brought to others when the deviant ghosts attacked the city. Well, under the divine system of the Seven Gods Church, as long as the bronze held back for a long time, defeating the gold was not a dream. That scene was almost as big as the shock to the Shaolin Temple and the entire Jianghu when the sweeping monk suddenly jumped out and overturned South Murong and North Xiaofeng and his father. The defense of Antler Castle also made the world understand the huge role of monks in war for the first time. The effect of the sacred healing was not very good, because the priests did not use it in the right place. But for sword wounds, especially bleeding, a sacred healing could be called a bug, and wasn't this the most needed treatment in war? Since monks are so useful, let the church send monks to each castle, Tyrion said. Those nobles certainly thought so, but the church did not agree. The old crab shook his head. Dany said disapprovingly, "Think about the Dawn Warriors. Even a fool would not divide the Dawn Warriors into hundreds and scatter them in each castle. Antler Castle is a special case. The two monks have been accumulating spells without a chance to use them, so the two of them are equivalent to a team of hundreds of priests. Just like after the Dawn Warriors were divided, 1 or 2 Iron Warriors would not be of much use other than boosting morale. Low-level priests only have a dozen spell slots in a day, and do not have the ability to turn the tide of the battle. Only when the priests are gathered together and form a large group of priests, together with the elite warriors' sons, can the effect be more powerful. For example, guarding King's Landing and holding back the deviant ghosts' main force in the south." At this point, Dany could not help but think of Erlu, who had already become the king of King's Landing, and asked, "What is Stannis doing?" "He has finally fulfilled his long-cherished wish of many years, to take King's Landing and ascend to the Iron Throne. Even if he is unable to defend the Seven Kingdoms, he should at least protect his own territory, right?" Tyrion nodded and smiled. "I almost forgot about Stannis. Although the Red Keep was destroyed by Yuluin, he has finally been crowned king, and the Iron Throne's fief is the king's responsibility to defend the fief. Speaking of which, I have already pledged my loyalty to him, and as the Lord, he should come to Casterly Rock's aid. Stannis' situation is a little complicated." The old crab was hesitant. "How complicated? Just tell me what he is doing now," Tyrion said. The old crab hesitated. Half a month ago, when he saw the Iron Throne, he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. After that, there were rumors that he was ambushed when he was chasing Yuluin, and was heavily injured, and has been recuperating since then. There were also rumors that he was not injured at all, and was just sitting in his room in a daze. There were also rumors that he was hysterical, and kept saying things like Serene, the highest and most holy authority of the king. "I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. I will judge the Seven Kingdoms, and judge Yuluin and Cersei." It is very scary, and it is said that he is on the verge of going crazy. There are too many unconfirmed news, and he has not shown himself, so we do not know much about his situation. Dany obviously knew the story of the search for the Iron Throne, and hearing this, she said disapprovingly, "Isn't it just that the Iron Throne fell into a cesspool? What is there to be unable to accept? It was also in a cesspool before. To put it bluntly, Yuluin and Cersei's buttocks are not as clean as a child's poop." "If Stannis heard this, he would go mad," the dwarf said with a grin. "Maybe Stannis is really recuperating and has not gone crazy. After the Red Keep was bombed, he went to pursue Yuluin, and was indeed ambushed by the Dragonslayer crossbows. I can confirm that Davos, who was following him, was pierced in the stomach, and if not for the many priests in King's Landing, he would not have survived." The old crab said, "Stannis is not even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of being injured? He does not need to recuperate at all, unless it is a heart wound." Dany shook her head. "Has the Iron Throne been moved back?" Tyrion asked curiously. The old crab nodded. The Red Heart Knight used a crowbar to pull the iron throne out of the cesspool, then stretched the rope, and 3 wyverns carried it back to the Red Keep, the image of the iron throne appearing in Dany's mind, and when it was pulled out, juices flowed, colorful. She shuddered, and quickly extinguished the thought. It was too disgusting. Stannis can still eat that kind of chair? What a good appetite! She said in disgust. Sitting is sitting, just treat it as sitting on the toilet, there is no need to say eat, right? Tyrion and the old crab also had disgusted expressions. Sitting on the toilet? Dany chuckled. That is a good idea. The dwarf seemed to be able to smell the smell coming from the Iron Throne during every court session. Didn't the Red Keep blow up a huge crater? He changed to a clean topic. The outer city became a huge crater, and the towers in the inner castle near the crater collapsed, while Meg Tower and White Sword Tower were at the back and were preserved. Has the gap in the city wall been repaired? The dwarf asked again. It is being repaired. Devos is mobilizing the people of King's Landing to repair the city wall and clean up the burned city. Renai's Hills was the worst hit, and he plans to move the people to Visenya Hills. Between the corner of Powder Street and Sister Silence Street, a quarter of the residential area near King's Landing, which is the area of the flea nest, are all being pushed down. What nonsense! If he has the energy, he might as well save the vassals, Tyrion said with a frown. No, he has no other choice. You know how complicated the environment of the flea nest is, there are many ghouls hiding there, and there is no way to clean them up. Recently, there have been sightings of the living dead in the dark alleys. Chapter 902. The Old Crab said, after the small sun appeared, the ghouls hid in wells, gutters, ruins. As long as they could hide, they would go inside. The ghouls don't need to breathe or eat. When the sun disappears, when a living person is alone, they will silently approach and kill them. Rando Tarly led the warriors' sons to sweep the outside of the city every day, but they never killed all the ghouls spying on the King's Landing. The ghouls kill the living, and the ghouls revive the dead. So smart? The dwarf was surprised. You killed more than 1,000,000 ghouls in the West, why don't you even know this? The old crab was puzzled. Although they hide in the woods, they never infiltrated our camp like an assassin. The dwarf said. The old crab turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen. That's because Her Majesty is there. When the barbarians went south to the Great Wall, they were also followed by the ghouls. They nibbled away at the barbarians' troops from the outside, strengthening their ghouls' army. It seems that the Church still lacks a divine spell like evil detection, Dany said thoughtfully. Of the 7 gods, only the Holy Mother, Warrior, Blacksmith, and Stranger had been activated, while the girl, Old Woman, and Father were empty. And the Dragon Queen had been busy fighting the ghouls recently, so she didn't have the time or the mind to plunder a few evil gods for a meal. Maybe she should make some time to activate the remaining 3 clergies. Dany secretly made a decision. She said, as a warrior, the ghouls aren't scary. They can't form an efficient and powerful military formation like a human army. They are a group of scattered soldiers who only know the tactic of charging like pigs. But the ghouls have the memories of their lives, in familiar places, facing familiar people. They are very terrifying assassins. This can be seen from the fall of Casterly Rock. At that time, Casterly Rock had 4,000 defenders. If they cooperated well, with the dragon crystal weapons in their hands and the terrain advantage, it wouldn't be a big problem to block more than 1,000 ghouls. However, the ghouls didn't rush over while yelling. They spread out silently and went from house to house to assassinate familiar people in the castle and soldiers in the barrack. What about Melisandre? Did she deal with the deviant ghosts outside the city? Tyrion asked. If a deviant ghost appeared, she would definitely make a move. But even if a deviant ghost was found, it wouldn't be her turn to make a move. The Church's knights would have already rushed over while shouting for the 7 gods. The old crab pursed its lips. I mean, can the red-robed woman detect the location of deviant ghosts? Tyrion emphasized, she knows prophecy magic. Prophecy? The old crab's expression turned strange. I don't know if the red-robed woman can predict the location of deviants, but our Dragonstone Island really does have a master of prophecy. Several times, he had predicted in advance that the castle would be attacked, and that the castle would not fall even if it was attacked. At first, we thought he was lying. After all, he had just arrived at Dragonstone Island and hadn't even set foot on the Westeros. In the face of our suspicions, he only said, "It's because of the Queen's request that I make time every day to help predict the deviants. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Then we had to believe it. For example, that time at Deer Horn Castle, he predicted that the deviant ghosts would return in failure. "Are you talking about the Red Monk Machiro?" the dwarf asked in surprise. He had a deep impression of Machiro because he looked very much like his family's emblem, an angry lion's head. "I've already converted him and converted him to the 7 gods," Dany said proudly. "But Machiro's face is full of sorrow, sighing day and night, as if he's missing his old master," the old crab said hesitantly. Dany's face turned serious. "Did he study the Pope's annotated version of the 7 Stars Bible that I gave him?" "I don't know." The old crab shook his head. "He makes prophecies every day at a fixed time, and after the prophecies, he goes to the basement to make wildfire. After completing his quota for the day, he goes home and shuts himself in. I don't know what he's doing." Sigh, the religious atmosphere on Dragonstone Island is still not strong enough. Dragon Queen sighed and decided, "How about this, you arrange for someone to send Machiro to the great cathedral of Baelor and give him the identity of a bishop. He'll be influenced by what he sees and hears, and with the company of many colleagues, he should be able to quickly adapt to his new identity and new life." "Is there a need for that?" Tyrion was puzzled. Dany revealed her true feelings and sighed. "Sigh, you don't even know how much the Holy Mother envies Lalo, and how much she hopes to have a believer like Melisandre." The old crab reminded her, "Your Majesty, there's something else I have to report to you. The first batch of red-robed monks to assist King's Landing have arrived. They're from Pentos and Myr. Other than the red monks, there are also warriors wearing gorgeous armor. They wear orange capes and hold spears with burning tip. They're called Hands of Sacred Fire. They're the armed forces of the Red God Church, similar to our Sons of Warriors. I heard that not long after Bravos, Tyrasai, Rhys, and even Volantis Red God priests will arrive one after another. King's Landing is about to be dyed red," he emphasized. The Dragon Queen nodded happily and said with grace and boldness, "Very good. The Anti-Ghost United Front has united all the forces that can be united, international friends coming to Westeros to participate in the war. We should welcome, warmly welcome. Count, pick 500 pounds of cabbage from Dragonstone Island and send it to them as an extra meal. The Long Night has been here for a few months. They must not have eaten live vegetables for a long time." The old crab's cheek muscles twitched and said directly, "Your Majesty, I can send the cabbage, but what I want to say is, the Red Monk has always been in conflict with the Church of the 7 Gods, and now you want to send Machiro to the great cathedral, and let him become a bishop. Machiro was the successor of Volantis' supreme priest. If there's a religious war, King's Landing will really be dyed red with blood. Even if there's a religious war, the Church of the 7 Gods, as the local dragon, will not lose." Dany was very calm. "But this will affect the overall situation of the Anti-Ghost United Front," the old crab shouted. Tyrion immediately said, "Then let Stannis and his Red Monk take care of the overall situation. Tell the vassals to send a message to King's Landing if there are any deviant ghosts harassing the city. There are so many Red Monks, 2-headed demon dragons, and the Winged Dragon Legion, we can't just leave them in the city for nothing." Dany rolled her eyes and said, "Count Sedega, why don't you use the cabbage as an excuse to visit Stannis? See what he's been busy with recently, and let him move around. I heard that there are rumors of deviant ghosts being sacrificed in many castles." We can't make the mistake of surrendering. Since he's sitting on the Iron Throne, even if it's stained with shit, he has to bear the corresponding responsibility," she emphasized with a serious expression. After the old crab went offline, the dwarf muttered, "If I were Stannis, I'd rather die now. After all that effort, all I got was a shitty chair, and I still have to wipe your shit." "What did you say?" The Dragon Queen's gaze became dangerous. The dwarf raised his face and didn't dodge. "Did I say something wrong? You were the one who wanted to punish those nobles who surrendered to the deviant ghosts, but you cherished your reputation and didn't want to be stained with shit, so you let Stannis be the villain." "I'm not the Queen of Westeros. Why should I be stained with shit?" Dany said unhappily. "I didn't say you did anything wrong, I'm just lamenting Stannis's misfortune." The dwarf sighed. "You're an unlucky bastard whose clan was exterminated, yet you sympathize with others." Dany mocked. "Wasn't Theon of Bella almost exterminated as well?" The dwarf's expression became more and more complicated. "Tywin killed Highcourt Tyrell early on. I wonder if Marjorie died in LVG. When Casterly Rock fell, Hugin Tully was also exterminated at the same time. Stark's uncle, Id Tully, his wife and son were all prisoners in Casterly Rock, and in the end, they became ghouls along with Lannister." When he said this, the dwarf's expression became very strange. It was like a smile that wasn't a smile, sorrowful and mocking. The best uncle in the game, Id Tully's experience was a bit similar to that of King Aegon. They were both tricked by Stark, leading to their capture. They were also promised that they would lose their freedom, or be exiled, but their children would inherit a small title and a small castle when they reached adulthood to continue the family. They died miserably before the promise could be fulfilled, and now they were all in heaven. After a moment of silence, the dwarf said, "2 days ago, Robert Arryn died of typhoid fever, and his heir, Harry, was burned to ashes in a wildfire while he was visiting a prostitute on Silk Street. The Arryn family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is completely without descendants. In the past few years, everyone's life has been hard. Our Lannister still has at least 2 strong men, a healthy daughter, and 3 living direct descendants. We have every right to sympathize with the others. You can still find happiness by comparing how miserable you are after the extermination of your family." "Very good," Dany praised in all seriousness. "Reality is like this. Whether or not I find some fun, what difference will the result make? It's better to live a happier life. In any case, I have a clear conscience and have already done my best for Lannister." At this point, Tyrion sighed deeply. Alas, this is the cruel rule of the game of power. If there are winners, there will be losers. There will inevitably be irreconcilable hatred between the losers and the winners, and in the end, no one can escape unscathed. Speaking of which, of the once incomparably glorious 9 great families in the Westeros, only Dorne remains intact. As expected, doing nothing is actually not wrong. Dany was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with the dwarf. She began to ask him to leave and said, "Okay, it's getting late. You should go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, you still have a long journey of more than 100 kilometers. Well," Tyrion hesitated for a moment and said shyly, "can you also move my tent into the hall?" "For what?" Dany was puzzled. "This is Tarbeck Hall. It's closer to you and safer," he said awkwardly. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Dany looked at him as if she was looking at a lunatic. "Why don't you understand?" The dwarf shouted. "I'm Lannister, and this is Tarbeck Hall. Back then, my father was here, where we are sitting now. He massacred hundreds of the Tarbeck family's master and servants. Not even chickens and dogs were spared. Even the 6-year-old child was drowned in the well. Now that I'm here, how can the undead not seek revenge on me?" As if he was worried that Dany would laugh at him for being suspicious, the dwarf explained, "In the western region, many people have heard the whimpers of the undead here. Tarbeck's wind and Castamer's rain are all the wails of the undead. There are even travelers passing by who see the traces of the undead at night. When you meet the undead, just tell them that your own father made Tywin's father a cuckold, and you killed him with your own hands. The undead can't wait to love you, Dany said lightly. There are really undead? The dwarf was shocked. Dany was too lazy to pay attention to him. She just waved her hand to chase him away. After the dwarf left, she took out the glass candle and began to contact King Kong in the distance. Chapter 903. Inside King Kong's Giant Cave. What, you've been sleeping in the cave for the past year, hibernating? You didn't find a single evil god? The Dragon Queen was extremely angry. With a flip of her wrist, she took out the little King Kong's soul fragment, that was stored in the space of faith. Like squeezing a pressure ball, she squeezed King Kong, who was lying on the ground and kowtowing, until he rolled back and forth, crying out in pain. The barbarians outside the cave heard the noise and were shocked and scared. They stretched their necks to look inside. After King Kong cried for a quarter of an hour, Dany put away King Kong. She was still angry and her tone was very unfriendly. I don't care if it's dark or not, I don't care how cold it is outside, and I don't care where you find food. But now, immediately, get out of this cave. I'll give you a month. If you can't find 2 evil gods in a month, I'll eat you. King Kong lay on the ground and panted. When he heard the news from the spiritual projection, 2 drops of tears came out of his golden eyes. You still dare to pretend to be pitiful? Dany didn't sympathize with him. Instead, she got even angrier. Before the sun goes out, you have at least half a year. If you're willing to work hard, you can help me find 8 or 10 evil gods. Now that you're sleeping in the cave, I won't force you. Instead, I'll give you benefits. Now, you've harmed yourself by being lazy, and you've also harmed me. I've been using you as an important trump card. I'm waiting for you to secretly find evil gods in the Sosros continent so that I can farm in a low-key way. In the end, you used the precious farming time to sleep and cry. If I knew it would be like this, I would have subdued that bat demon and let him eat you. Dany wasn't speaking out of anger. If she knew King Kong was so sneaky, she would have changed him. The bat demon looked ugly, but he had many descendants. Countless vampire bats spread out, and the efficiency of finding evil gods was much higher than King Kong. Roar, roar! King Kong rolled over and sat up. Facing the little one, Dany, he slapped his forehead hard. You've been cultivating and didn't sleep? Dany was startled. Her spiritual projection teleported and came to King Kong's forehead. She pointed at it. Then she was shocked. That bastard King Kong actually had divinity. However, he was still not a demigod. That's strange. You're not a demigod. How can you nurture so much Song of Power's divinity? Dany was puzzled. Vajra was like a piece of fertile land. Planting a divinity of Vajra's Song of Power in spring, and reaping 10 divinities in the coming year. In addition to the skyrocketing divinity, the Song of Power runes in King Kong's body had also doubled. It was more complex and complete than before. After recording the runes of the Vajra Song of Power version 2.0, Dany's expression softened a little. She said, "Tell me the truth. Is it because of the special environment of this cave that you can grow divinity by sleeping? Or are you practicing some secret technique that I can't detect? Or did you get something strange?" King Kong stood up from its cross-legged sitting position and jumped up and down on the stone slab where it slept. Roughly looking at it, it was an ordinary stone floor close to the stone wall. Because King Kong often rested on it, it was smoother and tidier than other places. When Dany projected her image over, she saw King Kong snoring on the ground. After jumping in the cave for a while, King Kong waved at Dany and strode out. After passing through a long, giant tunnel, King Kong and Dany arrived at the outer cave. It was the spacious cave where Dany had discovered the ruins of the temple. At this time, the temple had been renovated. Beside the stream, there were 40 to 50 thatched cottages. Dany saw a group of somewhat familiar striped barbarians. At least, she still remembered the old priest who danced naked to her and offered her a living human arm as a blood sacrifice. There were old and young, men and women. There were more than 300 of them. When King Kong walked out, they were kneeling in front of the temple and praying. It was the same old priest who was dancing beside the fire. Danny did not understand at first. However, as she appeared and was seen by the pig-nosed striped barbarians, the power of faith surged toward her. She was now an expert in manipulating the power of faith. She immediately noticed that the striped barbarian's power of faith was just ordinary energy to her, but it was slowly increasing King Kong's divinity. What's the principle behind this? Danny was puzzled. Ho 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 ho! The old priest looked at King Kong fervently and grinned, shouting words full of primitive power. The striped barbarians around him were also full of fanaticism. They looked at King Kong and surrounded him, jumping and shouting the same words. Danny did not understand the striped language, but she could roughly sense the meaning of the words. The God of Power. They called King Kong the God of Power. Ho 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 ho! King Kong excitedly stomped his feet and got into a horse stance. He beat his chest with his fists that were as big as a locomotive. Dong dong, dong dong dong! The spacious cave that could be used as a hangar trembled slightly. After that, the old priest gestured and explained to Danny what had happened in the past year. When they were first captured by King Kong, there were only 100 of them. King Kong killed the striped barbarians who originally believed in bats to make room for them. Naturally, there was no great ethnic integration. However, the place was dead, but the people were alive. Among the dozens of people who were captured, many of the striped barbarians' family and friends stayed in the original mountaintop village. Some of them secretly ran back and brought the whole village. The entire village originally had thousands of people, but hundreds were killed by King Kong. After a long journey, only about 200 people successfully entered this paradise. Later, the old priest found an abandoned temple outside the cave. He was knowledgeable and immediately understood that the deity that the temple used to worship was King Kong. After finding the sacrificial words of King Kong on an old slate, Danny had also seen the slate. She thought it was just scribbles and did not expect it to be words at all. The old priest, who was originally an extraordinaire, immediately changed his profession to the chief bishop of the King Kong sect. After carefully listening to the old priest recite the King Kong Sutra, Danny looked at King Kong and said, "Your ancestors must have been great. They might have been a true god." King Kong grinned and started to laugh. However, Danny then shook her head and said, "It's a pity that your descendants are unfilial, lazy, incompetent, and unambitious. They can only eat and wait for death." In the end, King Kong left the warm and comfortable cave and walked alone in the dark and cold forest, looking for traces of evil gods for the Dragon Queen. However, Danny also gave him a great benefit: the warrior's sword. It was the passive divine spell that she gave to Rando Tully. After helping Blackie activate the divine title of warrior, Danny and the big black dragon entered the warrior state and could obtain the combat experience of all the devout swordsmen in Westeros for thousands of years. By comprehending the swordsmanship of countless swordsmen, the swordsman Danny was promoted to the sword god and understood the divinity of the sword god. Now, she turned the warrior's experience into divine spells of different levels. Even the lowest level warrior's sword could only be obtained by high-ranking priests. Now, King Kong obtained the highest level warrior's sword. One day in the future, King Kong might carry an iron rod and guard the door of the Seven Gods Temple like a dog. Or, he might carry a giant iron sword and walk alone on the earth, slaying demons for the seven gods. The surrounding forest was as short as the grass under the feet of mortals. With a swing of the sword, mountains and rivers would be split. After King Kong did not get the whereabouts of the evil gods, Danny turned her attention to her old friend Kuei-shi. "What have you been up to recently?" Danny looked around and asked curiously. Kuei-shi no longer lived in the underground palace. Her house was now a two-story building. The main structure was made of wood and the furnishings were simple. There was a bed and a desk. Kuei-shi still wore the red wooden mask and a robe that was as dark as the night. When Danny came over, she was reading a book by the light of a candle. There was a stove burning with dark red charcoal beside her. The sky outside the building was dark. There was the sound of waves and the market. It seemed to be a hotel by the sea in Edo. Kuei-shi looked at Danny and said, "This is Edo, the capital of the Bo family in the Azure Dynasty. It is also the largest port in the Jade Sea. If the sun is not extinguished, one can see the Emperor's 9-layered palace from the balcony. It is even bigger than the King's Landing city." Danny turned to the northeast and smiled. "I can feel the aura of the 7 gods' temple. The faith is so weak. It is difficult to send down a miracle. Be content. Many evil gods' churches dream of walking on the stage but can't. They can only secretly recruit believers." Kuei-shi said and then exclaimed, "Your strength is growing so fast. I can no longer see your figure in the river of fate, nor can I hear your name. The end of the era, the beginning of the era of great battles. It is the best time for us to stand out and fight for fate. Yet you cower in Edo and don't fight for it. Of course your progress is slow." Kuei-shi said disapprovingly, "When the era changes, other than the children of the era, everyone else is cannon fodder. I still want to live to the next era. If I lose my life, what's the use of advancing bravely?" "Follow me and you will not be in danger," Danny said confidently. Kuei-shi's tone became very strange. "You've been in the limelight recently. Even Asha from the Shadowland, the focus of the wizards and the god of darkness discussion is you. Everyone is talking about how to kill you." "Sigh, I have the same feeling now." Danny did not jump up and down in excitement. Instead, she acted as if she already knew. "When I was plotting against the evil god was aware of it. Now I can almost feel the malice of others towards me. That was why when Pale Moon Chu-Nu came to find her last time, she was not excited at all. Instead, she felt uneasy and left the Bay of Sorrow immediately." "What is the motive for those demons to attack me?" Danny asked curiously. "The main reason is that many gods have prophesied the long night of the gods. You are to the gods, just like the king of the deviant ghosts is to humans. Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Danny smiled bitterly. "I am busy fighting the deviant ghosts every day. How can I have the time to do something like the long night of the gods?" Kuei-shi shrugged and said calmly, "They also want to know why you can't tolerate them. Have they found a way to deal with me?" Danny asked again. "More or less. What way?" Danny was surprised. "Gather more people and attack together." After a pause, Kuei-shi explained, "To deal with you, they can't use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. They can't let themselves become a stepping stone on your path of growth. They should contact all the gods and sorcerers in the world who are hostile to you, and then try to recruit gods and sorcerers who are willing to attack you. Gather all the forces and take you down in one wave." Isn't the enemy too smart?" Danny looked troubled. "If all of them play like this, how can the children of the era grow? There is no other way. There is an example." Chapter 904. Actually, those evil gods all think of you as the second Beleriand. Kuei-shi sighed. "Are you talking about the sheep egg?" Danny asked. "We are used to calling him Beleriand," Kuei-shi explained. Kuei-shi explained, "You are not the first child of the human era. Beleriand from 6,000 years ago was your predecessor. At his peak, Beleriand was too powerful. The saying Great Wizard Valeglia is invincible started from him. The invincibility here is not limited to transcendents, wizards, and demigods. Even true gods are no match for him. At least 2 true gods have been defeated by him." After a pause, Kuei-shi looked at Danny seriously and said with uncertainty, "I suspect that you can challenge some weaker true gods now. It is difficult for true gods to use all their power in the material world, But you and Beleriand do not have this limitation. I am far from it. I am just a new demigod. I can't even defeat a veteran demigod. How can I challenge a true god? Dany waved her hand to deny it and change the topic. Other than Mother Lone and Lalo, who else was defeated by the sheep egg? Kuei, she looked at her deeply and said, there are also the dark demigods from the dark lands of the Far East. Many of them have existed since the birth of the world. They are as strong as true gods, but they still suffered a great loss in the hands of Beleriand. Even if you are not hostile to the demigods, they will not watch you go down the same path as Beleriand, not to mention that you want to kill them. Dany put on a straight face and refuted seriously, don't talk nonsense. The conflict between me and the gods has been resolved. Those rumors about me being Twilight of the Gods and Long Night of the Gods are all slander by my enemies. Just like you said, some demigods do not want to see me rise, so they deliberately spread rumors to sow discord between me and the other gods. They want to kill with a borrowed knife. Only the most stupid gods will fall for it and be used as a knife. Kuei, she was startled. She seemed to have understood something. Her eyes flashed with admiration as she nodded and said, that's right. Some evil gods are slandering you. Tell me, which evil gods are slandering me? If I go and kill them, will the other gods be disgusted with me? Dany tactfully stated the purpose of this trip. Kuei, she understood what she was implying. I want to kill a few evil gods. Tell me, which evil gods would not provoke the other evil gods? After thinking it through, the corner of her mouth started to twitch. How dare you say that you don't know how to direct the long night of the gods? Now, for no reason at all, and the situation is tense, you want to kill a few evil gods. Good heavens, one is not enough, you want a few. When the long night is over, when your strength skyrockets, and when you are so bored that your balls hurt, you will most likely start the long night of the gods. Of course, Kuei, she was no fool. She could guess that Dany's benefits from killing the evil god must be in the form of an increase in power. There is only one Korhole black goat. Everyone in the transcendent realm knows about the conflict between you and him. He must be one of the gods who spread rumors about you. Kuei, she also tactfully warned Dany. Now many evil gods are staring at you. Stay calm. Don't let yourself become the enemy of all. Dany frowned and thought for a while. She asked, have you sealed the evil god in the underground palace of the Thunder Island? Do you want me to help you to convert him? Kuei, she was shocked. She stared at her with her eyes wide open. I think we can try, Dany said. Kuei, she frowned and thought for a while. She said, no one knows the background of the demon in the underground palace. But we can be sure that he is not inferior to a true god. This time, Dany was also shocked. How can you be sure? Can a true god be sealed by an ordinary transcendent? Am I very ordinary? Kuei, she was displeased. Dany immediately said sincerely, sorry, you are not ordinary. You are the young generation of the East, okay. Kuei, she quickly interrupted her. She raised her hand as if she was surrendering. I am just an ordinary shadow-binding knight. But I only sealed his breath, so that the evil god's whisper will not affect the Thunder Island Queen. Then, she said, think about it. Just a breath is so powerful that it can affect half of the Thunder Island. How terrifying is his true power? Sigh, forget it. Dany was about to leave when a thought suddenly came to her mind. What's the situation in the barbarian land now? She asked. Kuei, she sighed bitterly and said, just as we guessed before, the Azure dynasty that originally had 100 years of national fate was destroyed after the long nightfall. Except for the barbarian land and the few counties nearby that had the Grey Plague, the warlords all announced that the Emperor is tyrannical and the long night fall. Obviously, they want to blame the disappearance of the sun on the imperial court. This is also the reason why the Azure Bow family supports the Seven Gods Church. Because a long time ago, the Seven Gods Church has been spreading the news that the long nightfall is coming. The Seven Gods Church can prove that the long night fall has nothing to do with the Azure dynasty. The Seven Gods Church had a great reputation during the Great Plague. They all believe that the Seven Gods Church is a proper god. A proper god? Danny was dissatisfied. Isn't this evaluation too low? At least there should be justice and mercy, two labels of the God of justice. It's already very good. You should know that no matter what cult it is, it will always do some good things to attract believers. Just like a scumbag, no matter how scumbag he is, he will always be gentle and considerate at the beginning, like the most perfect lover. Danny's expression was strange. Are you saying this because of your feelings? You think the shadow binding knights will use complaints to deal with scumbags? Kuei, she said calmly. Danny shrugged and returned to the original topic. You said that the evil gods of the barren land are everywhere, and the people have no way to make a living? Kuei, she nodded and said, unlike you Westeros, the barren land is a place where supernatural forces are active. Many evil gods have established their churches here. When the world is in chaos, evil cults are born. When the people have no way to make a living, the need for faith is at its peak. Any god, evil god, righteous god, or demon, as long as it can bring hope to the people, even if it's an illusory hope, as long as it can numb the suffering of the people, they will offer all of their faith. Before this, the barren land was at the end of the dynasty. Hundreds and thousands of warlords rose up, and each warlord had a supernatural force behind them. When the long night fall, the evil gods, demons, and sorcerers who were hiding in the dark all came out. It's not an exaggeration to say that the barren land is full of demons, humans, gods, demons, and evil living together. This is also why I came back to the barren land. My hometown, family, and friends are all here. Kuei, she sighed tiredly. That's great. Danny was overjoyed. Kuei, she looking at the shadow binding knight, who suddenly stiffened like a wooden statue, Danny quickly explained, I mean, the people of the barren land are suffering too much. The Church of the Seven Gods can't just sit back and watch the evil gods wreak havoc. It's time for the Church's armed forces to come into play. Your church has no armed forces, and the Bow family can't even protect their ancestral land. How can they have extra forces to send to the church? Kuei, she said calmly. That's a problem. Danny hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Kuei, you see, we have the same goal. We're both working for the welfare of the people, for the peace of the society, for the return of the barren land to peace. I think you should have a side job. Side job? Being an alchemist is my side job. You've even used my potions before, Kuei, she said. No, being an alchemist is your protective spell. I don't need a protective spell. Kuei, she emphasized stiffly. Where do you get your daily expenses from? Danny was unconcerned. I have my family's property and gifts from the nobles, Kuei, she said. All right. Danny did not want to argue with her. She only suggested, I think, in addition to being a shadow-binding knight, you should also take on the role of a high priestess and find a powerful god to support you. Take Melisandre, the witch queen of Yashai, for example. She's your role model. Kuei, she asked with a slightly sarcastic tone, you want me to be a priest of the seven gods and help you manage the affairs of the barren land? The best of both worlds, Danny said. Unfortunately, I can't believe in you after seeing your face and eyebrows. Kuei, she shook her head. What's wrong with my face? Danny asked as she touched her face. The premise of belief is reverence, followed by worship. I can't do it. Danny thought for a moment and said, Do you remember Tyrion? The dwarf who got the grayscale disease. How can I not remember? Kuei, she gritted her teeth. I heard he's your illegitimate brother? Does that mean he also has the king's blood? What do you want to do? Danny was confused. After he knew the truth about the seven gods, he still used the Seven Stars Bible to restore his belief. I think you can learn from him and start with the teachings. In the end, the power, dignity, and holiness of the gods are all for the sake of spreading the teachings. The foundation of a religion is still the teachings. I think you can send a dwarf to manage the affairs of the church, Kueishi said. Danny fell into deep thought. Belief could not be forced. Since Kueishi was unwilling to believe in her, she could only choose a smart and powerful person to manage the affairs of the barren land. After all, she only needed demon hunters to slay demons for her. Developing belief was not that important. According to the sacred oath, the Bo dynasty and the 10 most powerful families of the barren land will arrange for their heirs to hide at Slave Bay during the long night. Then they will help me develop the Church of the Seven God. Where are their heirs now? Danny asked. Kueishi said, they should be arriving at Furious Howl City by now. The former city of the Red Jade Warrior, the one where Father cut off Danny's messenger. After that, they should take the land route and cross the Dothraki Sea to Meereen. Furious Howl City was on the edge of the Jade Sea. Like the barren land, it was one of the cities around the Jade Sea. Danny walked back and forth in the room a few times. She stopped and said in a low voice, "Go tell Bo Ching, Bo Tian, Bo Tu, or any other leader of the Bo dynasty that no matter what, they must send 1,000 elite knights to protect the Church of the Barren Land. Also, let them establish the Church of the Seven Gods as the national religion and appoint the Archbishop of the Barren Land as the national guardian." Kueishi was shocked and hesitated. What's there to be pretentious about? Without me, the Bo dynasty will be finished. With my help, even if the heir of the Bo dynasty is a pig, he will still be able to sit on the throne. Danny's voice was faint, but her aura was somewhat oppressive. Kueishi sighed heavily. Just based on this sentence, the Bo dynasty will agree to your request no matter what. But have you ever thought about how much the national religion and the national advisor are hated? There are so many evil god sects in the barren land, but none of them became the national religion. Even the Necromancer Association, with tens of thousands of years of history, only maintains a detached status and does not easily participate in political changes. Ha ha ha, how can we develop and grow if we don't incur the jealousy of others? Danny laughed happily, but her eyes were strange. Chapter 905. After ending the long-distance video call with Kueishi, Danny immediately asked the centaur maid to call the dwarf. She found that the dwarf's tent was in the corridor outside the hall. He had already taken off his armor and was sleeping in his sleeping bag. "I didn't enter the hall," the dwarf said embarrassedly. "You're an extraordinary and a blood magic wizard. Aren't you ashamed to be afraid of the undead?" Danny said disdainfully. "You're not from the West. Old Nan didn't tell you the story of Castme and Tabek's undead. Every time I did something bad, Old Nan said to let Tabek's undead take me away. Think about it, are the people of the North afraid of deviant ghosts and strange creatures?" Danny was stunned. The dwarf's words seemed to make sense. She then changed the topic and said seriously, "Tyrion, your chance to realize the value of life has come. The seven gods have an important mission for you." Tyrion yawned and complained impatiently, "Just say it. What do you want me to do? Don't play with these fancy things." Danny glared at him and said, "The evil gods of the barbarian lands are wreaking havoc. I want you to go there and be the chief bishop. At the same time, you'll also be the guardian of the barbarian lands. If necessary, you might even be able to become the prime minister of the barbarian lands. With so many positions, you're almost like the emperor of the barbarian land. As long as you keep your second brother under control and don't stay overnight in King Orden's harem, you can enter the court without any rush, worship without any fame, or have a sword in your hand." What? Tyrion's sleepy mind was startled away. Danny first explained the situation of the barbarian lands before saying, "When you go to the barbarian lands, you don't need to spread the teachings of the seven god. Just use the axe in your hand and your superior fire magic to solve the problems of the barbarian land." "Why?" Tyrion asked blankly. "Why me? You're Targaryen's super illegitimate son. In the barbarian lands, you're like a lord. Those corrupt ministers and fatuous rulers rely on Targaryen to protect their bloodline, identity, and status. Besides, you're smart enough to have the highest chance of survival in a complicated environment like the Barren Land. Dany comforted him gently. Highest survival rate? The dwarf's mouth twitched. Why do you always think of me first every time there's a life-threatening mission? Why are you always unwilling to help me solve my problems? Dany asked. I can't go to the Barren Land. The Lannister clan has been exterminated, and the western region has fallen. What will happen to this place if I leave? Tyrion shook his head. Call Jaime over. He's been resting for half a month and should be fully recovered. He's the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Shield of Lannister Harbor, and the Guardian of the West. You're just a dispensable acting mayor of Casterly Rock City. Dany said bluntly. Only by going to the barbarian land can you realize your dream of ruling the world. I'm not trying to compete with Jaime, but the western region is my hometown. If I can't even protect my hometown, how can I protect the people of the barbarians? Damn it, are the barbarians all 16 years old? I only have feelings for young, sexy, and flirtatious women. The others are no different from pigs and sheep. I don't care how many die. The dwarf waved his arms and complained loudly. Dany stared at him for a while before sighing. You're hopeless. You can't escape from the seven hells. I'd rather go to the seven hells than let myself be wronged. After expressing his determination once again, the dwarf softened his tone and said sincerely, if you really want to develop the barbarian land, you should arrange for true believers of the seven gods to go there. For example, my cousin Lancel or St. Matthew. They're not as smart as you. You have a special destiny, the destiny of a cockroach. You're just like a cockroach. You can easily adapt to all kinds of dangerous and complicated environments, and can even turn disadvantages into advantages. For example, you were captured by Catelyn, but seduced her attendant, Bronn was Catelyn's follower at the time, and subdued the Mountain Clan. For example, the situation at King's Landing was so bad, but you defeated Stannis at the Blackwater River. Are you going to praise me? Tyrion rolled his eyes. But I really can't do it this time. If it wasn't for the long night, if the western region wasn't in such a dangerous situation, it wouldn't be a problem to help you go to barbarian land. But now, how can I be at ease with the affairs of the Westeros? I'll tell you the truth. Crisis is opportunity. I chose you, not only because you're smart, but also because of a more important reason. Don't let the goodies flow into the family. Dany said meaningfully. What kind of goodies? Tyrion asked curiously. The chance to become a god. Dany said mysteriously. Tyrion smiled cleverly. You can give this chance to others. I don't want it. You want to fool me? No way. Dany was about to mock him, but suddenly, her expression changed. She waved her hand to drive him away and said, Don't regret it in the future. Go back to sleep. When the dwarf left while muttering, Dany's figure blurred and instantly disappeared from the tent. It was the soul of the black dragon entering her body. When Dany turned into a stranger, she used the teleportation technique. The distance wasn't far, only 10 kilometers. She was like a gray shadow, flashing 3 times in a row and arriving at a coastal castle 30 kilometers away. You're really bold, coming to my territory to steal my people. Even Lala wouldn't dare to be so reckless. In the world of death, the stranger Dany floated 50 meters above the city wall, looking down at the flirtatious woman below. Well, a woman dressed in an unusually flirtatious and sexy way, with long silver hair and a small oval face. Her charming heterochromatic eyes were like 2 stars on her delicate face, shining brightly. Her curvaceous body was only covered with a pink gauze dress, exuding a kind of extremely seductive charm. Perfect face, perfect figure, perfect temperament of a flirtatious woman. Dany only took a glance, and a fire began to rise in her heart, the primitive fire of desire. Pain and pleasure, dryness and dampness. That woman was like a star of sex and love. Anyone who was illuminated by her radiance, even if they were blind, would fall into the most primitive human desire. She was a goddess of lust. Hello, Danny Lizzie. The goddess of heterochromatic eyes didn't panic because of a guilty conscience. Instead, she was natural and unrestrained, smiling and greeting Danny. Unexpectedly, her voice was soft and sweet, without a trace of seduction. I'm very good, but you'll be very bad soon. Danny narrowed her eyes and said coldly. Don't misunderstand, I didn't break the rules. The goddess of heterochromatic eyes showed a doting smile on her autumn moon-like face the way a senior looked at a junior that made Danny very unhappy. Then, she raised her right hand, and the red sand slid down, revealing a few lifeless human heads between her white wrist and her budding fingers. It was like pinching a few carrot-sized soldier toys. There were men and women. The older ones were in their 40s, while the younger ones were only in their teens. Between their eyebrows there were still some similarities. They should be from the same family or close relative. Each soul had a pink thread of faith wrapped around it, tied to the goddess's pale finger. This meant that they were her believers, or they had borrowed her power. Danny lowered her head and looked at the castle below. It was like an isolated ruin on a cliff by the sea. The walls and houses gave off a sense of disrepair. However, the castle occupied a large area, and the layout of the buildings in the city was grand. Thinking back to the past, this place must have been very glorious. In fact, the history of Cliff City in Westeros was as old as Lannister and Stark. The castle had been built during the time of the ancestors. Even many buildings in Winterfell had collapsed due to the erosion of time. The fact that Cliff City was able to maintain its structure until now was a miracle in architecture. Yes, many castles in Westeros were miracles on Earth. 8,000 years of history since she recognized where this place was. Danny also guessed the identity of the souls in the goddess' hands. She even vaguely knew what had happened tonight. They have atonement scrolls? Danny's expression couldn't be seen clearly under the shadow of the hood, but her voice was cold, causing the relaxed smile on the goddess' lips to wither. The process of her smile disappearing was like the most delicate and beautiful rose withering in front of one's eyes. It made one feel pity and heartache, and one was willing to pay any price to stop this process. Danny couldn't stand it anymore. Goosebumps crawled up her arms. The Holy Mother of God's palm was stirring. They are my believers, the goddess emphasized. They used to be, but they stopped when they put on the atonement scrolls, Danny said. After a moment of silence, the goddess' starry eyes flashed. She said, "They are not only my believers, but they have also borrowed my divine power. In fact, their families have been believers of my religion for hundreds of years. This isn't the first time I've come to Westeros to receive the souls of my believers. They could before, but not now." Danny was just looking for King Kong and Kuei-shi to have a meal with the evil gods. Now, there was a rabbit bumping into a wooden stake. How could she let it go? As everyone knows, Westeros is now my territory, and the rules are set by me. According to my rules, you only have 2 paths left. Enter the great holy church and pray to the goddess for 500 years of atonement, or let me kill you with one slap. The goddess on the other side obviously didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so unreasonable. Her red lips parted slightly, and she was stunned. "Why are you like this?" the beauty said bitterly. Danny raised her right palm. There was green wind and blazing fire in her palm. In the next moment, she was going to kill this god's clone with one slap. The beautiful goddess turned pale. She hurriedly said, "Don't listen to me. I have permission to enter Westeros." "Who gave you permission?" Danny stopped and asked curiously. "Blynden, three-eyed crow Blynden. Danny, I'm also a Targaryen. You and I are both descendants of Aegon IV, mediocre King Aegon." The goddess showed the same gentle gaze as when they first met. "Shit, you're Sherry Yangshin? Looking at the blue and green eyes, Danny instantly thought of the famous noble illegitimate child. Aegon the mediocre king was Robert's king template. He had an uncountable number of illegitimate children. However, the children were valued by their mothers. Only those with noble mothers could become noble illegitimate children. For example, Daemon Blackfyre. His mother was Diana Targaryen, the elder sister of Saint Bael. At that time, there were 6 illegitimate children who were granted the right to inherit. There were 3 sons and 3 daughters. Shera Yangsheen was the youngest among them. Danny asked curiously, "What's your current state? Are you a clone of the goddess of lust, or are you the goddess of lust? Or are you reincarnated into the Targaryen royal family as the goddess of lust?" Chapter 906. Danny was not surprised to discover that Shera Yangsheen was a powerful extraordinaire. As the princess of the number 1 family in the Westeros, Shera's secret was difficult to hide. She had never thought of hiding it. Just like her mother, Serena, it was impossible for her to hide her identity and background. Otherwise, why would the nobles of the 7 kingdoms acknowledge Shera's identity as a noble illegitimate child? The reason why the 3-eyed crow Blinden was able to become a noble illegitimate child was because his mother's family, the Blackwood family, was one of the oldest nobles in Hedgian. They had a history of almost 8,000 years. The reason why Shera was able to stand side by side with Blinden and Daemon Blackfyre was because her mother, Serena, came from an ancient Valeglia family. More directly, Shera's ancestors came from a branch of the 14th Fire Peak family. Other than Bravos, the ruling class of the other 8 of the 9 free trading city-states were all descendants of the 14 Fire Peak family branches and the conquered royals. If Empress Dany were to rule the world in the future, how would she rule over such a vast territory? With her second son. She would use the second son of her grandsons. She would send her grandsons one by one to the major cities and marry the most powerful native in the area. Her grandsons would be the king, and the daughter of the most powerful native would be the queen. The descendants that were produced in this way would have the bloodline of both of them. Wasn't that the marriage contract between the Boo family and Dany? Shera Yangsheen came from such a background. However, after the great calamity of Valeglia, the political situation of the various cities changed drastically. The trading princes gradually gained more political power. For example, Illyrio, a gangster, became the Prince of Pentos. For example, in Kars, the 13 princes had more power than the Kars royalty. In the end, in a city where commerce was the most important, only the rich could be the boss. Of course, the rulers of the free cities were still the rich and noble descendants of Valeglia. Illyrio was able to become a prince because his first wife came from a noble family. The process of the Dragon Queen fighting for supremacy could actually be seen as the infighting of the descendants of Valeglia in the post-Valeglia era. The upper echelons of the alliance all had high Valeglia bloodline. Since even Lysalina's genealogy was known, her age could not be hidden from the Westeros higher-ups. She was the 9th and last mistress of the mediocre King Aegon. At the same time, she was also the most beautiful of his 9 mistresses. She was as sweet as a young girl in spring, so she won the title of Sweet Serena. But her real age was old enough to be Aegon's grandmother. There were even more exaggerated rumors that Serena was born before the cataclysm of Valeglia, but old Ymont denied it, saying that she was not that old. Even so, the mediocre King Aegon at that time was already over 50 years old. Serena was not a teenage granny in modern TikTok who relied on Asian sorcery to maintain her appearance. She was truly as delicate as a young girl. Just like Aunt May, who was still enchanting even though she was hundreds of years old. Black magic. The upper echelons of the King's Landing knew that Serena was a sorcerer. Even the mediocre king himself knew that his lover was a fresh and tender onion, but her appearance was too righteous. After that, Serena died in childbirth, and Sheila Yongxin inherited a secret library from her mother's inheritance. It was not a secret book, but a library. Old Yamant once regretfully told Danny that even though the prodigal Saint Bailey had burned many forbidden books, ancient books that involved supernatural knowledge, the royal library still had a lot of useful stuff. After all, Targaryen's 6,000 years of collection could not be destroyed by a single prodigal. As a matter of fact, the second prodigal came. Aegon the mediocre king let Serena choose whatever she wanted, and Serena really did choose whatever she wanted. After that, the third prodigal Blinden appeared. He actually allowed his lover's sister, Sheila, to take her mother's dowry and her father's gift away from the king's landing. Naturally, Sheila Yongxin inherited her mother's black magic. Previously, Danny still doubted the accuracy of the rumors. After all, at that time, the Megalosaurus had been wiped out by the City of Knowledge, and the world had entered a period of decline. But looking at the seductive goddess Sheila now, Danny knew that the rumors were true. Sheila and her mother were both black sorcerers because they had the backing of the god. Or rather, they were gods in the first place? In response to Danny's question, Sheila hesitated and said, "I'm His Majesty's spirit servant." Spirit servant? Sheila thought for a while and said, "Just like your angel, Saint Matthew, and I are in a similar situation. But I didn't become a spirit servant through pure faith. Besides being a priest of the Church of Lust, I'm also a powerful sorcerer. Similar to Melisandre, she must be Lalo's spirit servant after she died." Danny asked again, "Who is the god you believe in?" Like many of the native gods of the free cities, the goddess of lust was only known to the world, but her name was not spread. "I can't say," Sheila shook her head and said with a pitiful expression, "His Majesty is the god of secrecy. His name cannot be known to anyone other than his followers." "Do you think you can still leave today?" Danny said lightly. "What do you mean?" Sheila shrank back and floated a distance away, vigilant. "The family is unfortunate." The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her feet. She was like an old grandfather who had been respectable all his life. When he went to a nightclub with a group of old friends, he bumped into his granddaughter sitting on the stage. "As the current head of the Targaryen family, I can't allow my people to be prostitutes. Behavior that tarnishes the family's reputation must be prohibited. Those who commit immoral acts must be punished and reformed." At this moment, Danny was no longer a stranger. She had become Saint Danny, and she was not alone. Sheila's uncle, Saint Baylor, was with her. When Sheila heard this, her face turned red with anger. "What right do you have to say that I'm tarnishing the Targaryen family's reputation?" Even before the cataclysm, in the capital of Valeglia, there was a tradition of noble girls serving as priestesses in the Garden of Lust. In Lust, everyone believed in the goddess of lust. Just like in Westeros, the 7 gods were the mainstream religion. My status in Lust is as noble as Saint Baylor in Westeros. I am the glory of the Targaryens, she finally emphasized loudly. Fuck being fucked or being fucked this damned world. Unfortunately, you are the one being judged. Your honor is up to the presiding judge. Danny pointed to her chest with her finger. It is also up to me. Being a prostitute is a disgrace. And you are willing, which is the greatest disgrace of all disgraces, Danny, the presiding judge, judged. From the bottom of her heart, she was not opposed to Sheila's pursuit. When it came to sex, as long as one was open-minded and did not have the intention of finding an honest person to take over, it did not matter how the girl played. After all, life and youth were only once, and life and youth were also one's own. One's own happiness was defined by oneself, and other people's views were just a kind of social restraint. Besides, Sheila's generosity was not just for lust. She was mainly pursuing the great path, and her soul had even ascended to become an angel. But just like the Neon people used the excuse of missing soldiers to open the prelude to the invasion of Greater China, the Dragon Queen also needed an excuse to hunt. Tarnishing the family's reputation was at least more open than missing soldiers. I am now arresting you as the Targaryen matriarch. If you have any grievances, tell them to the Holy Mother. Without waiting for Sheila to recover from her shock and anger, Dany teleported behind her and slapped her on the head. In an instant, flames and wind blades enveloped her body. Ahasuerus' delicate face contorted in pain. Colorful stars appeared around her like a layer of rosy clouds. Those were the divinity and divine power that had been incinerated under the spiritual bestowment. Having lost her divinity and divine power, Sheila was like a prawn in a pot of hot oil. The video was rewound, and a large prawn slice quickly shrunk into a small and thin slice. In the blink of an eye, Sheila was like a rag doll in Dany's hand. The entire process was not more difficult than catching a hen. You destroyed my demigod cultivation. Sheila's voice was weak, but her heterochromatic eyes shone with an extremely venomous light. Having lost her divinity and demigod status, she was no longer as charming as before. Although she was still very beautiful, she looked more like a ghost than a goddess. Do you think we are playing house? Whether you are Sheila Yangshin or not, you dare to come to my territory and steal my believers. Don't even think about leaving alive today. And because you have a Targaryen father, you can still lie here and talk to me. Dany sneered. You are unreasonable, domineering, lawless, and unruly. Sheila was flustered and exasperated. Her nose was crooked. Dany looked at her strangely. If the Dragon King is not domineering, is he still the Dragon King? Compared to the great wizard Valeglia, what am I? Actually, I am very curious. The news of me stealing the Red God believers from Lalo should have spread, right? I am such a domineering person, and the goddess of lust still dares to be unreasonable with me. Is she more unreasonable than Lalo? Even the true master of the Westeros, the three-eyed crow, did not object to my actions. What right do you have? Sheila felt wronged. Are you talking about Blynden? What is your relationship with him? Have you ever loved him? Dany asked curiously. Blynden. A hint of disappointment flashed in Sheila's eyes. She muttered, So what if I love him? When we are on the same road, we will stick to each other. When we reach the end of the road, we will go our separate ways. We will not change our paths for each other. You are free and easy. You can be said to be the representative of the new era's female self-awakening. Dany gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Then, she shook her head and said, Like you said, those who walk different paths cannot work together. The rules of the past are no longer applicable because the person who made the rules has changed. Blynden does not mind you joining the cult of lust. Well, he definitely does. No man is willing to live in the grasslands. No matter what happened in the past, you have made two mistakes now. First, you entered my divine territory and stole my believers. Even if they were believers of the goddess of lust, they would be my people if they wore the atonement scroll. Second, as a direct descendant of the Targaryens, you did not respect yourself and embarrassed the royal family. I will not kill you. I will punish you and send you to hell to reflect on your actions. This is not over. His Majesty will definitely not let you go. You have broken the rules. The gods will soon form the righteous alliance to suppress you, Sheila said coldly. Dany laughed. So it is the righteous alliance. Don't worry, Pale Moon Maiden is my spy. She will help me explain this matter and inform me of the alliance's movement. Sheila smiled sarcastically. Dany nodded and said, I know. On the surface, she is my spy. In fact, she is a spy planted by the gods beside me. But that is all an illusion. Her true target of service is still me. Of course, in the eyes of the gods, her true target of loyalty is still them. That is what a spy is. Sheila was dumbfounded. Whose spy is Pale Moon Maiden? Chapter 907. Sherera Yangshin was not as strong as she thought she was. Like a crow that had been roasted by the Dragon Queen several times, she immediately answered every question. She even told Sherera the color of the underwear of the god she believed in. First of all, the goddess of lust was called Mirthea. She was in charge of youth, beauty, and sex. She never wore underwear. As for power, like many gods' slogans, in the teachings of the goddess of lust, Mirthea created the sun and moon, the sky and the earth, and all the people and things that lived in them. To put it bluntly, the world was created by her alone. Danny had seen a lot of similar teachings. Some of the gods were not very strong, so they bragged to attract believers. Well, the Seven Stars Bible also bragged like this. The beginning of the book pointed out the power of the seven gods. Everything in the world was created by the seven gods, and the seven gods were the creators. Danny felt embarrassed when she read it, but this kind of classic on the front page could not be changed, so she could only continue to feel embarrassed. However, she did not dare to underestimate the goddess of lust. Danny had made a big mistake. She thought that the goddess of lust was different in each free trade city-state, just like the god of death was different in each region. According to Sherera, the goddess of lust in each city-state was indeed not the same god, but they were similar to her. They were all the spirits of the goddess Mirthea, which was a demigod angel. It could be said that the goddess of lust was the main god of love, beauty, and youth, and the spirits were the gods of this god system. It was similar to the relationship between the mother goddess of the Lone River and the shrimp soldiers of the Lone River. After Tyrion refused to go to Barbarian Land to be the Grand Preceptor, Danny was ready to arrange for St. Matthew to go to the east to preach. But Danny's behavior was not a special case. In fact, other gods had already done so. For example, the goddess of lust had her spirits stationed in city-states with different ethnic groups and customs. Generally speaking, the goddess of lust would select believers from the local people, train them into spirits, and then guard the area for her. Sherera was not the highest-ranking spirit. She usually cultivated in Reese and served the main god. She was mainly responsible for collecting the souls of Westeros believers. Sherera had also thought of building a passion garden in Westeros, but Blindon's brain wasn't filled with water after all. What level was the goddess of the Procuress who controlled so many angels? Danny wasn't too sure. She was definitely not as strong as the mother goddess of the Lone River, because Shira's performance as an angel was so bad that she couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. Even if the goddess of lust was far stronger than Sherera, how much stronger could she be? It was a long story, but Danny didn't let her imagination run wild as she floated in the air. After dealing with Sherera in one move and asking a few questions, she stuffed Sherera and the Spathers family into the faith space, the opposite side of heaven-hell. Yep, the Spicer family was the other person responsible for the Red Wedding. They were spies that Tywin had placed beside Robb. Danny set her eyes on the rope that hung from the southeast corner of Crag City. It was midnight and the north wind was howling. The sky was dark and starless. The snow-covered ground outside the city was dark and empty. The 10-meter-tall walls of the city had several long lines of torches that crossed each other. Those were the patrols holding torches. The red light of the rosin torches reflected the breathing of the soldiers and also reflected the dark red light of the snow below the walls. Even though House Westerin didn't have the money to repair the walls, they didn't dare to not arrange for soldiers to be on guard at night when the western border was on the verge of falling. A squad of 10 soldiers had just passed by when a rope suddenly dropped from the battlements at the southeast corner. A short figure slid down the rope like an ape and landed on the snow in less than 10 seconds. Through the light reflected off the snow, one could vaguely make out that it was a girl in leather armor who looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. At the same time, a gray wolf the size of a calf silently crept out of the bushes and came to the short girl's side. It rubbed its head against her chest a few times. The short girl didn't care about the rope swaying in the wind and climbed onto the wolf's back. With a low growl, she quickly ran north. After running for a few hundred meters near the forest, The short girl climbed down from the wolf's back and rummaged through the snow for a while. She uncovered the thick layer of snow and dug out a sled the size of a recliner. Then the little man fixed the sledge behind the wolf, sat down on the sledge, covered himself with a huge sable coat, and began to run forward at a leisurely pace. The sled ran very fast. Danny snickered and rose into the air. Wind swirled around her and soon, a 10-meter-thick tornado pierced through the sky and chased after the dog. Awoo! The giant wolf sensed danger and began to howl when the wind pillar was formed. But at that time, the short girl was exhausted and sleeping. She was even snoring and didn't notice her companion's anxiousness. It was only after the wolf howled that the short girl woke up from her sleep. But it didn't matter whether she woke up or not. The tornado was faster than the wolf and was chasing after them. Who's controlling the tornado? The short girl turned around and loudly questioned the tornado. Actually, she already had a vague guess in her heart. After all, the legend of the Dragon Queen slaying ghosts in the wind had long been known in the western region. Even most of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms knew about it. Awoo! No one answered her, but the tornado's strange howl became even louder, as if it was roaring at her. The short girl was even more agile than Monkey. While the sled was still running at high speed, she jumped onto the back of the direwolf and quickly untied the collar on its neck. Nymeria, let's run separately. After helping the direwolf untie, she hugged her head and turned around, falling down from the wolf's back. The direwolf didn't run away. It suddenly braked, its claws sliding 4 or 5 meters in the snow, causing snow to splash everywhere. Awoo! It turned its head, staring at the girl and howling. It wanted to get closer but didn't dare to disobey its master's orders. Run! The girl got up dizzily, but when she saw the direwolf stop, she couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. None of you can escape. Suddenly, a dignified female voice came from the sky, spreading in all directions with the wind, as if it was the judgment of the gods. I surrender! The girl who was about to escape into the forest helplessly stopped and raised both her hands. What responded to her was a tornado of wind that was speeding towards her. Like a bent hair that fell into a toilet bowl, it was instantly sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Awoo! The direwolf howled angrily and retreated, but it still couldn't run as fast as the wind. It was like a smelly sock being thrown into a washing machine. What are you doing? It's Arya and Nymeria. As expected, the people who wanted to fight for justice immediately came online. I'm not blind, Danny said unhappily. The tornado didn't stop, it just shrank in size and changed direction, moving towards Taybec at high speed. In the center of the tornado, Dragon Queen was leisurely looking at the girl and wolf spinning in circles, laughing happily. What are you doing? Why are you torturing her? Bran asked nervously. You don't know what Arya did? I'm afraid that even the tornado can't wash away the smell of blood on her. Danny's smile disappeared. I really didn't know before it happened, Bran said very cautiously. I know that she went a little overboard, but you know her situation. She lost her parents' education when she was very young, and was brainwashed by the Faceless. Then, she cultivated your evil meditation technique. Now that it has happened, someone should take responsibility. The fact that she could do such a thing already proves that she is mentally mature. No matter how old she is, no matter what she has experienced before, it can't erase her crimes. Danny said firmly. After a long silence, Bran probed, how about you use the tornado to spin her a few times, then punish her to serve the army and atone for her crimes? Such a big case happened in the western region, do you think you can just brush it off casually? The families of the victims, the millions of casualties in the western region, and even the people of the 7 countries, don't you think you should give an explanation? Danny said lightly. You want her life, Bran exclaimed. Before you say that, you should first see how many lives she took. Danny sped up, and the tornado left the ground and flew in the air as fast as a galloping horse. Can't you make an exception? Bran's tone carried a trace of pleading. The matter has already become so big, I can't make an exception. Danny shook her head and said seriously, first it was Casterly Rock City, and now it's Cliff City's turn. Even a fool knows who the murderer is. You want to hide it, but how? Today, Stark is strong. He has the three-eyed crow and the shapeshifter. The people of the western region are weak, so they can only pretend to be deaf and dumb, but Stark can't be strong forever. Without today's trial, there will be no end to the hatred, and the people and nobles of the western region won't forget the hatred of the destruction of their country. Use your brain that's about to turn to paste to think, 100 years later, when the revenge from the western region comes, can your Stark bear it? Others might not know, but the dwarf must have guessed the murderer's identity long ago. But did he reveal a single thing? No. He didn't say anything. He pretended to be deaf and dumb, pretending not to know. As for the people of the western region, they weren't pigs, so they must have guessed, but they didn't say anything. The vicious words spoken were far less terrifying than the thoughts in one's heart. Today you can destroy someone's entire family, and tomorrow, they can also kill your entire family. After a long time, when the Tarbeck Hall was in sight, Bran sighed bitterly, Your Majesty, I was wrong, you're right. The longer the hatred ferments, the stronger it is, and the more difficult it is to resolve. The sooner this matter is put to an end, the better it is for Stark. In the end, he reminded sorrowfully, Your Majesty, Arya killed King Strange Ghost and made great contributions to the war against ghosts. The change in Casterly Rock City wasn't her intention. I will judge her fairly and in public. Stark can also participate. Arya was very sturdy. Even if she was sucked into the tornado, she still held on for half an hour, vomiting out everything in her stomach and intestines before she fainted. When she woke up in a daze, she found that her surroundings were dark, and she was in a narrow space. It seemed like she was in a thin wooden coffin. There were voices coming from the top of the coffin, and there was a rumbling sound under her body, as if it was moving quickly. Was the coffin placed on a carriage? She thought to herself, and struggled for a while. Then she found that her hands and feet were bound by chains. The sound of the chains seemed to have attracted the attention of the people outside, and the conversation was silent for a moment. Then there was a loud and frightened shout. The little wolf girl is awake, quickly, quickly go and inform Her Majesty, the bloodthirsty wolf demon is awake. The blood demon is struggling, she's going to escape. Another man's voice was hoarse from shouting. 7 layers of hell. The blood demon is so terrifying that she can even break free from steel chains? The surrounding people were in an uproar. Chapter 908. Bloodthirsty wolf demon, blood demon? Are they talking about me? Arya thought in a daze. Bang, bang, bang. She hit the wooden plank with her head and shouted, Let me out, who's outside, let me out? Ah, the blood demon is roaring. The soldiers outside shouted. What followed was another round of turmoil and chaos. Don't worry about her, our goal is to cause trouble. A man's voice came from afar. Then, the shouting soldiers quieted down. Even after a few years, Arya could still recognize the man's voice. It was the imp. Then, she estimated her current situation. The Dragon Queen was leading the Western Region Volunteer Regiment to hunt down deviant ghosts. Yesterday they were close to Cliff City. After she was caught, she was taken to the Volunteer Regiment's barracks. Where's Nymeria? She thought of her direwolf. In the next moment, her soul left her body and entered a body full of vitality. The darkness and cramped space left her, and she came to a dark and cold vast snowfield. Nymeria was running on the snow. Now she was running too. There was a sleigh holster around her neck. She was pulling the sleigh. Arya looked back and happened to meet the Dragon Queen's eyes, which seemed to be smiling. Arya was shocked. Her rhythmic steps became messy, and the sleigh shook. Slap! A whip hit her back, and she howled in pain. Subconsciously, she followed the instincts of a direwolf, and resumed her running pace. Arya was angry and afraid. She was afraid of the Dragon Queen for a long time. The first time they met by the Trident River was terrible. For a long time, the true dragon's roar that made her soul explode was her nightmare. Then, she trained hard, hoping to use her increasing strength to dispel the shadow in her heart. She succeeded halfway. The burning of Bravos's wings of death left a second shadow in her heart. Then, she came into contact with the extraordinary power, the Death Bible. She was reborn, and nothing could scare her anymore. Dragon Queen's gentleness and amiability in Winterfell helped her recover from her trauma. However, during the storm last night, he had been tormented by the tornado for a few hours. He had fainted and woken up several times before fainting again. Arya swore that if one of the 7 hells was the purgatory of wind, she would have been punished there last night. As such, her fear of the Dragon Queen was once again revived. This shouldn't have happened. Arya had dominated the 2 continents for so many years, and even the famous school of Black and White had been fooled. Arya pretended to be brainwashed by a kind person, but in fact, she maintained her nature through the wolf spirit. Well, that was her nature. Back then, when he first met Joffrey, he was only 9 years old, but he dared to slash Great Emperor Xiao with his sword and let a wolf bite off the Great Emperor's hand. Other people would feel uncomfortable the first time they killed someone, and they would need an elder to train their courage. For example, I'd often led Stark and the other brothers to watch Ice Sword / Brain Core. When Arya killed someone for the first time, she was only 9 years old. No one had taught her how to kill, but she still took the initiative to kill. She was quick, ruthless, and accurate. Her sword pierced through the stable's underling's heart without any trauma. Behave, don't wander around. Dragon Queen wore silver blue armor and sat majestically on the sled. Her dark blue brocade cloak covered her body like a coat. She looked majestic. Arya was frustrated from running, but she was still scolded like a dog. She felt more and more resentful, so she deactivated her wolf spirit state. When she returned to the small coffin, Arya was still thinking. What was wrong with Nymeria? Why was she so obedient that she would pull the sled for an outsider? Then, she thought of the Dragon Queen's methods and couldn't help but sigh for her companion. She also complained in her heart. Why didn't the Dragon Queen ride a dragon? Why did she torment her direwolf? If she asked Dany face to face, Dany would tell her, because riding a direwolf sled is more exciting. Arya! Suddenly, Bran's voice rang in her ears without any warning. Bran? Arya hurriedly asked, what does the Dragon Queen want to do? Where am I now? You are locked in a wooden box and placed on a sled bus. There are more than 100,000 ghouls gathered at the north coast of Calamity Bastion. The Dragon Queen is leading the Western Frontier Volunteer Group to rush there. Then, Bran told her about the Dragon Queen's arrangement. Dany Rise is right. Hatred will only end after a fair trial. If we don't put you on trial, the Lannister will resent us. Lannister, a debt must be repaid. Even if we can get rid of the remaining 2 Lannister, the nobles and people of the Western Frontier aren't stupid. They will bury their hatred in their hearts and wait for the day when Stark becomes weak. Maybe in the future there will be no more Stark in the 7 Kingdoms. Hearing Bran's words, Arya's heart was calm. I'm not afraid of death. If you need someone to take responsibility, just kill me. Anyway, now that I have my revenge and you are safe, I have nothing to worry about. Maybe you don't have to die. Bran wasn't sure, but said firmly, we will all help you. You are not alone. I'm not afraid of death. Arya emphasized again, then complained, you can put me on trial or kill me, but why did Dany Rise call me Blood Demon? She didn't give you a nickname. Bran's tone became a little strange. In the early hours of this morning, the Dragon Queen carried you in the air and announced the trial to everyone. Everyone knows what you did in Casterly Rock City and Cliff City. Therefore, the people of the Western Frontier hate you and fear you. They call you the world's #1 murderous demon king. They say you killed 1.5 million people of the western frontier. The blood of 1.5 million people is enough to dye the sunset sea red, so they call you Blood Demon. Because of the direwolf, Tyrion called you Blood Wolf Child in public, letting others know that you are a wolf spirit. Therefore, the people of the western frontier call you Bloodthirsty Wolf Demon. In short, your name is now known throughout the western frontier and the Seven Kingdoms. Ordinary people fear you more than the strange Ghost King. In the future, your deeds will also shock the world. Be prepared, be strong, and don't be defeated by those rumors. Bran said worriedly. Will I become the demon in Old Nan's story, like the rat chef, told by the bedside and fireside for thousands of years? Arya asked in a trembling voice. Bran was silent for a long time. Then he said softly, "The future has nothing to do with us." Arya was about to cry. Bran, do you remember? When we were young, you said you wanted to be a white knight like Barristan, and I said I wanted to be a heroine like Nymeria, but I became a demon. I only wanted to kill Frey's family to avenge Robb, my mother, and the thousands of soldiers of the northern frontier. The fall of Casterly Rock City, and the fall of the western frontier, is not what I want. Although Arya was a blood child, she had awakened Stark's running wolf blood. Since she was young, she had a great dream of becoming a heroine. She was not afraid of sacrificing her life for revenge, for her family, but she could not accept being treated as a demon like the rat chef for thousands of years. Alas, this is fate. Bran sighed. Then he became spirited again. He said earnestly, "In a few days, during the great trial, you must remember to defend yourself. If you put on an arrogant attitude of 'I did it, come and kill me,' others will not feel wronged. Instead, they will take the opportunity to vent their anger on you. From now on, in history books and dramas, there will be images of you slaughtering millions of people. If you explain things clearly in front of everyone and dispel the misunderstandings people have about you, they might not call you bloodthirsty anymore." "Might?" Arya raised her voice. Bran said helplessly, "Even if you clear your name of murdering 1.5 million people of the western frontier, there are more than 800 people in Casterly Rock City. You can't deny it, right? Bloodthirsty Arya will probably be your eternal label, unless you do something even more earth-shattering in the future." Arya hurriedly said, "I'm willing to kill the other ghosts. Now that I have my revenge, I have nothing to worry about. I can focus on killing them." "You have to get through this first." Then Bran blabbered on, teaching his second sister how to act as a pitiful girl who lost her footing. There was no use in quibbling. No one was stupid. Arya was caught red-handed by the Dragon Queen outside Casterly Rock City. In the face of ironclad evidence, begging for mercy was the only choice. Count Quentin Bamford received a messenger crow from Fairy Island last night. He knew that the Dragon Queen was leading the Western Frontier volunteers to Calamity Fortress. At first, he was bewildered. As the owner of Calamity Fortress, his castle was not besieged by the ghouls, so he did not ask for help from Fairy Island. How did the Dragon Queen know about the other ghosts before him? But no matter how confused he was still very grateful to the Dragon Queen for coming to his rescue. Early in the morning, he led the family knights to the south side of the castle and looked towards the south. In the past, even if Lannister came to play, he would have sent people to the border of his territory to welcome him, let alone the Queen. But it was different now. The fall of the western frontier had shocked the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The impact was far more far-reaching and direct than the Battle of Winterfell. "They're here. What a big sled, and how fast!" At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the soldiers on the watchtower shouted. The sled was not a new black technology invented by Dany, but it was the first time that a sled bus like the one used by the Western Frontier volunteers had appeared. The 8-meter-long sleigh bus galloped on the snowy ground, and the 20-centimeter-wide skis brought up clouds of fog-like snow. In the middle of the bus stood a 30-foot-tall mast, and the huge triangular sail was like the breasts of a 16-year-old beauty, bulging and full of vitality. The sail was embroidered with the emblems of various families. The leader was Targaryen of the five-colored dragon, followed by the illegitimate son of the three-headed red dragon, Lannister of the Golden Lion, and the three silver boats of the Farman family of the Fairy City. The speed of the sled was almost the same as that of an ordinary horse. 150 sled buses galloped together. It was a spectacular sight. They did not stop outside Calamity Fortress. Instead, they continued north towards the coastline. However, a dog-pulled sled broke away from the main group and turned to the front of the city gate. It loudly conveyed the Queen's orders to Count Kunting, who was on the city wall, to send elite knights to follow the convoy to the north coast 15 kilometers away. Count Kunting had received the order the night before. At this moment, he had already prepared the sled and the soldiers. When he heard the messenger's words, he immediately opened the city gate and personally rode a horse to follow the convoy. Damn it, we were fooled by the deviant ghosts. After running for more than an hour, he finally reached the front of the sled pulled by giant wolves. However, the Count saw an exasperated dragon queen. Chapter 909. Count Kunting stood on the skis, his hands holding onto the rope on the saddle as the warhorse dragged him along. It was almost the speed of a galloping horse, barely keeping up with the team of sleds and buses. When the convoy stopped, he also saw the terrifying army of ghouls. They walked past the beach, climbed over the rugged reefs, and went all the way to the east. They were densely packed and boundless. If it weren't for the Dragon Queen and the surrounding heroes of the western region who were calm and composed, Count Kunting was ready to turn around and flee on his horse. Then, he saw the Dragon Queen, who was smiling as she walked towards the Knights of Calamity Fortress, and her expression changed. "Damn it, we've been tricked by the deviants," she said with a gloomy face. "What?" Count Kunting asked blankly. "What's going on?" The dwarf with the red dragon and golden lion on his chest was also puzzled. Count Kunting and the Knights of Calamity Fortress behind him looked at the handsome dwarf with strange expressions. Caw 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 caw, a large red-eyed crow stood on the mast and cried, "A large number of ghouls are passing through the coastal avenue, the coastal road connecting the western region and the river bend, and entering the territory of Corn City and Rice Chicken Hall. The ultimate goal of the ghouls is to leave the western region and enter the more densely populated river bend. The deviants have figured out our movements and forced us to make a choice between the Calamity Fortress in the north or the river bend in the south. Are you Lord Three-Eyed Crow?" Count Kunting looked at the big crow in surprise. After receiving a nod from Bran, he frowned and said, "Are deviants so smart? They even know how to use schemes." Big Bear shook his head and said, "Deviants are transformed from humans, so of course they have intelligence. In fact, this isn't a very clever scheme, or rather, it's an overt scheme. We've known about it for a long time. It's just that after many discussions, we still haven't found a good solution. It's not that there's no solution, as long as there's another powerful extraordinaire as a reserve team." At this point, Tyrion sighed and said helplessly, "It's a pity that the Westeros are not of one mind. The city-states on the other side of the narrow sea are also watching from the sidelines. If Stannis and his red-robed priests can cooperate, and if the gods and wizards of the neighboring free cities are willing to join the anti-Ghost United Front, it would be easy to completely seal off the western region. After all, there are only 3 exits from the western region. Isn't Stannis calling for the free cities to participate in the King's Landing War? What's the progress now?" Count Kunting asked. Tyrion said as he put on his armor, "I don't know. The King's Landing has always been in contact with Bravos, but they haven't announced the results of the negotiations, perhaps because the results aren't very encouraging." When Dany saw that most of the soldiers had put on their armor and picked up their weapons, she said, "Prepare for battle. Give up the Crow Hall?" Count Kunting asked in surprise. Tyrion shook his head and said, Calamity Bastion is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Crow Hall, and the ghouls here are entering the river along the beach. We can only finish the battle here quickly, and then the Queen will rescue the coastal road alone. Bran, you're not needed here. Go to the Crow Hall and keep an eye on the ghouls' main force. After saying this, Dany jumped into the sky. Caw, caw. The big crow didn't move, but the light in its eyes dimmed a little. Bran's soul had been transferred thousands of miles away. There was nothing much to say about the course of the battle. Seeing the tornado that pierced through the heavens and the earth, seeing thousands of ghouls being swept into the wind pillar like fallen leaves, seeing the broken limbs falling from the sky like rain, and seeing the volunteer squad that followed behind the tornado with high fighting spirit and took the initiative to charge at the ghouls, Count Kuntang and his knights knelt down without any surprise. They knelt down. This kind of battle was too comfortable. Moreover, they were fighting for the Western region, for the Seven Kingdoms, and for mankind. This kind of battle was glorious, much more glorious than the power struggle for the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the Knights of Calamity Fortress to join your volunteers. When the willow leaf sword shook off the blood and fell from the sky, it was inserted into the leather sheath on the back of the black dragon. When the Dragon Queen landed on the dragon's saddle, Count Kuntang knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. You go and discuss with Tyrion. I'm going to the Crow Hall now. After saying this, the black dragon looked up to the sky and spat out a bright red fireball. The space door suddenly opened, and the Megalosaurus took the Dragon Queen and jumped, disappearing from everyone's sight. In fact, Big Black and Dany didn't leave. They were above everyone's heads, at an altitude of more than 10 kilometers. This was Dany's latest flight method, the multi-level freefall acceleration method. At an altitude of more than 10 kilometers, Big Black began to fly south, diagonally downward. He was flapping his wings, and at the same time, gravity helped him accelerate, increasing his speed rapidly. When he fell to an altitude of 5,000 meters, he spat out a space door and instantly returned to an altitude of 10 kilometers, continuing his freefall acceleration. After doing this several times, Big Black broke the sound barrier. Of course, under normal conditions, Big Black's bones and fascia couldn't withstand supersonic flight. In fact, before breaking the sound barrier, he couldn't flap his wings and could only maintain a gliding posture to fly forward. He couldn't even control the direction. Now, it was time for the goddess of wind to appear. The domain of wind enveloped Big Black, and dozens of wind elves flew out. They hung on Big Black's wings, tail, claws, chest, and the bone spurs on its back like ribbons. A long green ribbon hung on every part of its body that was in intense friction with the air. Big Black could flap his wings again, and he could freely control the direction. From afar, the ferocious black dragon was covered in a layer of green light, and dozens of wind ribbons were trailing behind it. It was mysterious and beautiful to the extreme. From time to time, a pink space door would flash, and the black dragon would disappear and reappear in the sky, continuing to accelerate. Newton cried and fainted on the Iron Throne. This was magic, an existence that could easily break the laws of physics. You killed my aunt? Tyrion looked coldly at Arya. During dinner, the Dragon Queen still hadn't returned, so the volunteer group set up camp behind a tall cliff by the sea. Actually, when they were traveling from north to south, the Dragon Queen didn't need to use her wind magic, and the volunteer group could use the power of the north wind to drive the sleigh bus to Cliff City. But this time, among the 100,000 ghouls that were killed by the sea, there were thousands of beast corpses that had been gifted to Cliff City by the Dragon Queen. At this time, the men and women of Cliff City were busy driving sleighs to transport meat, and the volunteer group had to stay by their side to protect them. Then, the dwarf remembered the number one villain in the world, Blood Devil Arya, who hadn't eaten anything for a day. He brought her food and water, and even helped her remove the shackles on her hands and feet. Which aunt are you talking about? I've killed too many people, I can't remember. Arya was very calm, sitting opposite the dwarf, and said casually while dipping a piece of toast into the meat soup. Xena, a kind and innocent woman. The dwarf was angered by Arya's attitude. I've killed many people, but none of them were innocent. If I remember correctly, Xena Lannister is the Countess of Riverrun City. This identity represents the original sin. Arya took a bite of the moist toast and muttered with puffed cheek. The old and the weak didn't participate in the battle between the lion and the wolf. They are not guilty. Tyrion said. My mother wasn't a woman? Wasn't I a girl? Don't ask others for things you can't do yourself. Arya sneered. You killed more than 800 people in Casterly Rock City, and you don't regret it? Tyrion said in disbelief. I regret it. Arya swallowed a piece of red meat that tasted strange. She frowned and sighed. I should have stayed in Casterly Rock City for one more night. If the corpses had revived into ghouls, I would have noticed. More than 800 people, at least half of them were innocent. Tyrion said coldly. I'll say it again. None of the people I killed were innocent. Arya put down her fork with a thump. Her gaze turned cold as she stared at the dwarf. When Duke Tywin and Waldfrey staged the Red Wedding, any revenge against Lannister and House Frey was just. Just revenge. Tyrion frowned. The Red Wedding was a tragedy. Jaime and I have never denied that. We are willing to represent Lannister and accept a fair and open trial. I thought our families had reached an agreement on this. Where is the trial? Arya sneered. Haven't you heard of the Dragon Queen's Council? Casterly Rock City won't run away anyway. As long as Lannister isn't dead, someone will attend the final trial. Tyrion said seriously. The Dragon Queen also put Waldfrey on trial, but did he listen? He didn't listen, but we did. Arya sneered. If Stark wants Cersei to pay with her life, will you listen? What does the Red Wedding have to do with Cersei? Tyrion was stunned. You Lannister have committed too many sins. So many that you can't even remember them all. Arya's expression darkened. But you may have forgotten, but I will never forget how my father died. I will never forget how Cersei desecrated my brother's body. That? The dwarf was at a loss for words. Cersei had nothing to do with the Red Wedding, but she was directly responsible for Id's death and Robb's head. Even so, you shouldn't have killed so many people. Lannister is so cool. He wiped out Tarbeck, Castlemaine, Targaryen, Derry, and Stark. Now that it's your turn, you're complaining? Tyrion was depressed for a moment, then glared at her. Who taught you to say that? Arya was stunned and immediately shook her head. I don't need anyone to teach me. Who doesn't know what you Lannister have done? Tyrion sneered. Other than the Dragon Queen, who would care about a little dairy? So, you shouldn't have said that to me. You should have left it for the trial and cried to the Dragon Queen. She will most likely think you have done well, and that the Lannisters deserved to be destroyed. Arya's expression was a little unnatural, but she still stubbornly said, Did I slander you? Sigh, the scary thing is, you're telling the truth. Tyrion shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, Lannister is full of sins. At least, that's how the Dragon Queen sees it. When the trial is over, maybe the singers will write a song for you called The Tide of Casterly Rock. Just like the Reign of Castlemaine, it will sing about Stark's great revenge. A smile appeared on Arya's face. There was a hint of yearning and anticipation in her eyes. The dwarf smiled strangely and continued, You will become the greatest faceless in history. Your name will be known by the world and sung by the singers of the world. Arya's expression turned cold. Chapter 9-10. Tywin's main religion was the Anami. They believed that the Anami lived in flowing water palaces, brought fire from the sea, and walked through the world's oceans with fire and swords. In the Anami's teachings, the Anami created Tywin and taught them to follow the ancient path, replace production with plunder, and write their own lives with blood, fire, and songs. In other words, rape, pillage, murder, and all sorts of evil deeds were committed, and there was no good to be done. It was a very anti-human and anti-social religion. The storm god was the Inami's eternal enemy. He lived in a hall in the clouds, and the crows were his servants. Compared to the Inami, the storm god's teachings were even more rebellious. He would lead his followers astray and lead them to self-destruction. Crow's Eye Yulun had never seen a deviant before. He didn't participate in the barbarians' attack on the wall. He didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell. He knew for a long time that there were deviants beyond the wall. He knew that the night was coming. He knew that the deviants would bring the world into a cold and dark abyss just like in old Nan's story. But knowing was one thing. He and Timon didn't have any direct impression of the deviant. So, it was a tragedy for them when he first left the King's Landing. Yulun was actually very proud of himself, because he fought the battle at the King's Landing so well that he almost had Stannis in the palm of his hand. He took the initiative to give up the city gates and caused heavy casualties to Stannis's army in the street. He even killed 3 wyverns. After that, he disguised his soldiers as deserters and left the King's Landing intact. He also blew up the Red Keep, making Stannis's efforts go to waste. No one can take what he has. Before he blew up the Red Keep, he knew that this would anger Stannis. So, before he left the King's Landing, he set up one last ambush. If Erlu was still a normal person, he would have been killed by his Dragonslayer crossbow. Unfortunately, resurrection was a common thing in this era of deviant. But Yulun had reason to be happy. His actions at the King's Landing greatly pleased the storm god. The gods had blessed him. Not only did his magic power, which had been destroyed by Saint Matthew, recover, but after sacrificing the Red Castle, the Iron Throne, and the King's Landing, he had also made great progress. He was only a little bit away from becoming a demigod priest of the god of storms. Well, Yulun, Crow's Eye, sniping Erlu's soldiers in the streets and alleys, killing the pterosaur, and even setting fire to the King's Landing and the Red Castle in the end, were not simply venting. He was performing the greatest sacrificial rites of destruction, and death, which both the storm god and the Inami were fond of. However, he wasn't sacrificing Inami, but the god of storms. Just like what Crow's Eye had done in the Shield Islands and the High Court, he had pleased the god of storms, and the god of storms had granted him great power and magic. Although Yulun left the King's Landing, you did not return empty-handed. After the vassals of the Vale betrayed him, Crow's Eye knew that the King's Landing would eventually fall. The city walls could not stop the pterosaurs in the sky. Therefore, the wealth of the King's Landing had long been transferred to the riverbend. The carriages from the riverbend carried food, and the carriages that left the King's Landing and returned to the High Court were loaded with gold and jewels. The amount was not small, more than 3 million gold royals, all of which were exchanged with food from the riverbend. The Iron Throne transported food from the High Court to the King's Landing, not to distribute it to the people for free, but to stabilize the market with cheap food, to give the people hope and prevent them from rioting. Yulun himself did not care about gold, but Timon loved gold. With this money, even if he left the King's Landing, he could still firmly control Timon in his hands. Not only Timon, but he also had the key to the throne of the King of the Riverbend in his hands. Marjorie Tyrell. Little Rose was not dead, and had been living in the Neodymium house, under the care of the church's nannies. She was treated almost the same as Cersei. Before Erlu attacked the King's Landing, Yulun had taken Marjorie from the Neodymium house. After he had crippled Cersei and was on his way back to the High Court, he had married her. The Riverbend was the wealthiest kingdom of the 7 kingdoms, with the strongest military and the largest population. It was enough for Yulun, king to torment. With Tiamin's support, the food from the High Court, and the Riverbend throne as a foundation, Yulun felt that even if the otherworldly demons swept through the 7 kingdoms, he could sit on the Shield Islands and watch the changes in the 7 kingdoms. Just as his ex-wife had planned, let the heroes fight the otherworldly demons, and when they had bled dry, when both the otherworldly demons and the heroes had suffered great losses, he would appear with his preserved power. Yulun happily left the King's Landing with his beautiful imagination for the future. Then, he saw the living dead for the first time by the Mandar River, 400 kilometers northeast of the High Court. In the past half a month, especially in the past 2 days, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of ghouls had rushed out from the western region. Timon just happened to run into a group of 100,000 ghouls in the wilderness. To the Dragon Queen and the Western Region volunteers, it was only 100,000 ghouls. They were already used to it, and if there were not more than 100,000 ghouls gathered together, they would not rush over to stop them. But this was the first time in Tiamin's life that he had seen such a large number of living dead. From the King's Landing to the High Court, they had walked along the Mandar River for half a month. They had also encountered small groups of living dead outside the city, in the graveyard, and in the village. But in the face of Tiamin's large army, they all took the initiative to retreat. 100,000 ghouls ran on the snow like a flood breaking through a dam. Timon rode a horse and drove a carriage along the frozen river, forming a long snake formation. They were completely defenseless against the incoming enemy. But Timon was also dauntless. At first, he did not panic and run away. The dead will not die. They put down the leather bags with gold royals on their backs, pulled out the iron swords at their waists, shouted the slogan, and rushed forward. Then, Yulun's bodyguard Robert's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned on Timon and killed him. Before Timon could react, the tide of ghouls rushed over. The living people panicked and shouted, "7 gods above! Mother of God bless! Inami bless! 7 hells! Help!" And so on. But in the end they were drowned by the tide of ghouls. Not even the slightest wave was raised. When Dani chased the ghouls' army to the Mandar River, she just happened to see this scene. The scene of the foot-washing water washing away rat droppings. The so-called tide of ghouls was just a rabbit being chased by her. It was not a flood at all. At most, it was a basin of foot-washing water. And Timon was like a string of rat droppings on the stone steps in front of the hall. He was instantly drowned by the foot-washing water. But the rat who took a dump was not washed away by the water. He was still struggling. Yulun naturally could not walk. He had a magnificent and spacious dog sleigh. Before the tide of ghouls rushed over, Yulun felt the cold air getting colder. His sled dog also sensed danger ahead. When the tide of ghouls appeared in their field of vision, they had the opportunity to turn around and run. Other than Yulun, there were also dozens of sleighs and hundreds of horsemen on short-legged hairy horses. Looking down from the sky, the current scene was somewhat comical. In the vast and flat snowy plains by the river, Yulun's remaining troops were at the front. In the middle was the scattered ghouls, and behind them was the Dragon Queen who was chasing after them. Yulun ran like a snake, avoiding the pursuit of the ghouls. The ghouls followed the breath of the living and approached Yulun. Their formation was getting denser and denser, and Dragon Queen's tornado only had a range of 20 to 30 meters. The ghouls scattered and ran. She could only choose to chase after the ghouls in the densest formation and let go of the ghouls that fled in all directions. Perhaps the deviant ghosts controlling the ghouls also noticed this. They deliberately left a team to cover the rear while the rest scattered and retreated. Since they had already decided to sacrifice their lives to cover the rear, they did not mind killing the living person in front of them, Yulun. Thus, they chased after Yulun even more urgently. In this way, Yulun, ghouls, and Dragon Queen's tornado were all moving in an S-shape in the snow. In the beginning, the distance was a little far. The sky was dark and the visibility was low. Timon did not see the tornado a few kilometers away. As Yulun ran, he stood on the sled and opened his arms. He faced the fierce wind that hit his face and prayed loudly to the storm god. The mysterious and powerful incantation floated in the wind. Timon, who saw his actions, were full of reverence and expectation. Yolan of Scylla was the storm god's priest. He had already performed the storm god's miracles countless times. Timon had seen them all. Many people had even converted to the storm god because of this. They hoped that the miracles would appear again. Yolan of Scylla was also confident that he could escape this time. Many years before today, he had encountered many dangers. Every time he prayed, he would receive the help of the gods. To use the most popular saying in the Seven Kingdoms, Yolan of Scylla was the storm god's holy son. He was on the same level as Saint Danny and Saint Erlu. They were all children of God. Of course, after this, there would be a blood sacrifice to repay the god. However, Yolan of Scylla did not care. After all, he was not the one being sacrificed. Gradually, the wind started to blow. A storm gathered above Yolan of Scylla's head. The storm god's will descended to the mortal world. However, this time, the storm god did not give any guidance or blessing to Yolan of Scylla. Instead, he laughed at him. "You Luan, my most beloved believer, this is your fate. Entertain me for the last time. Satisfy me, make me laugh in your own pathetic, funny, unexpected, miserable and despairing way of dying. No, storm god, my fate should not end here." Yuluan's face gradually became ferocious as he shouted. "Ah!" The storm god laughed. "On the sea, you sacrificed the passengers and crew to me. On the earth, you offered me death, blood, and lamentations. The blood sacrifice at High Court Tyrell was especially satisfying. That was the happiest time in thousands of years, second only to the King's Landing and the Iron Throne." The storm god smacked his lips as if he was savoring the taste. The king has the king's blood, and the kingdom has the king's blood. Compared to the king's blood is just leftovers. To be able to let me taste the blood of the kingdom from the ancestral land before Lawler, you Luan, you are indeed my favorite believer. Your Majesty, I can still sacrifice more for you, Yuluan shouted. From the sea to the land, from a normal merchant to a noble, from a normal noble to a duke of the Seven Kingdoms, from a duke to the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Yuluan, my holy son, you have reached the peak of your life. Now it is your turn. You are the final sacrifice. The storm god's tone became cunning and greedy. No, you have just given me divine power. I still want to become a demigod. I want to sit and watch the changes in the Seven Kingdoms. When the time comes, I will rise again and become even stronger. Yuluan said angrily. Hee, I'm looking forward to seeing how you survive today. The storm god laughed. Yuluan's struggle and resistance were already pleasing him. Luring the iron seed to his own destruction was the core of the storm god's teachings. It was like justice to the Heavenly Father and mercy to the Holy Mother. This was the unique nature of the storm god divinity. If Timon and the Iron Islands were an independent world, then the Inami would be the god of the iron seed, and the storm god would be the Satan who tempted the iron seed to fall and destruction. Those who believed in Satan would eventually fall into hell. Chapter 9:11. Storm God, please don't give up on me, Yolan of Scylla said anxiously. I still have a chance. I can sacrifice more things to you. What chance do you have? The storm god mocked. As long as you help me, I can end the long night and save the world. I know the story of Yasuo, Yahai, and Lalo. If I kill the king of strange ghosts, I will be the savior, and you will become a god like Lalo. Your church will be like the Red God Temple, spread all over the world and have millions of followers. Yolan of Scylla quickly made a wish. You are insulting me. The storm god was angry. Lalo, that idiot, first lost the Song of Fire and now lost the Song of Light. First, he was defeated by Balerion, and now he was defeated by Danny and Rise. The same story keeps repeating. Now, he can't even keep his position as a true god. You want me to become him? Do you want to learn from Balerion and usurp my position? There are many followers of the Red God, Yolan of Scylla said awkwardly. A true God needs followers? As my son of God, don't you know my doctrine? The Storm God mocked. The doctrine of the Storm God was to torture his followers and set traps to lead the Iron Seed to destruction. You said that saving the world will earn you a reward from the origin of the universe. The reason why Lalo spared no effort to carry out the Asha prophecy is to become the savior again. When I end the long night, you can take his reward. In order to survive, Yuluan spoke without thinking. The Storm God sneered. Are you joking? The Iron Seed that saves the world is still an Iron Seed? The Iron Seed should burn, kill, and rob, and do all kinds of evil. Saving the world is a serious matter, and it is not your turn. It is also contrary to the teachings of me and the stinky fishes. The night is long and danger is everywhere. We, the Iron Seeds, will add insult to injury, and make this world even darker and more dangerous. I can, Yuluan quickly said. Making the world darker and more dangerous is my specialty. As long as the Iron Seed is alive, I will not be alone. Now I just want to see you walk towards destruction. Your brother Victorian might be able to inherit your legacy. The God of Storms chuckled. Fuck you, fuck your old grave. You bastard, I'll wait for you in the 7 levels of hell. Just like those Iron Seeds who had been lured by the Storm God and eventually abandoned, King Yurun cursed the Storm God in the last moments of his life. And the more the Storm God in the sky, the happier he was. Sacrifice, sacrifices. In the end, they would all have one last sacrifice, sacrificing themselves to the God that they had believed in all their lives. At this moment, King Yurun was using his own despair, anger, and fear to please his Lord God, according to the Storm God's expectations. Long live the Storm God! God of Storms, bless us! Long live Yolan of Scylla! Storm God, clean up the corpses! O Storm God, you are the savior of the long night. Yuluan was venting the last emotions in his life. Suddenly, the hundreds of time in on the sleighs and snowy horses turned around excitedly, waving their arms and cheering loudly. He turned around in confusion and was shocked to see a huge grayish-black wind pillar a few hundred meters away. The tornado wriggled left and right on the snowfield like a smart vacuum cleaner that followed scraps of paper, sucking the ghouls on the snow into its stomach one after another. Could it be that the Storm God's mouth was full of righteousness? While Yolan of Scylla was pleasantly surprised, the God of Storm's furious roar came from above his head. How dare you, a mere mortal, steal my wind? Ah, it's the song of wind, the realm of wind. Damn it, my God of Storm is losing power. No. I'm a true God, the God of Storms. How can my control over the wind element be worse than a mortal? As the Storm God wailed, Yolan of Scylla saw that the whirlwind above his head had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, it drifted backward bit by bit and finally merged with the tornado that was wreaking havoc on the earth. It was like a star that shone brilliantly, magnificent and sacred, nourishing the entire galaxy, but once it encountered a black hole, it would still be devoured like the thick smoke under a range hood. Song of Wind. Yolan of Scylla was stunned for a moment before realization dawned upon him. The Dragon Queen is here. Long live the Dragon Queen! He was excited and wanted to shout like this, but his rationality told him that it was not a good thing to meet the Dragon Queen here and now. The result was worse than he had expected. The tornado behind him suddenly sped up and scraped across the ground like a razor, scraping away the ghouls on the snow and also harvesting Timon, who went from cheering to being shocked. Yolan of Scylla felt that the world was spinning. After a while, a trace of coldness flashed across his arms and legs. The intense pain came late but was unusually strong. Like a tsunami, it drowned Yolan of Scylla in an instant. His consciousness went black and he fainted. Before he fainted, he seemed to hear the Dragon Queen shouting with spiritual waves, Hey, wind demon, where are you going? Wind demon? Could it be the god of storm? This was the last thought he had before he woke up. When he woke up again, his first thought was not where am I? What happened to me? Instead, why is this child in front of me looking at me so fiercely? Then came the dull pain and powerlessness from his four limbs. King Yoluan discovered to his horror that he could no longer feel his arms and legs. He tilted his head and looked left and right. He seemed to be in a leaky thatched stable. He was lying on a pile of moldy and damp grass. His shoulders should have been a pair of strong and powerful arms, but now they were wrapped in blood-stained linen. There was also the familiar smell of herbs and blood that drifted to the tip of her nose. Sure enough, his arms had been chopped off, and his legs, which had lost all feeling, were also gone. Oh, unprecedented despair assaulted his heart. King Yurun wailed and cursed, "Daenerys, you hypocritical holy mother, true devil, give me back Pa!" The child kicked him in the mouth, interrupting his howling. Yolan of Scylla turned his head. His eyes were vicious, and his mouth was chanting an evil spell. But the next moment, as if a sharp axe had struck his brain, the sharp pain made him groan. The wizard's magic power disappeared again, and the divine power that belonged to the priest of the god of storm also dried up. His mind was like a dry land that had not rained for 10 years, and he could not even gather his spiritual power. After a while, Yolan of Scylla regained his breath and asked the only child who accompanied him in the straw shed, "Who are you?" Bang! The child heard this, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He kicked Yolan of Scylla's temple again with red eyes. Yolan of Scylla's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were like knives that could pierce through the child's forehead, throat, and heart. Then his vicious expression froze on his face, and he said in surprise and doubt, "This is the Long Table Castle? Are you Tanya's son?" The boy was about 8 or 9 years old. He had black hair and black eyes, and his lips were slightly thick. He looked like his old lover. Seeing the family emblem on the child's black velvet coat with golden edges, Yolan of Scylla confirmed his guess. It was the emblem of the Merowise family, a golden sign of abundance on a black background, with apples, carrots, plums, onions, leeks, turnips, and other colorful fruits and vegetables. "You killed my father and insulted my mother," the child complained with a sobbing tone. You of Scylla's eyes flashed, and he said softly, "Dany Rise is lying to you. She killed your parents. I was lovers with your mother, and your father was good friends with me. They are my right-hand men. Why would I harm them?" "You are lying." Count Merowise kicked Yolan of Scylla again. "I am not lying, really." Yolan of Scylla arched his body like a cocoon and looked out of the door. He saw that the soldiers and servants were busy. "Where did Dany Liz go? Before she comes back, ask someone to send me to." Yolan of Scylla hesitated. "Send me to the High Court with a sleigh first." "Dany Lilith didn't go to the High Court, did she? I've been hunting ghouls for the past few days. I just came back." Dany smiled as she walked into the stable. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." The young count hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face and trotted over to salute skillfully. Yolan of Scylla opened his eyes wide and stared blankly for a moment. He then said bitterly, "What do you want?" Dany took off her helmet and held it in her left hand. Her silver braid hung over her blue breastplate. She smiled at the young count before looking at Yoluan and said, "Other than a fair and just trial, what else can we do? You cut off my limbs before the trial." Yolan of Scylla asked with hatred. "You should be glad that other than you, the other time in were all cut into pieces." Dany had a smile on her face, but her words were unusually cold. Yolan of Scylla had originally intended to ask for the treatment of a noble captive, but after hearing this and seeing the Dragon Queen's attitude, he understood that today would not be the same as the first time they had met in the Sea of Sorrow, where he would not receive a chance for redemption. Having given up on struggling to survive, his attitude also became casual. He smiled maliciously at the young count and said, "Do you know how your mother died? I sent that bitch to the barracks, and thousands of men." Bang! Danny's silver iron boots, which were stained with mud, slammed into Yolan of Scylla's penis. Ouch! Yuluan's pale, scarred face turned red. "Be honest, you only have one ending, but there are thousands of ways to make you die." After that, Danny called over a few knights and stuffed Yuluan into a wooden box with straw mat. She did not even close the lid and directly carried it out of the shed. The knights and the servants outside the straw shed looked at Yuluan with eyes full of hatred. Yolan of Scylla, on the other hand, was very calm. He did not care about their attitudes at all, and only turned his head to observe his surroundings. Contrary to his expectations, they were not in the Long Table Castle. This was a snowy plain full of messy footprints. There were only a few rows of straw huts that were mostly covered in snow. They seemed to be abandoned horse huts. It was snowing, but a small sun illuminated the surrounding few kilometers. Civilians wearing tattered leather jackets pushed sleighs and picked up pieces of meat from the snow and placed them in bamboo baskets on the sleighs. Further away, a group of knights were patrolling the surroundings on horseback. Yuluan gradually understood that this was the battlefield where they encountered the ghouls. It was in the territory of the Mariv family. The Dragon Queen called the soldiers and civilians of the Long Table Castle to clean up the battlefield. "Hee hee, you also have a day like this." When the knights placed Yuluan on a sleigh, he heard the familiar carefree laughter. "Iron? You're not dead yet." Yuluan was surprised. He turned his head, but the wooden box blocked his vision. "Why do you think you became a human swine?" Iron laughed viciously. "What do you mean?" Yuluan said coldly. "It's because Danny Alice saw us in the storm that she angrily cut off your limbs. The medicine that was used to treat your injuries was even concocted by you." Iron laughed. Yuluan's expression changed a few times. He asked, "You're not dead? What about Haya and Marjorie?" Chapter 9:12. Long Table Castle. Under the porch of the main hall, a 2-meter-tall armored knight was chained to a pillar in the corridor. Silver steel armor and a white cape. It was a proper white knight set. At this moment, the pure white color was stained with dark red and smelly blood. It was like a courtyard after the first snow, trampled by the servants and knights. The white knight's helmet was nowhere to be seen, revealing a grayish-white head that was sewn together by the worst tailor. On the dead face, there was a pair of small bulb-like eyes that emitted a cold and terrifying blue light. "Seven gods above, what did Circe do? Monster, this is a monster. It's too tragic. She was the queen of the north, but she ended up like this. This is a curse. She will be cursed by the gods for breaking the holy oath. Didn't the rat chef turn into a rat? But Wade Fry didn't turn into a rat. Wade Fry believes in the seven gods. He might even be carrying a scroll of atonement with him. Robb Stark is a heretic who believes in the old gods." In the courtyard, the knights and servants were huddled together, pointing at the tall white knight on the pillar. The white knight tied to the pillar was Robb Strong, also known as Robb Demon Mountain. The aura of the living people around him made Robb Ghost restless. He struggled with all his might. The chains on his body tightened, and the marble pillar began to sway slightly. "Ah, quick, call the Dragon Queen. Robb Stark is about to break free from his chains." A noble lady covered her mouth and exclaimed. In the main hall, Danny was arranging for the scholars of Long Table Castle to send a warning letter to the southern nobles. Hearing the commotion outside, she quickly walked out and drew the white sword at her waist. She slashed Demon Mountain's legs and arms a few times. The sharp edge of the sword even broke the steel armor. Immediately, although Demon Mountain was still shaking his head and struggling with all his might, his limbs went limp like noodles. "Your Majesty, why aren't we burning this monster who blasphemed against the seven gods? Why are we still keeping him?" A short middle-aged knight with a yellow centaur emblem on his chest asked. He is Sir Bitterbridge, Lorente Caswell. The Bitterbridge Castle was small. After the Winterfell battle, the Ghost Resistance Committee ordered the Bitterbridge Castle to gather his family and citizens in the Longtable Castle. However, he was considering moving a second time recently. He wanted to move east to the Safer Wind Stop Fort, or south to the Old Town near Chinting Island. Dany pointed at Ghost Luo Bai and said, "This is Luo by Stark's head and Demon Mountain's torso. I have to hand the corpse over to Stark to deal with." In fact, she was thinking in her heart, "You're just a muggle, how would you know how precious this is?" She didn't want to study necromancy spells. Instead, she wanted to understand why the resurrected corpse demon suddenly became a corpse ghost, and why its strength had increased so much. Robert Strong was originally spellcaster Scholar Caborn's personal bodyguard for Cersei. After Caborn died an unnatural death, Cersei was also under the supervision of the church nanny. Yuluen stole control of Robert Strong and made him his Kingsguard. When they left the King's Landing, even the Minister of the Inner Court, Tanya, was sent to the barracks to reward the soldiers. Robert Strong, the most fierce man of the Seven Kingdoms, was always kept by Yuluen's side. Yuluen originally liked Tanya, who was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. He didn't lie to the young Earl. He and his mother were really lovers. But now that they were gone, what was the use of being lovers? Robert Strong was strong and didn't need to eat. He was like a perpetual motion machine. He followed Yuluen all the way to the river without making any mistake. Until the deviants appeared. Facing the corpse ghost horde, Yuluen had hoped that Robert Strong would show his true colors as the most fierce general of the Seven Kingdoms. The endless stamina and unparalleled bravery of Robert versus the endless and tireless deviants. It seemed to be a good match, but he didn't expect that in just one exchange, Robert Strong's eyes lit up. He then turned around and started killing the living Taimen. It was like a ripe corpse that could be easily harvested by the other ghosts. Even in the midst of a group of deviants, Robert Strong's attire and body shape were too conspicuous. When Dany found him in the center of the tornado, she immediately noticed that he was unusual and didn't kill him. The crowd surrounding Robert Strong had yet to disperse when Dany returned to the castle hall, accompanied by a few noble knights. The Dragon Queen had been at the river bend for 4 to 5 days. Many earls and knights from the surrounding 200 to 300 kilometers had come. They either came on their own or arranged for powerful knights to represent them. After the incident in Casterly Rock City, over 1 million deviants had entered River Bend nearly a month ago. Even Golden Tree City, Red Lake Castle and a few other old noble castles of the Green Hand faction had been destroyed. The River Bend vassals were all panicking. Even the old man in the Old Town had sent many letters asking for help to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, now that the deviants in the west have all run to River Bend, why don't you stay at the Longtable Castle or go to the Fruit Wine Hall? As long as you raise your banner, you will be able to quickly form a 5,000-strong River Bend volunteer corps. I swear, they are all baptized true knights." Sir Tanton Forceaway, who had a grey breastplate with a red apple printed on it, suggested. He was the red apple of the Fruit Wine Hall. "The Longtable Castle and the Fruit Wine Hall are too small. Why don't we expel Taimen and take down Highcourt? Her Majesty the Queen will lead the River Bend Volunteer Corps and use Highcourt as a base to rescue the various areas of River Bend? Just like in the West." John Forceaway, who had a velvet coat with a green apple printed on it, said. He was a Newbarrel City Knight and the head of the Green Apple Forceaway family. These two were actually old acquaintances with Dany. Not only the two of them, but many of the surrounding knights and knights had interacted with the Dragon Queen a long time ago. Yes, when the Dragon Queen participated in the Honey River tournament as a Batrider. The two Forceaways had even sent roasted fish to the Batrider. Knight Monterey frowned and said, "Victarion refused to give up Highcourt and even threatened us. If we forced him, he would set fire to Highcourt's granary. At the same time, He also swore on the honor of the Greyjoy family that as long as he was alive, he would never allow the living dead to take even half a step into High Court. He was the guardian that Miltanya had personally chosen for her son Roussel before she went to King's Landing. During this time, he also represented the Marwise family and was at the Dragon Queen's beck and call. As soon as Knight Monterey finished speaking, the surrounding people all turned to look at the Dragon Queen. I have no interest in interfering with Riverbend's political situation. Also, High Court is too far away. It's not the best place to defend, Danny said. High Court was of course not remote. It was located downstream of the Mander River and had the most fertile manor in Riverbend. It was also almost in the center of Riverbend. But when Danny considered defense issues, she had to consider the Westeros as a whole. On the map of the Seven Kingdoms, High Court was in the southwest corner. It was too remote. After thinking for a moment, Danny said, "It's a fact that the deviant ghosts have entered Riverbend. We can't leave them alone. The Riverbend Volunteer Corps can be formed. It doesn't need too many people, 3,000 knights is enough. They will be temporarily stationed in Longtable Castle." Just as the Riverbend Duke's face lit up, she said, "You still have to strengthen your own castle's defenses. The Volunteer Corps will only be responsible for ghouls with a scale of more than 100,000. At this point, Danny couldn't help but show a helpless expression. "Knights, you should understand that Riverbend isn't the only principality in Westeros. Not to mention the fallen western region, the situation in Hedgian and the King's territories is not optimistic. But there are only so few Dawn warriors, and they can only defend the city. Even if I sleep on the dragon's back every day, it's impossible to rescue all the castles on time. In fact, in the past week, 2 earls in Hedgian have already fallen." The kind-looking Green Apple John frowned and said, "The situation in the Seven Kingdoms is too difficult. The food is getting less and less, and the knights are getting fewer and fewer. More and more people are dying. What should we do in the future?" "It would be great if there were a few more great wizards like Her Majesty the Queen," Red Apple said. Earl Mattis Rowan shook his head and said, "There's no need to be as strong as the Queen. We only need a few fire wizards in each castle. They can send messages instantly and make wildfires. Together with a few priests and 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers with dragon crystal weapons, we won't be afraid of a siege of 30 to 50,000 ghouls." He was the Earl of Golden Tree City. Golden Tree City's Rowan belonged to the Green Hand faction and was one of the top nobles. Earl Mattis himself was known for his wisdom, prudence, and popularity in the Seven Kingdoms. Together with Randall Tarley and Pixter Redwyn, they were known as the 3 heroes of the River Bend. In the beginning, Kevin had wanted Mattis to be the hand of the king, but Mattis was different from Randall. He had no prejudice against the Dragon Queen and had no intention of helping the Iron Throne change its fate. After King Aegon landed in Storm's End Castle, he brought his tribe's soldiers back to his hometown. He had been helping Mace Tyrell besiege Storm's End Castle. Unfortunately, fate did not favor Mattis. His home was blocking the path of hundreds of thousands of ghouls heading south. When the Dragon Queen arrived, Golden Tree City had already fallen. Only the main castle was still resisting in despair. It was similar to Hearthstone. Therefore, Earl Mattis said with emotion, "We Westeros have too few wizards. If there are as many wizards as scholars, Golden Tree City will definitely be able to hold on until the Queen arrives. It's not that there are few, but other than the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing, there is no foundation for wizards to survive. In the past, when we found forest witches, we would hang them. Who would dare to study magic?" Red Apple muttered. Old Mattis' eyes flashed and he said meaningfully, "Maybe we need to build a magic academy similar to the City of Learning?" Dragon Queen saw his gaze and nodded. "That's a good idea, but you have to solve a problem first. Magic is the most direct form of power. Wizards who have power will affect the power of the nobles. What should we do?" Old Mattis seemed to have thought about this problem. He immediately replied, "Let the wizards become secluded schools. The Magic Guild will manage the daily affairs of the wizards. The Magic Guild itself will be supervised by the Church to ensure that the wizards do not participate in politics and do not engage in secular activities. It will be similar to the Church's monastery. Then, the Magic Guild headquarters will be located in a remote area, such as beyond the Great Wall." "Earl Rowan, aren't you thinking too far ahead?" Green Applejohn frowned. "Not far." Old Mattis shook his head and looked at the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, how long do you think the long night will last?" "More than 10 years, Danny said with certainty. 10 years. The knights and knights on both sides of the conference table were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. "My family's food is only enough to last for 2 years. What should we do? If we collect more ghouls and beasts, my family may be able to last for 4 years. 7 gods, we are the wealthiest river bend here. After 10 years, will there still be anyone alive in the 7 kingdoms?" Chapter 9:13. When they heard the Dragon Queen say that the long night would last for more than 10 years, all the River Bend dukes wailed. Unlike the North, which was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat, the rebellion of the 4 princes didn't happen in River Bend, and River Bend had a large population. Even if they took out the soldiers who participated in the war, it wouldn't affect the agricultural production of the various territories. This was a stark contrast to the North. Rob only took away less than 20,000 strong laborers, and the wheat was left to rot in the fields. River Bend had gathered at least 20,000 cavalrymen and 30,000 infantrymen to support Lonley. Their total military strength was more than 50,000, but they still had the manpower and resources to hold the Honey River tournament. But now, even the rich River Bend couldn't last 4 years. How could the 7 kingdoms survive 10 years of the long night? They had every reason to be desperate. Actually, 10 years isn't too long. Old Marvin hesitated and disagreed. "Count Rowan, are you out of your mind? 10 years isn't long?" Sir Laurent of Bitterbridge said with a ridiculous expression. "The last long night lasted for an entire generation," Mattis Rowan said calmly. Everyone looked at each other. "I thought the legend was fake." Professor Firmas even wrote a book called The Lies of the Ancients. He said that the deviant ghosts were just an ancient tribe that lived in the far north and had once invaded the Great Wall. The reason why the barbarians in the far north became the monsters in the story was because the Night Watchers and Stark wanted to make themselves into heroes who saved humanity. A knight muttered, "Sigh, I've also read The Lies of the Ancients." The author called Firmas was a top history doctor. The ancients didn't lie, but the scholars now are trying to make up a fake history that suits their own interests to cover up the truth. "We've been screwed over by those scholars," another knight complained. Then, one knight after another stood up and said that they had also read The Lies of the Ancients. The scholars of the City of Knowledge also denied the existence of the deviant ghosts and the Long Night, so they didn't want to store food at all. They were all River Bend nobles and lived very close to the City of Knowledge. Many of them had studied there when they were young, so they were more influenced by the scholars than nobles in other areas. Count Mattis tapped the table lightly with his finger. When the hall quieted down, he said, "Now is not the time to complain about the City of Knowledge. We are discussing the matter of the Magic Academy." With Old Ma's reminder, everyone realized that they had strayed too far from the topic. They couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was not embarrassed at all. She only looked at them indifferently, which made them even more embarrassed. Count Mattis cleared his throat and continued, "Because the long night will last for many years, I believe that there is a need to cultivate magicians now. If you have studied in the City of Knowledge, you should know that the City of Knowledge has many extraordinary sex meditation techniques. We have the conditions to systematically cultivate extraordinary powers. Now, the residents of the villages and small towns are all gathered in the big castles. It's easy to use the glass candles to pick out the children with extraordinary talent. At this point, a calculating look flashed across Old Ma's eyes. He whispered to the Dragon Queen beside him, "Based on the time it takes to light the glass candle, we should be able to determine the level of talent, right?" Danny looked deeply at the square-nosed Count and said, "Spiritual power will grow with age and wisdom. If an underage child can light the glass candle, no matter how long it takes, he will be considered an extraordinary talent." We are all believers of the seven God. Even if we become magicians, we should not change our faith. Do you think the Holy Mother will like the profession of magic priest? Count Mattis asked cautiously. "I will like it very much." Danny thought for a moment with a dark face, then said with certainty, "The Holy Mother is merciful. She sees all believers as her own children. She will like every child equally." Count Mattis's face was full of sincerity. He said in a low voice, "The best magicians should serve the seven gods." The nobles looked at the Dragon Queen and hesitated. "We all know that you want to use the church to suppress those with extraordinary powers. But the church is already so powerful. If we shove the best people into the church, are we going to be lords of the Holy Church in the future?" But Saint Danny was the most devout pope. She was the Holy Mother's spokesperson in the human world. They thought so in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Old Mattis was a shrewd person. How could he not guess what his colleagues were thinking? He said directly, "The Holy Mother has always disapproved of the Church's involvement in the politics of the seven kingdoms." The Holy Mother nodded. "In the Seven Stars Bible, there are 7 commandments and 49 rules that regulate the behavior of magicians. The first commandment is to cut off the desire for power. The Holy Mother is merciful, and the Holy Father is selfless." Old Mattis immediately said solemnly. The reason why Old Mattis made such a suggestion was because he had been studying the new Seven Stars Bible and the Church's recent actions. He completely understood the Holy Mother's thoughts. She was against the excessive expansion of the Church's power and strictly prohibited the Church's power from interfering with the secular royal power. The right to rule belonged to the king and the nobles. The right to religion and faith belonged to the seven God. This was the rule that the Holy Mother had always emphasized. The current archbishop, including Pope Saint Danny, strictly abided by this rule. If it was during the reign of the Great Sparrow, Mattis would only suggest to form the strongest magic association to fight against the power of the Church. At the end of the day, to the general public, their own interests would always come before their faith. The Holy Mother is merciful, and the Holy Father is just. The nobles around the conference table agreed in unison. After reaching a consensus, Mattis let out a long breath and said, "In 3 to 5 years, we can institutionalize magicians like scholars. If there are 3 to 5 magicians in every castle, it will be much safer to defend the city. Other than defending the city and transmitting messages, we might also be able to solve the food problem through magic." At this point, Old Mattis pointed out the window. There was a small sun hanging in the sky. "But once we train so many magicians, a standardized system will be necessary. We have to discuss it properly," he continued. "In the Ursos continent, supernatural forces are abnormally active. It doesn't seem to affect the secular political system," John of the Green Apple said. "The free cities are a cesspool. They are not our role models," Count Mattis said with disdain. Although the Westeros were like cesspool, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms all looked down on the free cities across the narrow sea. They despised the people of Ursos for their lack of honor, disobedience, chaos, stupidity, and short-sightedness. It made sense. In the Westeros, Joffrey being poisoned to death by his wife was a once-in-a-thousand-years case. But on the other side of the narrow sea, the number of kings who died from poison and assassination exceeded those who died of natural causes. Of course, the free people in the free cities also despised the land of sunset for being barbaric and backward. In short, the Westeros were terrible, and so was Ursos. It was a rotten world. We really can't learn from the chaotic Ursos. The Dragon Queen thought for a moment and agreed with Count Mattis' idea of institutionalizing and standardizing the magicians. Did you see Robert Strong in the hallway? It's a product of necromancy. Not only does it desecrate the body and soul of the dead, but its existence is also very dangerous. For example, it originally belonged to Cersei, but Luwin easily took control of it. After that, he encountered the ancestors of necromancy, the deviant ghosts, and Luwin also suffered a backlash. Your Majesty, you are almost the strongest magician in the world and also our queen. You have the final say in the Magic Academy and the magician system. A knight flattered. Dany shook her head. This concerns the future of the Seven Kingdoms. I can't make the decision alone. We can build the framework first, and then we can discuss it slowly. Now, I only want to mention one thing: standardization of subjects. Subjects? The others were still confused, but Count Mattis had already understood the Dragon Queen's idea. Your Majesty, you mean to restrict the magicians' professions? Yes, during the long night we need fire magicians the most. When the long night is over, we also have to ban the existence of necromancy, shadowbinder, wizard, blood wizard, and other evil professions. We only need magicians that are beneficial to society, to the people, and to humanity. For example, potion priests, scalpel priests, mechanical wildfire specialists, weather forecasters, pest poisoners, plant and animal breeders, and special material forgers. Everyone, including Count Mattis, looked at the Dragon Queen, who was talking non-stop with a blank expression. I don't seem to have heard of any of the professions you mentioned, old Mattis mumbled. Never heard of any of them. Dragon Queen said helplessly, look at the mainstream magicians of Eastern Asia. Dark warlocks, necromancers, cloud realm magicians, fire warlocks, blood wizards, interrogators, judgment knights, poisoners, shadowbinders, and red-robed monk. 9.5 out of 10 are evil magicians. Supernatural powers are indispensable, but we can't abandon the teachings of the seven gods, believe in evil gods, and learn evil witchcraft. So, we have to create a new magician profession. That makes sense. Your Majesty is far-sighted. All the lords began to praise him with sincerity. Hearing the Dragon Queen talk about the Asian magicians, their scalps went numb. They even began to doubt the need to establish a magician system. Those evil magicians were not much worse than deviant ghosts. Your Majesty, what do these new professions represent? After a round of flattery, Count Mattis was puzzled. Potion priests are priests who are proficient in potions, and use holy healing with potions. Poisoners no longer study how to poison humans, but focus on how to kill pests in the fields without affecting human health. Weather forecasters are moon chanters who specialize in weather prediction. There are also breeders. We can't study the blood magic of sacrificing evil gods, but the blood magic itself is not evil. We can use magic to cultivate crops that are more resistant to cold and have higher yield. And material forgers we need. The Dragon Queen wasn't exactly improvising. She had considered the problem of the mage class for a long time, but the existing extraordinary factions were simply too evil. In the Barren Land, in Asia, every magician had studied black magic. If black magic could promote the development of society, Dany could tolerate its existence. But the truth was, other than Valeglia's fire witchcraft, the existing magician system not only did not increase productivity, but also limited the progress of society. The matter of cultivating magicians should be done sooner rather than later. Maybe we can try it out in the Old Town and let the scholars participate, Mattis said tentatively. Let the scholars who always advocated the true world cultivate supernatural powers? Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. I heard that the scholars are busy moving the city of knowledge to Chinting Island? There are also living dead outside the Old Town, a knight said. Chapter 9:14. Dragon Queen coldly said, I will send a message to Count Hathor. All scholars who leave the Westeros, regardless of whether they are apprentices, scholars, or doctors, will be beheaded and hung in public. They must stay in the Old Town. No, not only the Old Town, the scholars must go to the front line. They are not required to guard the Seven Kingdoms, but at least they must protect the river bend that has nurtured the City of Knowledge for thousands of years. Wherever there is a crisis, go to that castle. Take off the necklace, put on the iron armor, the sheepskin scroll in the left hand, the dragon-tooth blade in the right. Climb the city wall in battle, go to school in leisure. Kill the living dead with the blade, educate the young scholars. Kill the ghosts while cultivating the gifted children in the castle into wildfire priests. Yes, know how to make wildfire and have a firm belief in the Seven God. What do you think? She glanced at the river bend dukes on both sides of the long table. Good. Very good. Let's do it. Coming back to their senses, the dukes kept applauding. First of all, Dragon Queen's proposal was beneficial to them. It was always good to have more than one scholar as cannon fodder. Moreover, by cultivating magic apprentices in their own castle, they would ultimately be guarding their castle instead of sending them to the City of Knowledge. They did not know who would benefit. Secondly, like Dragon Queen, they also felt that the City of Knowledge's performance in this long night was too dereliction of duty, too bad. Of course, they themselves did a bad job. If there was a scholar to take the blame, they would be very happy. Finally, to the Dragon Queen's proposal, it was better to applaud than to oppose it. They were all counting on the Queen's blade storm to save their lives. Your Majesty, it is not a problem to let the scholars defend the city. In the past 2 years, in order to guard against the night attacks of the bounty hunters and the assassination missions of the Faceless, the scholars have trained several military skills such as swordsmanship, military formations, and reconnaissance to a very high level. In terms of duels, most knights are not their opponents. In terms of leading troops to war, the City of Knowledge can also choose 30 or 40 qualified generals. In terms of assassination and espionage, I estimate that except for the Faceless, there is no organization stronger than the City of Knowledge. Even, the City of Knowledge can immediately become the Seven Kingdoms' #1 assassin group, or an intelligence agency. But even if the scholars have thousands of abilities and thousands of methods, they themselves do not know magic. How can they teach magic apprentices? Count Mattis frowned. Count Rowan, you've forgotten the scholar's strongest skill. Danny sighed. What skill? Old Ma asked in surprise. Turn the false into the real. Everyone was at a loss. Maesters can turn true history into false stories, and turn their own lies into true history that everyone believed. They turned real magic into deception, and turned a ridiculous lie into the highest ideal that the scholars of the City of Knowledge have been pursuing for hundreds of years. Since that's the case, let's let them continue to turn the false into the real, and use their fake identities to deceive a group of real mage apprentices. Anyway, the scholars didn't know magic before, and they liked to add a steel chain to their necklace that represented Doctor of Magic. The corners of the nobles' mouths twitched, but they could not refute. Perhaps we can follow the script and only teach the basic fire wizards and moon singers meditation techniques, and teach them the techniques to concoct wildfire. Count Mattis rubbed his nose and said helplessly. After coming out of Marjorie's bedroom, the Dragon Queen broke the silence and asked with a smile, Do you think she's pretending to be crazy, or is she really crazy? Little Rose Marjorie Tyrell had always been alive, but her father Mace and brother Loras were tortured to death by Cersei. Yes, they were murdered by Cobborn as a test subject for black magic. When they were in King's Landing, Cersei often tortured her, and the nun who guarded the maiden house had also reported to the church that Little Rose had some mental problems. After Cersei was imprisoned, Marjorie's life became better, and she was treated the same as Cersei in the Empress Dowager's tower. After that, Luwin escaped and prepared to continue being the king in High Court, so he brought Marjorie with him. When they passed by Bumpy Settlement, Yulun even found a monk in the town to help him and little Rose host the wedding. On the night of the wedding, he and his subordinate Timon ransacked the prosperous but weak trading town. Timon used blood and fire as the wedding celebration to celebrate the marriage of Yolan of Scylla and Queen Marjorie. Because of this atrocity, the King's Landing knew of Marjorie's existence. Bumpy Settlement was at the source of the Mander River, only 300 kilometers away from King's Landing. Erlu valued Riverbend very much, and long ago appointed Sir Yasser Florent as the Duke of Highcourt. At first, Yasser sent his barbarian wife to the church to be Sister Silence, and was prepared to marry Randall Tarley's daughter. With Randall's current status, and Florent being one of the top nobles of the Green Hand faction, Yasser could minimize the resistance of the Riverbend's vassals. But Randall Tarley was a very traditional and old-fashioned noble. He couldn't even accept Dragon Queen's identity as a foreign woman, let alone a pagan king. Randall refused very straightforwardly, and even swore in public that he would rather send his daughter to the church to be Sister Silence, than marry her to a Red God disciple. When Randall Tarley shaved his head and became a monk, Yasser looked down on his niece-in-law. Because Randall, who had joined the warrior's son, had given up secular power and was no longer the leader of the Riverbend's vassals. When the tragedy of Bumpy Settlement reached King's Landing, Yasser woke up as if from a dream. Queen Chu, who loves to drink moon tea, Marjorie was not dead yet. He immediately expressed his willingness to take over, even if it was the fifth hand. Well, Marjorie had married Renly, dead, Joffrey, dead, Tommen, dead, and Yulun dying. Now it was Yasser's turn to be the fifth hand. Almost a week had passed since the Dragon Queen entered the Riverbend. A week was enough for King's Landing to figure out Marjorie's current location. So, the Onion Knight sent a letter to the Long Table on behalf of Erlu, asking about Dragon Queen's arrangements for Marjorie, and tactfully hinted, "If you have a plan, just pretend I didn't say anything. If you don't care about Marjorie's fate, can you give her to Yasser as a wife?" After receiving the letter from King's Landing, Dany officially visited Marjorie for the first time. She was going to ask Marjorie for her opinion, accompanied by several River Bend barons. Then, she saw a withered woman whose soul was as stable as an old dog, whose image, performance, and language were extremely crazy. When Dany used Bladestorm, she could accurately control each willow leaf sword, although most of the time she didn't deliberately waste her mental power to control them. Last time, when the tornado swept Yulun and his sled into the storm, the 3 neatly placed boxes at the back of the sled opened, revealing 2 human swine and a well-dressed woman. Dany was surprised for a moment, then saved them and turned Yulun into a human swine. She had seen Marjorie at that time, but little Rose was weak. After spinning twice in the wind, she fainted. Today was the second time they met. Marjorie had turned from a plump and juicy red apple in summer to a pale and shriveled pickled radish strip. Pale white replaced rosy, rough replaced smooth, plump became shriveled, and lustrous became withered and dim. When the beautiful and valiant Night Queen appeared in front of her, Marjorie grinned foolishly, then squatted on the bed and took a dump with a strong smell. While taking a dump, she used her hands to dig. Dany wasn't sure if Shitty Rose would put the poop on her face or into her mouth if she stood there for a while longer. If that happened, she would admire her. However, she really couldn't bear the smell. She didn't even greet her, nor did she pretend to be concerned. She just turned around and left. The barons who came to visit Shitty Rose didn't stay long either. They were all sent out by the smell. Poor Marjorie. She was tortured to the point of insanity by Yulun and Cersei. Lady Bethany wiped her tears. She was Mattis' wife. After Golden Tree City fell, she and the 3 children followed Mattis to the Long Table Hall. Other than being a countess, she was also Marjorie's cousin. Her surname was Redwine, and she was Old Rose's niece. Miltanya had been rotated by Timon and died when the Valley Road collapsed. Now, Bethany was also the mistress of Long Table Castle. Among the vassals, Count Mattis had the highest status. Lady Bethany had been taking care of Marjorie for the past few days. Outside the house, she rambled on and told the Dragon Queen about Marjorie's crazy behavior and words to explain her niece's previous rude behavior. But just as they left Marjorie's courtyard, Danny smiled and asked a question that made the vassals of Riverbend shudder. "Do you think Marjorie is faking her insanity, or is she really crazy?" "She should be crazy. She even pooped. She must be crazy." Sigh. Miss Marjorie was the #1 golden rose of Riverbend back then. "You Lewin and Cersei are crazy." Everyone chimed in one after another. Some were regretful, while others were resentful. Basically, Marjorie's insanity was set in stone. "Perhaps it can be cured," Count Mattis said hesitantly. The other barons glanced at him with unfriendly gazes. Whether she was really crazy or not, she had to be crazy now. If she was really crazy, then it was still okay. If she was faking it, then what was she trying to do by lying to the Dragon Queen? Was she trying to take back High Court and restore the glory of House Tyrell? But they really didn't want to risk their lives for Tyrell now. Mattis also glared back at them. Whether Marjorie was crazy or not had nothing to do with her. It was up to the Dragon Queen to decide. The reason the vassals of Riverbend were so cautious about Marjorie was because the ownership of High Court was still uncertain. The situation now was very clear. Timon wanted the throne of Riverbend king, Erlu wanted it, and some of the Green Hand nobles in Riverbend were also itching to make a move. Even Tyrion and Sansa had openly tried to take it. Then, did the Dragon Queen want it? After all, the dwarf was her illegitimate brother. How much could he represent her? Danny, who was walking at the front, pretended not to notice the exchange of glances between the barons behind her. She only said calmly, "Tell me, should we agree to Sir Yasser's request?" "Who is Yasser?" "He is only the second son of House Florent," a knight immediately objected. "The point is, that old thing Yasser has become a follower of the Red God. How can we tolerate a heretic becoming king? Yasser even helped Stannis burn his own brother to death. That is a crime of kinslaying. Lady Marjorie is already very pitiful. Don't let her be tortured by the heretics." Almost everyone objected to handing Marjorie over. "Other than dealing with the other ghosts, I don't care about the power changes in Riverbend." Danny first expressed her attitude, then reminded them, "But don't forget one thing. House Tyrell is fully responsible for the Purple Wedding. In theory, Marjorie no longer has the right to inherit High Court." Chapter 9:15. After the Dragon Queen's reminder, everyone remembered that she had already judged the case of the Purple Wedding fairly and publicly. The results of the trial were also approved by all the online nobles. Tyrell had violated the sacred marriage contract and murdered the king. Given the current situation of his family, Marjorie would continue to repent and atone for her sins, abolishing Tyrell's title and fief as the Lord of High Court. Why did Danny's decision to abolish Tyrell receive the approval of all the nobles? There were two reasons. Firstly, violating the sacred marriage contract and murdering the king were both grave crimes, similar to violating the rights of the guest. The greatest merit was saving the king, and the greatest crime was killing the king. Arya had also killed the king. She had killed Tommen, but Arya's crime of killing Tommen was far less than Tyrell's murder of Joffrey. Even if Joffrey deserved to die, Tommen was pure and innocent. The key was the status of the king and his minister. In a feudal society, there was no relationship more sacred than the righteousness of the king and his minister. Therefore, Tyrell's crime was enough for them to exterminate his family. Secondly, Tyrell's sovereignty over High Court originated from the Targaryens. If Dany wanted to abolish the King of the North, Stark, or the King of the West, Lannister, the vassals of the North and the West would probably ignore her. They would have 10,000 reasons to object. But for High Court Tyrell and Riverview Tully, their righteousness came from the Targaryens, and not from their ancestors' martial arts and morals. If High Court was still as powerful as it was during the War of the Four Kings, the Dragon Queen's trial would be nothing. But High Court Tyrell had declined to the point where he only had righteousness left. Righteousness was useful to others, but it was no different from a fart in front of the Dragon Queen. Understanding this, the River Bend noble's expressions changed. Marjorie, who had lost her right to inherit High Court, no longer had any value in marriage. "You are Marjorie's uncle. Why don't you bring her to New Barrel City to recuperate?" The Dragon Queen turned her gaze to John of the Green Apple. New Barrel City's Sir John Forceaway married Jenna Tyrell, Mace Tyrell's sister and Little Rose's aunt. Before this, John of New Barrel City had fantasized about chasing away Timon and letting one of his sons inherit the throne. The kind-looking old John said tactfully, "Your Majesty, of course I'm willing to take care of poor Margaret. But New Barrel City is only a knight's domain. It does not belong to the Mander River Defense stronghold that you have planned. Even our family is moving to the Fruit Wine Hall next door." Sir Red Apple Tanton immediately said, "There is always a residence for Miss Marjorie in the wine hall." Green Apple John didn't feel grateful. He only felt bitter in his heart. If Margaret wasn't crazy, he wouldn't object to having an extra pair of chopsticks at the dining table. However, his niece was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. If they could even defecate in public, how could their small knight's domain stand them in the future if they were to cause trouble in the future? John Forceaway stroked the long beard on his wide chin and said slowly, "I was thinking that the wine hall is at the front line of the war against the ghost. It's not very safe, at least it won't be too peaceful. Margaret needs a quiet and comfortable environment to recuperate. So, it's better to send her to the Old Town at the rear. The Old Town's starry church has Archbishop John, who is proficient in the teachings of the Mother of Mary. He can help Margaret complete her redemption." This was the so-called aristocratic families have many roots and leaves. Although Hiding Tyrell was destroyed, it didn't mean that Margaret was homeless. Her relatives were everywhere in the river, and they were very close. For example, Danny's White Knight, Garth Hyder, was Margaret's uncle. The old man in the Old Town was her grandfather. Even if the Old Town was besieged by the ghouls, Margaret could still retreat to Chinting Island. There was also a group of relatives in the Redwyn Castle. After returning to the main castle, Danny immediately used the center of the magic net to contact Laughter Baylor of the Towering Tower, Garth's elder brother, the heir of the Old Town. Uncle Baylor was very concerned about his niece's situation. He didn't refuse and expressed his willingness to accept Margaret on the spot. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she could find an honest husband in the future. Danny didn't object. She only made one request. Margaret had to complete 5 years of penance. Back then, Cersei had united with the church to judge Margaret for murdering Joffrey. Margaret would retain her status as a queen, but she had to atone for her sins in the Lady's Abode. She had to wait until Tommen came of age, and she gave birth to an heir for Tommen. Only then could she regain her freedom. If Tommen was 15 years old, Margaret would have to cultivate for 5 years. Now 1 year had passed. Joy Baylor didn't object. Margaret was only 1 year older than Danny. She was only 20 now. 4 years later, she would still be 24. She wasn't considered old. At least, she was better than Princess Elaine of Dorne, who only started to talk about marriage at the age of 27. This news reached the King's Landing at the same time. Within a few days, with the scattering of messenger crows, almost all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms knew about Margaret's fate. Out of Danny's expectation, Yassel of the King's Landing and Victorian of High Court said at the same time that they were willing to wait for 4 years. 4 years later, they would marry Margaret as the King of High Court. This was a story for later. After ending the communication with the towering tower of the Old Town, Danny began to deal with Yulun. Compared to Margaret, Yulun's trial affected more people's hearts. Long Table Castle, rectangular main hall. 3 fireplaces were burning fiercely. A row of torches was inserted into the wall opposite the fireplace. The hall was filled with fire. The Dragon Queen and the nobles were also glowing. The Dragon Queen sat on a tall wooden chair, 3 steps higher than the others. The nobles sat in a row near the fireplace according to their status. The knights, merchants, and craftsmen of status in the castle stood opposite them. At the end of the hall, there were a few rows of seats for the noble ladies of the castle. 3 wooden boxes were carried up. 3 human swine that had lost their arms and legs were revealed in front of everyone. The ladies' seats were filled with suppressed excitement. All 3 human swine had blue lips. It was very strange. Danny first pointed to the skinny man with the darkest lips on her left and said, "He is the great wizard of Kuz, Haya. He is not a victim, but a sinner like you, Luan. Of course, Haya has no enmity with the Westeros or any of you. It is even his first time coming to this continent. No, I have been to the King's Landing and the Old Town to search for traces of the mystic dragon." Looking at the Dragon Queen, Haya's dim eyes regained some light. Her expression was very complicated. There was no hatred, only amazement and sadness. "All right, he has been to the Westeros." Danny shrugged nonchalantly. "I put him on trial today because of a personal grudge. He violated the guests' rights and violated the oath he made to me in the Red Wasteland. Then, Danny sent Haya to the Red Wasteland to search for the dragon and made an oath to protect her guests' rights. After arriving at Kuz, he plotted against her in the Immortal Palace. When the plot failed, he hired the regretful guest to assassinate her. When the assassination failed, he even decided to curse her with witchcraft. Look at you. You left your hometown and traveled thousands of miles to the other side of the world just to violate your oath. Why? Why bother? Look, you got your retribution." Danny sighed. After listening to the Dragon Queen's story, the surrounding nobles, knights, merchants, and ladies had strange expressions. This male wizard is too unlucky. He went the wrong way while chasing after the Dragon Queen and ended up running into you, Luan. This is the curse of the gods. He violated the oath and violated the guests' rights. He deserved this retribution. I didn't expect Her Majesty's early experience to be so legendary. Legendary? Surviving is legendary. Do you think you can escape this disaster if it was you? If that's the case, the Queen is really blessed by the gods. Danny waved her hand and got everyone to stop. She said, "Haya, do you have anything to say?" "Say what?" "You want me to praise you for being capable, sing your praises, and praise your achievements that transcend the mortal world, and then cry bitterly and regret my sins and short-sightedness? Dream on." Haya said sarcastically, "How dare you? This evil wizard doesn't know what's good for him." The knights were flustered and exasperated, the surrounding knights were ready to make a move, and the ladies were also loudly berating them. Danny smiled. "You're right. I'm showing off to you. If you're willing to repent, I don't mind letting you go." The surrounding people had awkward expressions. "Queen, it's fine for you to boast in front of your former enemy, but don't say it out loud. How embarrassing would that be?" The audience was embarrassed, but the 2 involved didn't notice. Haya sighed and said, "Even if I went back in time, there are some things I would still do. The Immortal is the god of the male wizard, but you killed him." SSS God slaying? Everyone was shocked and turned to the Dragon Queen for confirmation. The centaur maid beside the Queen, Ji-Chi, puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Her Majesty has killed countless gods. The Immortal is just a small god. I'm still hesitating whether to count the Immortal as a steel bell." Haya's face was as pale as rotten yogurt and flushed red, but she couldn't say anything to refute. The ladies looked at each other. Could it be that this exotic and voluptuous maid wasn't bragging? God slaying. The heavens took pity on him. In all the legends of the 7 kingdoms, the biggest boss to be killed was the hellhound that starry-eyed Samian encountered. Dragon Queen is mighty. Dragon Queen is invincible. Yu Luan in the middle of the wooden box shouted, "The immortal is indeed not worth mentioning. Last time when you captured me, Her Majesty was still chasing after the storm god. The storm god, although he's a bastard, he's still a bastard true god." The hall was silent. Everyone was shocked and at a loss. "Yu Luan, are you blaspheming the storm god?" Iron in the other wooden box cried out. Yu Luan's expression was deranged as he cursed, "The storm god is a bastard who sells his ass. Inami is the funniest clown in the world. The Holy Mother is a bitch who deceives the world. There's no good god in the world. They all deserve to be killed by demons." Blasphemy. Iron and the other believers of the 7 gods were shocked. "It's not your turn yet. What's wrong with you?" Danny gave Yu Luan a look. Jiro Dane immediately stepped forward and closed the lid of Yu Luan's box. "Kaya, although you don't repent, we're still friends. You may be unrighteous, but I can't be heartless. How about this? I'll send you to Dragonstone Island first. When the winged dragon knights return to Slave Bay, they'll send you back to Queers. How about that? I'm already in this state. Why should I go back? If you really want to, let me watch Yu Luan die a miserable death, and then give me a quick death." 2 drops of tears fell from the wizard's eyes. "All right, your trial is over. Now it's Yu Luan's turn. Kaya, Iron, I'll give you a chance to complain. Tell me, what evil things did Yu Luan do to you?" Chapter 9:16. Haya had been holding it in for a few years, and the hatred and injustice in his heart were in urgent need of relief. He hesitated for a moment and said bitterly, "Yu Luan cut off my arms and legs, then forced me to eat my legs and arms raw. Beast." Green Applejohn said in horror, "Beast." Dragon Queen nodded in agreement. On the sea, there was a Tai Minling who said he had never been a sorcerer before. "So, Yu Luan." He watched Tai Minling humiliate me while he laughed at the side. The male sorcerer Haya's heart ached, and tears rolled down his cheeks again. Tai Min is the same as the Dornishman. He digs into every hole he sees. Not to mention men and women, even sheep are not spared. A River Bend knight muttered, "Don't you think this blue-lipped wizard is scarier than a sheep? Timon has guts, daring to use his penis to mess with a wizard. Isn't he afraid of the curse? This Haya is Great Wizard Queers, the head bishop of the Wizard Church. How strange, supernatural powers don't seem to be as strong as we thought." Gradually, the River Bend nobles who knew about the Magic Academy plan began to deviate from the topic. In fact, in River Bend, sex was a tradition, and there was not much difference between a man with a penis and a strong woman. Back in the day, there was a straight man in the Targaryen family who had only been a bartender in the High Court for a few years. He did not even want his fiancée, who was known as the River Bend Rose. He broke off the engagement and chose to pursue his true love. The River Bend nobles were shocked by the fact that a wizard with supernatural powers was being toyed with by a mortal. It was not because of ethical reasons, but the fact that a wizard with supernatural powers was being toyed with by a mortal. It subverted their understanding of the supernatural world. Curses need blood as a medium. The process is very complicated, and it is difficult to use curses to harm people directly, Danny explained. Then, she looked at the centaur maid. "Jichi, tell the knights, how do centaurs prevent curses? Don't let the children of shadow touch you. Don't allow witches and wizards to get close to you." "Everyone knows that," Jichi said crisply. "You all heard it. The centaur's method is simple and crude, but very effective. They can avoid more than 90% of curses. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of being cursed. Just find the archbishop of the local church and ask him to dispel it with divine spells." Danny glanced at the thoughtful audience and said, "Kaya, please continue." "He locked me in a box and put it under the bed to listen to him play with the neodymium people." The wizard lamented. "I understand. I'll help you get justice later." Danny was a little disappointed. These revelations weren't explosive enough. She then turned her gaze to another box. It was a thin man with a hooked nose and black eyes. Perhaps he had not taken care of himself for a long time. His hair and beard were long and messy, and there were dried seaweeds in between his hair. He looked like a child of the forest who had picked flowers and put them in his hair as ornaments. Wet Magic Iron, you are Luan's younger brother. Why are you being tortured by him? Do demons need a reason to do evil? Iron's expression was ferocious. I heard that wet magic is going to incite Timon to rebel against Crow's Eye. Earl Mattis frowned. The main religion of the Iron Islands was the Anami. The priests who served the Anami were the drowned people. Wet Magic Iron was the leader of the drowned people, which was equivalent to the Archbishop of the Anami Church. Your Majesty, did you really hunt down the God of Storm last time? What happened? Mattis suddenly asked an irrelevant question with a curious expression. Danny paused for a moment and said casually, "We just happened to run into each other. The tornado met a big storm, and then the two of us exchanged a few blows." Sigh, that guy looked fierce, but he was actually very weak. After I cut him a few times, he ran away without a trace. Mattis's old face turned green and white. The audience around them were also stunned. Ha ha ha, I understand now. Iron paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. Luan was abandoned by the God of Storm. He was the last sacrifice of the God of Storm. This is the doctrine of the God of Storm. No matter what you get from the God of Storm, you will still walk into the trap that he has prepared for you. He will laugh in the sky as he watches you walk to your doom. He turned his head and laughed happily at the wooden box beside him. Mattis came back to his senses and asked in confusion, "I've always suspected that the God of Storm and the Anami were made up by Timon." "Well, that's what all the maesters think. I was influenced. If the gods are real, why didn't the Anami respond to the humiliation of Priest Iron? Aren't the God of Storm and the Anami eternal enemies?" Iron's laughter stopped abruptly. Danny narrowed her eyes and looked at the skinny man with greasy hair for a while. She asked, "Were you abandoned by the Anami as well?" "No, you're lying. I've been to the Anami's flowing water palace. I'm the one chosen by the Anami," Iron said excitedly. The flowing water palace under the sea was the divine kingdom of the Anami. It was similar to the heaven of the Church of Seven. "How can you say that you've been to the flowing water palace?" Danny asked suspiciously. "I've been there." Iron did not explain. He only said firmly. Danny glanced at the knights and knights below. "Who knows about him?" A mercenary knight with a triangular face stood out and looked at the Dragon Queen excitedly. "I heard that 14 years ago Lord Ballon rebelled. Iron's ship was sunk by Stannis' fleet. Everyone else sank to the bottom of the sea. The man himself almost drowned, but after a few days of floating in the sea, he stood up on the beach again. From then on, Iron changed from a lazy and vulgar drunkard to a cold and ascetic monk. He said that he'd been to the flowing water palace, and that the Anami had helped him start a second life. According to the Timon, the dead will rise again, even more fiercely if they don't die. He's very respected among the ordinary Timon, and the people of the Iron Islands follow his orders. The knight's description was detailed and objective. Danny gradually realized that there was something unusual. It was very likely that Iron had been taken care of by the Anami. Otherwise, the Anami's monks would not have been so obedient. "What did you do to violate the Anami's teachings? How did you go from being chosen to being abandoned by the gods?" she asked curiously. "I'm willing to give everything to the Anami, and the Anami did not abandon me. I've been to the flowing water palace," Iron cried out in fear. Perhaps he really did violate the Anami's teachings, an old hunchback scholar in the crowd said hesitantly. Danny knew him. He was the scholar in charge of Longtable Castle. "What do you know, Scholar Ferguson?" she asked. The hunchback scholar said, "After Ballon's death, Luan returned. However, Iron did not want Yulun to become the new king of the Iron Islands. Thus, 2,000 years later, he once again initiated the King's Selection Assembly. The King's Selection Assembly was a sacred law created by the first time under the instructions of the Inami. It was even more sacred than the sacred oath. However, after Yulun ascended to the throne in the most traditional way, Iron violated his own promise and secretly gathered the time in to overthrow Yulun's rule by force. Yulun is a traitor. He has abandoned the Inami's belief. Those who do not worship the gods will never be able to sit on the throne of Yulun. Iron shouted anxiously. It seemed like he was trying to explain to the Dragon Queen, but it was more like he was trying to convince some unknown existence. Danny looked at him with pity and thought, "You have also abandoned the Inami's teachings and punished those who do not worship the gods. It is still blasphemy." She thought this, but she did not say it out loud. Today, she was here to judge Yulun. Danny had no intention of redeeming a follower of the Inami. "At least Yulun hasn't killed you. He hasn't committed the crime of kinslaying," she said. "No, he committed the crime of kinslaying a long time ago. He killed Halon, Robin, and Balon," Iron shouted. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd once again gasped in shock. "Balon is your elder brother. The rebel Balon Greyjoy? Who are the other two?" Danny asked. The hunchback scholar Ferguson seemed to know a lot about the Iron Islands. Without waiting for Iron to answer, he took the initiative to answer the Queen's question. King Balon's father, Duke Colin, married 3 wives. Halon and Robin were the children of the other 2 wives. They both died young, and were not known outside of the Iron Island. I didn't expect them to be murdered by Yulun. 7 gods, how old was Yulun back then? And King Balon? Towards the end, the hunchback scholar's old face was filled with shock. "Open the box and see what Yulun has to say," Danny said. The White Knight Jerome Dane carried out the Queen's orders. "What's there to say? Not only did I kill my kinslayer, I also killed that Inami whore Iron a few times." Yolan of Scylla looked at his younger brother with satisfaction and a malicious smile. Iron seemed to have awakened a terrifying memory. The hatred on his face instantly turned into fear. Facing the limbless Yolan of Scylla, he actually cowered. Danny's expression was twisted. She looked at Yulun, then at Iron. "What else have you done? Confess." She felt disgusted. She wanted to end this trial as soon as possible. Yolan of Scylla looked around at the disdain, hatred, and fear. He smiled indifferently and said, "Everything the Iron Seed has done is evil in your eyes. Do you want me to tell you about all my achievements over the past few decades? I've fucked Cersei, humiliated Queen Marjorie, and the 2 most noble women in Westeros have licked my crotch. I've plundered the entire world. I've practiced the ancient path on the 5 seas. I've sat on the Iron Throne. I've been the King's Landing. I've trampled on the people of the 7 kingdoms. I've accomplished something that the Iron Seed has never done. I'll stand at the peak of the ancient path and look down on the past, present, and future Iron Seed and pirates who've walked the ancient path. I've had enough. My life is perfect. Your trial now is like a fart." Yolan of Scylla pursed his blue lips. He mocked the Dragon Queen and simulated the sound of farting. Then, his lower body really let out a loud and long fart. Ha ha ha, when one's life comes to an end, the so-called trial is nothing but a fart. Especially when my glorious and unruly life is personally ended by the first queen, the first god. It's a complete achievement. Yolan of Scylla laughed arrogantly. "So, Danny Rise, you think you're carrying out justice. In fact, your current actions are only proving one thing. True justice has never existed in this world. The delayed justice is not only not justice, but it's also an accelerant for evil. This trial won't wake anyone up. They'll only envy me and try to become the second Yolan of Scylla, the Pirate King, the King of the 7 Kingdoms, the evil king." "Arrogant. Jarrow Dane angrily rebuked. The indifferent White Knight's face flushed red. She was extremely agitated. You Luan are crazy. The nobles' faces were pale, and their voices were weak. Your trial won't only wake the world up. It will also comfort the victims who died. Marta's eyes dimmed. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.